Hello, I'm Scott Sipker. Join me as I interview DMACC students who are about to graduate in web development, photography, animation, graphic design, or video production. We'll be here on this set, so stay tuned. Hello, Sinead.
Hi,
What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying video production.
What is it about video production that gets you excited?
I think the idea that I can create whatever I think of in my mind, and I'm really into editing, so seeing that process come together and just like making it the way I want it.
Oh, very nice. So you have the way you create then is you first have an idea in your mind that you fully flesh it out, write it down. How do you bring it to fruition?
Yeah, usually what I like to do is just think about it for a few days, and then I'll put pen to paper and just write it out, like in a script, like the lines that I want to be said, and like how I want it to happen, like the camera angles and like the cuts, because I really like editing. So like I get kind of detailed about like how it's gonna come in and like how I want this person to be seen, this person just on camera. Um, so I think that's like the process, thinking about it for a few days and then putting pen to paper.
So do you think that you're coming at these ideas with the mind of a director, a writer, or an editor?
Hmm. I think with the mind of a director, specifically for the editor, um, yeah, I think that's the way I would say it.
That's what I was going to say. You sound like a director. You say you really like editing, but I can tell you have you have a very concrete idea of like, this is what I want.
Hmm.
And so I will tell the editor how to do it.
Yes.
Do you like getting your hands dirty in the edit bay though?
I do. Yeah, what made me want to go into video production actually was the editing process. Watching videos of how people edit and just seeing how creative you can be, that really like encouraged me to want to even start this program.
Wonderful. What, as you look forward, what are you excited to do? What do you have any ideas that you're really excited to put on the screen?
Yeah. At the moment, I'm not exactly sure. I'm still working on my capstone for this semester. Um, and this is gonna be a project that I wrote and directed, and I'm gonna edit as well. um, but I'm excited to maybe work more with social media and doing things like montages for other places, and actually for Campus Fellowship is a place that I edited for. I just got done finishing a montage for them.
Nice. You sound like an auteur. You're just pretty much like I know what I want. We're gonna make it happen,
Yeah,
one or the other. And if somebody can't do it, I'm gonna do it.
yeah,
So you're sounds like you're trying to here, DMAC. You're picking up all the skills that you might need to get your idea onto the screen. But is the ideal world for you one where you want to be the director? Is that ultimately what you'd like to do?
um, I haven't decided yet. I think being the director would give me a lot of freedom and a lot of creative choices, so that would probably be ideal. Um, but even just editing for someone else, as long as they have like kind of idea of what they want, I would be happy doing that as well.
Very nice. So here at DMAC, you have for the rest of the semester. What is it that you're working on?
So there's this capstone project that I have to do for this class, and in our sound class, we're able to like film it and everything. Um, so I wrote out a little script called the interview, where this guy has an interview. He's kind of freaking out about it, and in the end, he goes in for the interview. He's like ready, like I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it, and finds out his interview's not even until like next month. So just like a lot of nerves, kind of like intense, and then realizing that it was all for nothing. Like
So is it? Do you have a propensity for comedy or drama?
I think a little bit of both, a dramatized comedy. Um, I want it to like be very dramatic at the beginning and like all serious. You're not expecting the joke to be the punchline, and then when you come in at the very end, it's like, oh, you were nervous for no reason. So
How long is this the interview? How long of a piece is it?
yeah, so the script is written out to be 4 minutes, um, and so it allows us to just go in like a little detail, but not too deep.
So a short film.
Hmm.
I know you're making it for class.
Yes.
Do you have hopes to enter it into film festivals?
Hmm. That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure. Um, we'll have to see how it turns out.
Yes, is the answer. You should submit it. Well, again, thank you so much for being here, and I really look forward to seeing your work.
Thank you.
Lorraine, what are you studying here at DMACC?
Video production.
What about video production was like, oh, I think I'm going to go into that?
My earliest memories are watching movies, and so I've just always been fascinated with them. And it never really occurred to me that that was a thing you could get into without having to go to New York or LA. And several years ago, I got involved with local filmmaking and started doing that, and realized I should probably have like actual training instead of what you have to improvise on a set when you've got like 3 people and you're trying to do a feature. So,
What you got involved in local filmmaking? What had you been working on? What style of films?
mostly narrative, usually short because you can knock those out fairly quickly. I've worked on a handful of features that have been made independently here. Mostly narrative, so some comedy, some horror, little drama. Not so good at that.
What is it about those projects that presented a role to you that you're like, oh, that's the role that ideally I want to have on set?
I've had a bunch of different roles, so I'm still figuring out what works best. I'm primarily a writer, sometimes a director by necessity, and problem solver because that's how filmmaking works.
Yes, being a problem solver is very important. You kind of have to have all the tools in your arsenal to be
Yeah.
able to problem solve as the problems arise, which they always do.
They do.
They always do.
Yes.
So, how has your time been here at DMACC studying video production?
It's great. I like working with the students that I work with. I would be happy to work on any set with any of them at any point. Everybody here is knowledgeable. Some have specialties that they focus on, and it's nice to learn the right way to do stuff. To do it professionally instead of just having to improvise it. And ideally, at the end, I'll have a piece of paper that says I know how to do it professionally.
And what is your hope moving forward after you leave this program? What are you hoping to be able to do?
Ideally, I'd like to make features, but being here, that means probably doing a lot of client videos and other stuff to sort of help supplement that. So, kind of the path, probably not unlike what you've done.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope you can learn from my mistakes so that you don't have to make them the ones that I have made. But so you have your capstone project. Give us a little preview about what your capstone project will be.
My intention is to adapt a Stephen King short story because he has the Dollar Babies program that he enables film students to use. So my hope is to adapt One for the Road, which exists in the Salem's Lot universe, so vampires and other stuff again.
Do you really find yourself you're drawn to writing?
Yeah, that's my. I think I'd like to be able to just write a script and sell it, and then somebody can make the movie, and then I don't have to deal with all the other headaches of it. But usually, if I want to see my script on screen, it requires doing the work myself. So that's, like I said, that's how I became a director by necessity sometimes.
Sure. So this adaptation of Stephen King, why did you pick this work? He obviously has an encyclopedia's
Sure.
worth of text. Why this one?
Part of it was pragmatic. It was what was available among the stories that there were options for. The other is it's minimal cast, minimal location. It's one interior, some exteriors, and a handful of people.
What's the challenge with doing an adaptation instead of original screenplay?
Trying to maintain the spirit of the story within the limitations of what I have. For instance, it takes place in a snowstorm. I'm not going to be shooting a snowstorm. Even if we had one just show up, it's not practical. So adapting the story so that it still makes sense, but is still something that I can actually execute.
Nice. And so as you're doing that, what is the part of the process you enjoy the most?
I think the sort of figuring out the logistics of it. What do I need to do? I tend to be a lister. Like I write lists for all kinds of things. I usually end up not following them, but the idea is that I pretend I'm organized. And so that's usually sort of where I excel's not right. It's I like to try and problem solve in advance. So I try and figure everything out that might potentially go wrong, because I at least have that handled. So when things I didn't expect go wrong, I can work with those as well.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Lewin.
Thank you, Scott.
Hello, Joe. What are you doing here at DMACC?
Well, I say I am currently studying graphic design at DMACC, and it's been a pretty enjoyable experience so far. Really challenging, but I think it's like right there in my alley to like kind of focus my creative stuff to something more productive.
How long have you been interested in graphic design?
Well, I say I've been. I say in high school, I say I like drawing a lot, and I was like, working on that kind of stuff, and I was trying to figure out like, this is like my best skill. How do I turn that into something, like profitable and like sustainable? And then I say our like counselor at the time was like, hey, if you like doing this kind of stuff, and if you like design, DMACC has like a really good design program, and and they're local, so you can don't have to go too far, and you can still stay by family and stuff. And I was like, sounds good, and I checked it out, and now here I am, and that about catches you up.
So your process, do you still think in forms of as a drawer?
I'd say, well, it kind of depends on the project. I say, because I say design is a lot of, kind of like trying to be able to like, speak to your clients and like hearing kind of what they want, and then being able to take that and put it into, whatever form, they need. Whether I say we've been doing a lot of like, I say probably my best projects are like books that I've made, and like covers and stuff like that, because I think it kind of works with that drawing a bit to be able to get a little more creative. And I think with like book covers and a lot of like layouts and stuff like magazines and that kind of stuff, I think is fun to be able to get in there and get kind of creative with it. And
Do you find that the mechanics of drawing on paper translate well or not well to drawing on the computer screen?
I say we have these little like iPads that we use sometimes, and with those they come with these pens, and you can like actually like physically draw in there. I say that's only like a thing that we've gotten into recently, but I'd love to explore that more, because it kind of like stimulates that same like, oh, you can like draw stuff and like bring it forward, and I think that's like super cool. I say as far as like working on like the computer, I think that's tough. I think it does translate pretty well. I say it's a lot of like the same skills, just kind of applied in like a different way, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah,
Good question.
it is tough for sure. What is your capstone project this year?
So, I think my favorite project, or at least like the ones that we're like working on right now, like the big projects, we are kind of dipping into like not like video production, but we have this our own like personal logos and stuff that we've been designing. We're like figuring out ways to like animate that and make it look like all professional and cool, and have it move around, and being able to use that on stuff. I think that's really fun. I'd say that's probably been my favorite one so far. For as far as like closer to design stuff, we have this expressions book that DMACC does, and each of us kind of got assigned a story from one of the creative writing department people, and we're like tasked to take that and make it look nice, and have to follow like the colors that they want, and still keep it like consistent throughout the book. And I think that's been really fun. I'm pretty proud of that project.
What have you learned the most by doing these projects?
I think, well, I think probably the thing I've learned the most is keeping like a guideline, and like not kind of wavering too far from that. And I think that's like a good skill, just because a lot of when you're working with like brands and things, they want you to stick to their brand, not go too far, but like still they kind of want you to get creative with it, but have like a set limit of like restrictions. But I think that's like really good to like kind of help learn that, and be able to capture that while still being able to be myself and design like that.
It is tough for artists to take these big ideas we have and then keep them within constraints. But sometimes you find, at least for me, maybe this is for you, that limitation can actually help us create some things.
Yeah.
So thank you, Joe, for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Coleman, what are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying video production.
Video production.
Yep.
It's a big topic. What
Yeah.
specifically about video production do you enjoy?
So I primarily focus on the editing aspect. I think that's just something I'm more comfortable with. You know, sitting behind the computer, taking the footage, splicing it together in a way that I can tell a story. I've also had a recent discovery of a love for directing. I've directed a couple different things here at DMACC. I'm directing a short film coming up this next few months for a capstone final. So yeah, those are kind of the two areas I primarily focus in, I think.
So before you joined the program, what was your experience like in video production?
So I've always had a love for film. Ever since a kid, I've always, I like to watch the classics like Rear Window, old type of stuff. I did a lot of short films growing up, but this industry, media and film as a whole, hasn't really gained traction until, the last couple of years in terms of regular job availability. So it was always kind of something that was kind of up in the horizon, not really something that I necessarily thought would be, an achievable type of job, but that's kind of the difference now in this day and age. So,
besides Hitchcock, what film directors really speak to you?
I really like Tarantino, Paul Thomas Anderson, David Fincher. He's another great one. I think there's a lot of, for all the big budget Hollywood, Marvel type of things, there are a lot of really artistic directors out there.
So what do you learn from those great directors that you listed out? How has their work influenced the work that you're doing here at DMACC?
I think just kind of thinking about the artistic, things like the cinematography where you're looking at the rule of thirds and placement. Also the pacing of story. I think story is possibly one of the most important things of a film. And all those directors, I think that's the focus. The first thing you have to have is a good story, right? Because you can have the most visual, great looking film, but if there's no substance or story to it, it kind of is lackluster. So I think that's the thing I take away from most. And, Tarantino is a great example of just master dialogue, master storytelling. So yeah, I really pull a lot of influence from that.
Nice. So now you're here, you talk about being an editor. Sounds like you want to be a director, but do you also have a writer's mind?
Yeah, definitely. I write a lot of scripts. When I was growing up, that was actually the first thing I wanted to be, was a writer. I really liked R.L. Stein and things like that, I've always had that creative bug, and I'm always trying to find ways to express that.
So tell me about this capstone short film that you're producing.
So it's just a short slasher film, basically. I've always had a love for horror. Basically, it follows a couple who, the man just reveals to the woman that he's been cheating on her. And they're kind of involved in that whole conflict when a slasher serial killer comes and kind of, it's your fun, campy 80s style horror film. So I just thought that'd be a fun little experimental project to do before the semester wraps up. So
the challenging part of those campy slasher films is, of course, the gore.
Yes.
And the special effects.
Yes.
How are you handling that?
I'm still learning. Because you're right. That's the kind of the part I've been in my mind hurling. How are we gonna pull off these effects? I feel like we have to find someone who is maybe a little more knowledgeable in that to help me with it. But and that's kind of another thing. Figuring out your budget. Because you would love to spend $500 on or $5,000 on whatever on what effect, but you gotta be realistic. So that's kind of been something we're working with too.
So yeah, it sounds like you are getting. The capstone project is giving you a crash course in budget constraints and how to be creative within those constraints.
Yep, exactly.
And so, what solutions have you pondered or maybe come up with at this point?
Rewriting, honestly. I think that's a lot of it. Taking a script and you write out this thing you want to do, and oh wait, I can't do it. I gotta go back and rewrite. I gotta think of it in a way where I can make it look a certain way on camera while still saving money. So I think that's probably the key, rewriting.
when you're trying to pick what to rewrite, how do you decide?
I don't know. I guess just taking the parts that have the most action, the parts that like are going to be most visually pleasing. You have to try and maneuver around those, and cherry pick and be like, okay, which like killing your darlings, right? Like which things am I going to keep in my script? Which things am I going to have to cut out for monetary or whatever reason?
Well, thank you, Coleman.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Boom.
Yeah.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Tell me how things are going here at DMACC. What are you studying?
I study video right now. They're going actually really well. Still trying to kind of figure out where I'm trying to go in life. Whole lot of stuff on that, just kind of going through my head. But definitely, I'm enjoying it here. Getting a certificate in video production and having different experiences within DMACC have been really nice. So.
What's your story before you got to DMACC?
So I am in my 5th year of college, actually, which is really funny because I was expecting to be in and out in 4 years at a 4-year university. I started out at Iowa State studying computer engineering and didn't like it. Did 1 semester of that, didn't like it. Switched into business, did 4 semesters of that, didn't like that. So came to DMACC, and then after I had my off semester at DMACC, which was just kind of like I just didn't take classes just to like keep my mind occupied. I switched into video in the fall of 21, and here I am. So, yeah, fall of 21. Yeah.
How does an engineer's mind and a business mind, which you must have as you at least attempted to study them, how has that influenced your approach to video production?
I think it's actually kind of interesting that, I don't know, like the people assume that I have the engineering mind. I really don't, as much as I wish that I did. The business mind still not as much even. I've learned that I very much like to work with my hands, and which is good for engineering. And the engineering that I was doing was computer engineering, which is not so much a focus in computer engineering. When I was doing computer engineering, I would just spend all day typing on my computer, and it was boring, and I didn't like it. But definitely working with my hands is something that I've learned a lot from different opportunities I've had through DMACC and through video production. That's been the big thing that I've really learned out of the whole thing. I like to use my hands, get them dirty, have some fun in the process. I guess from my experiences at Iowa State, I have now a full list of things that I don't like. I have a list of things that I don't enjoy. And even through video production, I've learned that there's still some things that I still don't enjoy, even within video production. I started out as a sound guy when I was 12, right? I started making beats on my computer when I was 12. Do I like sound? Yes. Do I want to do sound for the rest of my life? Probably not, honestly. It's kind of like a hobby, but not so much like a career. So, list of things I don't like.
That's an important list to compile.
Yeah.
What is it that your capstone project is going to be?
So I had one in the works that I was really excited about, and then I kind of realized that I didn't really know where I was taking it, and I just with time constraints, and I wanted to also just do it right when I did do it. I had one that I was working on that was a little spin-off story of a thing that we did when I was in my first semester of DMACC doing video. There's a little thing that we did called Camp Oasis, and I was going to do a little spin-off of that. That's like a parallel story, kind of side story kind of thing. I was going to do something on that, but I wanted to do it right and do it well and do it with the same people that I was able to do that project with. And those people aren't available this semester because they're doing their stuff. So I'm putting that on the back burner. I'm going to eventually do it sometime, hopefully over the summer. But then in terms of the projects that I kind of have my hands in is a lot of them, doing different things, doing PA jobs for different people for their projects, I'm a cinematographer for I think 2 projects at this point, doing different things that are just kind of like here and there. I'm writing a soundtrack for someone, just different things, because I still kind of have that music background.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
And
master of none.
Well, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Exactly.
Not yet.
Not yet. But we're getting
that's
there.
the motto I always like to throw at the end of negative statements. There, it's not yet.
Not yet. We're getting there.
And so, in your ideal world, you know what you don't like. In an ideal world, what do you love, and what would you want your job to be on a video production set?
So it's actually kind of interesting because I'm kind of leaning more even away from video production. My dream job is to be a director at like a news station. So not necessarily something within like writing, shooting, and editing something. It's you just kind of do it, and then once it's done, it's done. That's kind of like that's kind of the thing that I learned is like the joy of like broadcast television, is you do it once, and if it doesn't go right, you never have to do it again. You know, you never have that like I worked at KCCI for a while, and our big thing there was, well, that was a really really bad A block. We never have to do that A block again. You know, that was terrible. That was like it was so terrible. A lot of the time, we'd come out with that's okay, because we never have to do that A block again.
Well, Anthony, I really think it's cool that you are on this journey. I look forward to seeing where it takes you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Jocelyn, what are you studying here at DMACC?
Right now, I'm studying video production. I kind of here in the fall, I'm thinking about maybe trying something different and going into animation and coming back to the degree. Kind of the more you know type of thing in this field. So,
Yes, having a wide variety of knowledge is an important thing in this industry for sure. So, why did you originally decide to start in video production?
so it actually kind of goes back to like when I was really young. My dad's an IT guy, so I've always had a computer around me. He used to build them and everything, and he used to have a camcorder, and he would vlog us like every day as children, and he still has all those videos. So going back and watching them, it's like oh haha, kind of cute, kind of funny. But even when I was younger, I would from that I would set up my own sets with blankets over chairs and get my phone and then do my own acting. It was a one-man show. And then I'd take it all in the iMovie as like an 8-year-old and like cut up all the clips and really embarrassing videos, but kind of brought me to where I am today.
You got to get started someplace.
Right.
Starting at 8 is a good time to get started. And so you get here in high school. Were you making short films, or what were you doing in the industry?
So when I was 13, I started in After Effects. I kind of started self-teaching myself because my dad kind of had like a free version from where he worked and he got access to it. So I kind of started teaching myself in that area, and I kind of, from when I was in the science, because I was like, oh, I want to go in the science. And kind of from that, I was like, no, I really am like liking video and media and stuff like that. So I was like, I was making all that kind of stuff. I was making like short little animations, cutting clips. I was in Iowa High School Speech Association in the short film category for a couple of years. I think we made it to All-State once with a couple of films. So
Nice. So now you're here, and you think you might want to go into animation, which of course is ever growing importance in video production. What about that animation that speaks to you?
really, like I started getting into drawing more, and obviously I'm kind of an anime fan, so I watch more anime than movies kind of thing. So that's kind of where that starts to stem from, and it kind of just intrigues me because like seeing the difference between video production and animation, I think it's just very interesting. And I've already like kind of spoke to some of the animation students about it, and it's just their point of view on all of that stuff is really, really interesting. So
Well, I'm excited to see if at some point you merge the two. Maybe do a modern day Roger Rabbit or something like that, bringing in that animation to live action too. So you seem to be very interested in a lot of things. What did you pick for your capstone project?
my capstone project, I actually picked. I'm a little bit of a writer in my free time. It's like my hobby. I picked a story that I've been working on for 5 or 6 years now, and I pulled 2 chapters out of the novel and started creating a short film out of it. It's a little bit of a bigger project, obviously, and there's a lot involved, and there's a lot. I'm so thankful because my classmates were so willing to help me out with it. So, but yeah.
What is the title of the novel?
It's called A Hit Woman's Wish.
And have you translated that over to your adaptation? Same title?
Yes.
And what is give me a synopsis of what's going on.
So the basic premise of it is it's basically a hit woman in a world where it's like kind of like the afterlife, and she's kind of like destined to become like the god or like the queen of the world. There's a lot more to the story. It's a very complex story. So sitting here giving a full synopsis of it might take a while, but that's kind of the basic gist of it.
So when you're trying to pick, okay, I'm going to take 2 chapters out of this. It sounds like an entire universe that you're creating.
Mhm.
Why did you pick those 2 chapters?
They were the beginning 2 chapters, and obviously I kind of had to cut them down a little bit to like the main points. And I think the most challenging part about that was, like you said, I'm kind of creating a whole world. So trying to get that whole world into like a 10-minute, 15-minute short was really challenging. But I think with how I have the script written, it'll be wonderful. So
And that on top of budget constraints, I'm sure this is quite the challenge for you. I look forward to seeing how you pull it off, and I just appreciate you sitting down, Jocelyn.
Mhm.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Price.
Hello.
What are you studying at DMACC?
I'm here studying video production. I'm almost done with it, so it's pretty nice.
What does almost done with it mean?
Just a semester left, and then I'll be transferring to the University of Northern Iowa to major in digital media production.
Very nice. So before you got to DMACC, now that you're a veteran person here, what were you doing in video production that made you like it?
So it all started when I was a senior in high school. There was a class called Video and Audio Broadcasting, which is a total lie. There was no broadcasting. But still, the first day I absolutely fell in love with that class because like there was no tests or like papers to write. We just like made videos and then move on to making more videos. And my mom works here at DMACC, so I get my tuition paid for. So this is a plus also.
Yes, that sounds like a
Yes.
great plus, a double plus. So you're making the videos. You really enjoy the practical aspect of video production. It sounds like. So since you've been at DMACC, what has surprised you about your enjoyment of video production?
I just really enjoy like getting to meet with like so many people, and then how like they like create their videos too is like really amazing. Of like all the creativity here.
So the collaboration is something that you're really enjoying now.
Yeah.
And so before we'll get to your capstone in a second,
Mhm.
but in previous years, what has been your favorite project that you've worked on?
Well, there is one noble project that is like stuck with me So my first semester of my final, we were supposed to make a surrealist film, and it was, and you can like base it on a haiku. So I wrote one. It was like goes like, oh, the pain I'm in, my discomfort is ugly. I clogged the toilet.
Mm.
And so I made like a super artistic film of like the process of eating Taco Bell, from the beginning to like the aftermath. It's called Bell Taco.
The aftermath.
Yes.
Well said. Okay, so as you're doing that, and now it leads you into this moment where you're in your final time here, final times, I should say, at DMACC, and you have the capstone project. What is your capstone project?
So my capstone is called Fish Paste. Is a comedic film. Is very like inspired by Napoleon Dynamite and how like all the weird characters like interact. It's about this guy he thinks he's a fierce master warrior, and he gets beats up by his former partner in training, and so he tries to recruit other people to get revenge on him, but it goes horribly wrong.
So are you also acting in this?
I make a little cameo in it of one of the recruiters.
I see, like a Quentin Tarantino's type of cameo
Yeah.
there. So do you enjoy being in front of the camera at all?
Oh yeah. Well, before I did video, I was in theater since I was 6 years old. I did a lot of shows around the Des Moines area and also in high school. So I'm very, very comfortable like acting in front of the camera.
But you much prefer being behind it.
Yeah, as I'm getting older, I prefer to be more behind the camera, but I still enjoy like acting like here and there.
And when you're coming up with your ideas, what's the first thing that comes to you?
It's usually like either like a scenario or like a funny story that like happened to me, or like a movie that was inspired. Like my capstone was inspired by Napoleon Dynamite and also like Step Brothers and those movies from that era.
Okay, so the idea, you have an idea, and then there's just this feeling inside you like, I can make this.
Yeah.
That's really an exciting moment,
Yeah.
isn't
It
it?
was the first one that I finished too, because I had some ideas, but I never got to finish it.
Well, I look forward to you finishing this and wherever your career takes you. Thanks for sitting down.
Thank you.
Jordan, tell me what you're studying here at DMACC.
I'm studying graphic design.
And graphic design. How did you start? Was it drawing that got you started?
Yeah, drawing. I've been drawing since I was really young. So starting back in first grade, I actually came back to DMACC after graduating from Iowa State. So went to Iowa State, pursued a major that I didn't really do anything with. Fell in love with graphic design in the meantime. Had kind of been putting it off, but came back to wrap things up.
What were you studying at Iowa State, or what did you get your degree in?
Originally, I went to Iowa State for event management and advertising.
Okay. How, even though it's not a degree you really like, how has those two paths influenced your approach to graphic design?
Sure. Advertising has a lot more overlap than event management does. Event management was something I kind of strayed away from just because of the schedule and the requirements, just working after people are off usually. Advertising was more, I mean, it overlaps with design as to how you are trying to communicate with people to sell things. So yeah, that's kind of the overlap, I guess, with graphic design.
So as you're going from drawing to being on the computer, what is that process like for your mind?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of, it varies. So the steps usually are just kind of looking at inspiration. So just kind of seeing what is the aesthetic that I'm going for, or what's the goal of the project, and then just kind of slowly iterating until I get something that I like or fits what I'm trying to do.
Sure. And so as you're going through graphic design and you're thinking back to that path you were on, how good does it feel to be on this path that you're currently on in DMACC?
Sure. It feels really good. It feels like I'm accomplishing something and kind of moving forward with something that I want to be doing, as opposed to feeling a little bit pigeonholed into something that I feel like I have
and
to
what
do.
is the thing about graphic design that you just freaking love?
Yeah. I love just creating and kind of those steps of iterating and having fun, and being able to kind of put into physical form what it is that I'm trying to communicate. So seeing an idea in my head on paper tangibly, or I guess digitally too, is what I love about it.
All right, so now your capstone. What is it? What did you decide to do?
Sure. Graphic design's a little different because your capstone is technically like a portfolio. So everybody's looks a little bit different. Currently what we're working on, though, is an expressions magazine. So basically it's a layout that I think the English department puts together. They write all their stories, and then they send it to the graphic design department, and we basically design the layouts. So that's what we're working on. It's relatively competitive because we have 2 class sections and we're only going to have 1 magazine. So it's split between 2, and the professor is serving as the creative director. So he gets to pick, which one's better, and which one will make the magazine. So he's kind of pitting us against each other, but it's good practice.
So you get the article, the magazine. How do you decide which story you want to do the graphic design for?
Sure. So we are actually just assigned the stories. So I didn't get a pick, which sometimes can make it tricky. But I got a relatively good story with a lot of imagery. It's about cyborgs. It's something a little different than what I would write if I were writing it, but it is fun to kind of stretch yourself to say, even if this is not something that I would necessarily do, how do I represent this story well and kind of tell that visually and match it with the words that the author's trying to get across.
Sure, yeah. That can what a challenge that is, to try and take somebody else's words, but I guess that's the job, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I wish you the best of luck on that. I'm sure there's going to be some frustrated days ahead, but I can tell from the smile that you have that you're finally on the right path.
For sure.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks, Scott.
Hello, Aya. What brings you to DMACC?
I'm in the video production program.
Oh, video production. Well, so why?
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for asking. I used to work in a cubicle in for a financial institution, and a lot of really angry people would call us. So, so in between calls and while people were yelling, I started coloring in children's books, and it would pass the time, would make me feel better, and then I started taking the pictures and like creating stories in my cubicle. And then years into it, I'm like, how can I make a living off of this? Well, maybe I'll look at video production. So I just took a leap of faith. I quit my job when COVID came, and I thought, okay, let me give it a go. I know I'm going to be a lot older than everybody else, but let me see what will happen.
And how has it gone?
It's been great. I mean, my background, I'm a trained actor. So I wanted to learn things behind the scenes. I wanted to learn how, the camera work, the editing, the sound, and I have some writing experience, but I really wanted to get to see if I like doing behind the scenes work, and I do. I really like it.
Did you have college experience before you were in the cubicle job?
Yeah, I have a theater degree from Central College, and then actually I have I have a master's from Defense Policy Studies from George Washington University. So when I was living on the East Coast, I was writing reports for the government by day, and then in the evenings, I was a background actor in Baltimore. So I was like an extra on like Netflix shows like House of Cards, HBO's Game Change, and it was great to see like A-list actors. But after a while, the only reason I was going was the food. It was great catering, and then I thought, well, I probably should make a change. And then when I moved back to Iowa, I really didn't think there'd be any acting opportunities. So I tried to expand.
Well, that's an incredible story. Now you're here. How has been? I mean, you have a lot of experience in front of the camera. We all have these expectations that build up, certainly, but then you get into actually doing behind the scenes stuff. How has that compared to what you expected it to be?
It's taught me how to. I mean, I've learned a lot from my classmates. It's taught me how to get along with people. How to check my ego, and I've also when I think about production, what I've learned is how to make something ordinary interesting. That's what I relearned in our photography class, and also production is time consuming and there's other people involved. So I was trying to how can I make this easier for if I'm leading the team, how can I make this easier so people can help me? How can we do this so it's fun, we can learn something, and it's easy?
Well, that leads us into probably something that's not so easy, which is your capstone. Give me an overview of that.
So that was my mindset for my capstone. I guess I'd always been interested. I'm curious. I just ask a lot of questions. So I always heard stories about a morgue at DMACC down the hall, and then my mom's like, "Well, what happens to the bodies? Do they, are they from a crime scene?" And I thought, wow, that I could do a capstone on that. So there is not a morgue here in the building. There's mortuary sciences, and they do embalming. But down the road, there on DMACC's campus, they have a state of Iowa crime lab, chief medical examiner, and then they have DMACC has a crime house that they use for training. So there is a morgue, but it's just not in this building. So I approached it thinking, well, this is, let me do something on campus. Maybe other people would be interested. And then, so I was like the producer and the reporter. So I was scheduling the interviews, and I was really surprised how open and willing the state chief medical examiner's office was like, yeah, we'll do an interview. Come to our autopsy suite. I'm like, whoa. And then the crime house was open. The state crime lab was having it. We got lucky. We just got lucky because it was the day that all these things were happening. There was a tour at the crime lab, a tour at the crime house. And because all these things were happening, the medical examiner's office was like, yeah, come on over. So we just got lucky. Timing was good because what I've learned is if you're going to do something, production, plan ahead, try really hard to plan. So I was like, okay, let me schedule this because I'm a procrastinator. But because I scheduled early, we got that tour. And then what I want to do from that is I think I want to like explore multimedia journalism because I really like I don't know, it's kind of fun to be in front of the camera, be behind the camera, write, edit. And I have some experience at a local station, KCCI, doing robotic camera work, but maybe I'll give it a go and see if I can do it in front of the camera.
Well, it seems like you taking this shot to come back to school is working out. So thanks for sitting down and telling me about it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Madison. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying video production at DMACC.
What got you interested in video production?
Yeah, so I was originally in live production at first. So I did Lutheran Church of Hope. I did at 7th grade for like 7 years of time. I first did it for volunteer for 3 years, and then for 4 years I worked at it. And I got really interested into like the cameras and the sound. Even in high school, I did a bunch of musicals. I won some awards for sound design and operation with that. I continued on into Adventureland, did audio visual technician, and then I also did Iowa Wild. I do their graphics and such. So I really love the live industry a lot, along with the sound industry, and I really wanted to get invested in the behind the scenes of like movies and like different types of like video and such like that to be able to have a variety of talent with that. So I decided to go and do an associate's degree here.
So we have clearly you have a lot of experience. How have you enjoyed your time in video production?
Oh, I've loved it. This is what I love to do all the time. Like I love doing sound mostly. Audio is like my love, but I love doing all the camera work, and I love doing I love inputting on lights and like all that type of thing. I love the tech side of things with movies and videos. I love it. It's great.
So there's a lot of difference, of course, between live and we'll call it filmmaking, video production. And it seems like probably the biggest one is the difference in the amount of editing you have to do, right? With live, you don't really have too much editing. You might have some directing on time. How do you like the editing aspect of video production?
I love the editing style because like it makes you like able to create your own story. It's a lot more creative with that type of thing, and a lot more less restrictive, I guess. Live side, you would have to like do everything like on the time and like right there and then, and if a problem happens, you just can't do anything about it. But editing, you can cut out what you want or make it look pretty and like say a whole story with just the editing side of things. I love the process of editing. It makes it a whole new, less restrictive, I think.
So you have a lot of production background in live. Do you come up with your own stories?
Yeah. Well, for the live side of things, I don't, but like I help out with the tech side of things. But for video production, I've been coming up with the story side of things, where it's like making my own stories and like helping others with their stories and just getting invested into the story side of things. For script writing and storyboarding class, we had to write our own stories, and I had written a whole script, and I've never done that before. It was a 20-page script, and I really loved doing it. It was fun. It was getting something new out of the production side of things.
And that brings us to your capstone. What did you decide to do?
I have a project named Discovery. It's kind of like documentary style of things. It's a discovery of career paths and like how people change their perspectives and what they want to do. So I'm interviewing young people, college kids, and then adults to see like how things change in perspectives and how they came to be from moment to moment, and how they change their mind and things and discover themselves.
Well, what have you discovered making this process?
So far I've only done the college side of things. I've noticed that there's a lot of like moments in like people's lives where they're like, oh, I did like Lego animation for a little bit, and well, not me specifically, but someone else did, and then they were like, then I started making videos about that, and it was really cool, and I thought that was really cool how like one moment in their childhood, like that seems so like little and like with toys and such, and it came into such a big thing.
So as you made this capstone, how rewarding is all these decisions you've made to get to this point? How rewarding is it to really get to pick a project that's all yours?
I love doing a project that's all mine. I'm used to working on other ones. Like, I've done work with Hitman's Wish, which is Jocelyn's. I've been director with that. I did Aya's shoot for a little bit with the autopsy investigation. That was a lot of fun. And I've done a lot of other people's capstones with them. And doing something on my own is something I'm new to. So doing this and like planning it and doing a bunch of creative decisions is really fun for me.
Wonderful. I'm glad you're on this path, Madison. I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Thank you.
Hello, Haley. What brings you to DMACC?
Hi, I'm Haley Freilinger, and I'm in the graphic design program.
Okay, graphic designer here.
Yep.
As I've talked to everybody, bringing it back to the beginning, what first got you excited about graphic design?
Well, I've always been interested in art. In fact, during COVID and the shutdown, I was making a lot of homemade birthday cards and stuff like that, and everyone kept telling me, you need to do something and get in the art business. And I had been in the bar and restaurant industry for almost 20 years, and I'd constantly been telling myself I needed to have a change. And I just happened to be looking through one of the continuing education magazines for DMACC, and graphic design kind of jumped out as a certificate option. And so I contacted an advisor, and he recommended that I go into the actual 2-year program.
Okay, so it just started as sort of a, I discover I'm really good at this.
Yeah.
Now, did you know you were really good at it, or did it take those other people like to be like, hey?
Yeah, I needed the push. I wish I would have done it years ago, but I just never really knew how to turn art into an actual successful career. And graphic design has been something I didn't even know what it entailed, what it was about, and how it is still creative and artistic and not just structured on computers and stuff like that.
So what you have, I guess the question I have is, what's the first thing that you made that made you think, and internally, because I know we're all humble around here, made you think, ooh, I'm good at this?
Well, I think a lot of stuff was when I was using the Adobe Illustrator, and how just making these shapes and lines can turn into something that looks really artistic and beautiful. I did a travel campaign for promoting travel to Madagascar, and I was able to make it. A lot of people use like just photography images for travel, and I illustrated the animals and the attractions, and just gave it kind of a unique look that would grab someone's eye versus just a picture of a lemur. I illustrated the lemur.
And you were like, okay, I think I can do this.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I can do this. So as you, then you're like, I'm going to make this big change. I'm coming. I'm going to go to DMACC and get it. How has your experience been so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. Like I said earlier, I wish I would have done it years ago. I'm kind of sad it's almost done just because I've really enjoyed learning. And I hope that that's something that I can continue to do in the future, is continue to learn new skills and keep adapting to changes in technology and stuff.
So you're taking all these things that you've learned, and now you have your capstone project, putting that whole portfolio together.
Yes.
Walk me through your portfolio.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yes, like I said, my travel campaign I really, really enjoy. I'm really proud of that. Another project that a lot of graphic designers in this program will be really proud of is a fairy tales book that we were able to completely lay out the inside, design how it's going to be set up, and then we did the whole cover design. And at the end of the project, we actually have an actual book that we made. We made the cover. We decided what font to use on the inside, how the chapters are going to be laid out. And that's just something really cool that we can take and just have. That's something that DMACC provided for us.
When you're looking and assessing your own work, how do you decide this is good enough to make the cut?
That's something I'm not very good at. It's difficult, and that's something that you continue to learn through at DMACC, and that will be something in the future is you make a lot of stuff that you love, but you have to kind of twist it to something that the client is going to love too. It can't be, you can't go off in your own direction sometimes. But then the best thing about graphic design is there are plenty of times where that's exactly what you need to do and make something that's all you.
So as you're deciding what you want to do after DMACC, what is it that you want to do?
Right now I have an internship at a small studio in Ankeny that I love, and I really learned there that that's kind of the style that I want to work in, because I've done t-shirt designs, logo designs, and then using the Adobe InDesign program to do brochures and pamphlets. So I want something that's a little bit of everything. I don't want to be just making magazine covers the whole time, but be able to use all of the Adobe Creative Suite programs a little bit each day.
Well, Haley, I know you said you wish you would have been on this path earlier, but I think you got here just at the right time. So
Yes.
thank you for sitting down with me.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Colby, you're here at DMACC. What are you studying?
Video production.
What about video production is intriguing to you?
Really just the whole creative process, from the pre-production, which I actually like the least, to production, post-production. They really do a good job at teaching us a lot about that stuff. So I think all the technical aspects of it are really good around here.
So you say of the three, pre-production, production, and post-production, pre-production is third. What is 1 and 2 in your mind?
One is definitely production. Like stuff like this is really like where I'm most comfortable. I do a little bit with post-production. Like I've experienced a little bit with editing, but it's not really like my bread and butter, I'd say.
On the production side, what role makes you feel the most comfortable?
Definitely camera operation. But I've done a little bit of audio work this semester with other people's capstones. So I've gotten experience with like some of the audio equipment, but I think like behind the camera is really where I'm most comfortable.
So when
with
you're
the production
operating the
aspect.
camera, walk me through your processes of how you're going to get your shot set up.
Well, I like to start by framing a subject, like I'm framed right now. And then I wait for the director to tell me to press record. I usually ask if, hey, does this look good? Like, do you want this framing or to be framed differently at all? Do you want me to use some different setting? Just stuff like that.
So before you even got to this point where you know you like to be a camera operator, going back to when you were younger, which I guess is always the case when we go back in time. But say when you were 10, 11, 12, 13, were you interested in production at that point?
I think it was when I was 14. I had a high school orientation, and this teacher had this class called production media, which was basically the same exact thing as the video production class here, but a lot more basic and bare bones. And I was like, you get to make movies like during school? I was like, that's awesome. Like you can just check out a camera and pretty much go wherever you want in school. I was like, that's so cool. So I took that class all through high school, and it kind of like really built the foundation for like the interest that I have in this. So I think that was kind of where it began when I was like 14 during high school orientation.
Nice. And so you come to DMACC, and now it's time to put together a capstone. What have you decided to do?
Well, since pre-production is at the bottom of the list, I'm not really a huge idea guy. So, and I don't really like helming my own projects unless they're like super, super informal. I don't like managing a lot of people, so I don't really have my own capstone project, but I've been trying to like hop on crews, like production crews, around here to help other people with their capstones. So like with the audio work, I did that for a whole other person's capstone. I did all the audio for this other person's capstone, and for the autopsy one, I was third camera / drone op.
Oh, we're flying the drone.
Yeah.
How you like
yeah,
that?
It's awesome. It's actually, it's a new passion of mine, I think.
Okay. So you're just getting into drones. Tell me about that because they're pretty cool.
Well, for my 20th birthday, which was last August, I got a DJI Mini 3 Pro. And I've always wanted a drone. I'd say since I was 14, coincidentally. I've wanted a drone, but they're just so expensive. But for my 20th birthday, I got one, and since then, I've just been taking it out as much as possible. Like whenever I have free time, I kind of take it out, take it up in the air. And if I see something cool, or I figure out like a way to capture something in a cool way with it, I try and do that.
How does framing your drone shots and that big scale help you when you're framing on a smaller scale?
Oh, that's such a good question.
You're welcome.
Well, with like big landscapes, it's easy because really all you have to know is like the basic like rule of thirds. Like you put the horizon line at the bottom and maybe the sun at the top, depending on where it is in the sky. I guess it really like brings out how important like the rule of thirds is. People think it's mostly just important in photography, but in video, it's also very important where you put your subject.
Well, I know you say you don't like to helm your own projects, and having people like you on set is very important. I think I can tell you have more ideas than you let out, and so I really look forward to seeing what you end up doing with your career, Colby.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Pluto. You are here at DMACC. What are you studying?
I am studying graphic design.
And graphic design, it seems like the story that I've heard many times before with graphic designers is it first started off with drawing. Is that how your path worked?
Yes, absolutely. I got really into art in middle school. The school that I was in got a new art teacher, and she was really encouraging and really helpful, and that kind of like brought me into getting really into art, kind of the same way that my mom used to be. And from there, I just kind of spiraled and tried everything I possibly could. Did physical drawing, digital drawing, tried stuff on the computer, and that's what got me into graphic design. I took a couple graphic design classes in high school, but those were more business focused than like art focused. So I figured I'd come to DMACC and see the artistic side of it.
For those of us who don't know, how would you describe the difference between business graphic design and what you say like the artistic or artsy graphic design?
So the business graphic design, the stuff that I did in high school, was focused a lot towards like website design. It was focused towards marketing, trying to like design a business and make them like look good for the world. Whereas the artistic graphic design is a lot more of like posters, books. I really like book design. That's like one of my favorite things to do. So.
What is it about book design that piques your interest?
Well, I've always been a big reader, so that kind of just drew me in. But realizing that every book I've ever read, every book I've ever just held in my hands had to have someone behind it making every decision for even just something as small as like a paragraph size. Someone had to think of that and make that decision themselves.
When you're doing all this reading, I'm not a graphic designer, so I kind of want to get into your brain and see how you interpret the world. Are you seeing different logos, animations, different graphics pop up as you're like just even reading stories?
Yeah, absolutely. I will get ideas from anywhere. I kind of constantly have just a list of projects I'm working on going in the back of my head, and as I'm going through my day-to-day life, I'll see things and go, oh, that can apply to this project. I can take that and put it into this project. I can do this here. So trying to get inspiration from everywhere I go and everything I see is really big.
So you think back to when you got started in that art class,
Mhm.
and with that new teacher that seemingly really had a huge influence on your life.
Mhm.
Sitting here now, what would you say to that young person who was just getting started?
I'd tell them not to worry as much. There's a lot of, when you're first getting into art, worrying that you're not as good as everybody else, and just trying to be better. I've been drawing for 6 years now, physically and digitally. Well, digitally for 6 years, physically for much longer. And it took me at least 4 of those years to get to a place that I would consider technically good. And a lot of that was just practice, and I have a lot of just sketchbooks full of really bad drawings somewhere in my room. So just not to worry as much and to take time and focus on the things that are important.
Wise words. And now as we get to the capstone, you have your portfolio. I'm assuming from your talent, there's not going to be bad ones in your portfolio. Tell me what is in there.
So I always try to design my portfolio specifically for who I'm going to be showing it to. So my portfolio kind of changes depending on the situation that I'm bringing it out in. A lot of the projects that stay consistent throughout would be our book design. We made a Grimm's Fairy Tales book. And mine had a hand-illustrated cover, and the inside was all designed and made by me. And as well as I have the logo for Portfolio Day, Bloom. That is in my portfolio. I'm the one who created that. So that was kind of one of my big projects where I realized, wow, I can do this.
And I'll get you out of here on this. What is the favorite thing so far today that you've ever designed?
My book, the Grimm's Fairy Tales book.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you so much, Pluto.
Thank you.
Hello, Jen. What are you
Hi.
studying here at DMACC?
I am in the graphic design program.
Okay, so as you get into graphic design, I like to kind of go back and see what got you started in graphic design.
So I think just like most artists, it started from a young age of me just drawing on literally everything, from like tests to just random pieces of paper that I find either at home or in the classroom. And I think it just really put me on the path towards some sort of artistic career. As I went through school, I found myself more leaning towards like digital art, and there was a class in my high school to where I was first really introduced to making digital art. And I think with the help of the teacher that instructed that, I was able to find my way into the graphic design program.
Do you remember the moment when you decided, I'm going to do graphic design?
So it was really during that digital art class. I was talking with my instructor, and it was one of the last projects we had to do, like a self-portrait, but with shapes. And I was talking to her, and she mentioned that DMACC had a graphic design program, and as soon as I looked into it, I knew that I needed to do it.
That's awesome. So how you had high expectations coming in. How have you felt so far with your time here at DMACC?
It has been amazing. I have definitely learned so much more than I thought I was going to. Going in, I thought it was just going to be a simple, like, this is how you do digital art and brochures and stuff like that. But no, it's been so much more. I've learned how to do, well, brochures, marketing stuff, how to build like a brand, how to use professional like programs, create books, and it's just been absolutely amazing.
How would you describe your style as a graphic designer?
I feel like it really depends on what I'm doing. I really like to do illustrations, so I feel like my style is kind of like bright colors, even though I don't really look like a bright colored person. I feel like, yeah, I just really like using bright colors in all of my stuff. Sometimes if I'm doing illustrations, I like to do some sort of like whimsical, like trippy type of thing, because that's really where I find I'm able to actually find my freedom.
Nice. So I assume that's what we'd see in your portfolio. Kind of walk me through some of the images that will be part of your capstone.
So as soon as I open my portfolio book, the first thing you see is some illustrations that I've done. And it was a 3 series where I was able to fully like get artistic freedom, and I was able to control everything in that project. And then the rest of it is more of like a professional type of feel. So like ranging from, like I said before, brochures to campaigns, like travel stuff. And then I end my portfolio book with my book design that I was able to tribute to my dad. I feel like that is the main thing that I want to leave off with in my portfolio is that attribution to him, because I know he'd definitely be super proud of me.
That's awesome. And so where do you want to go from here?
I would love to join like a smaller agency or go freelance. Preferably it would be that agency because I love working with a team and actually getting that like direction from people. I feel like when you're making designs, unless you're super sure on what you're doing, it would be best to do it with a team, just so more eyes, more minds, and it would be a better outcome.
Right. And so as you get to work with a team, is that one of the things that you like best about being here at DMACC?
Definitely. I love getting that direction from my instructors, and them actually telling me what I'm doing right and what I can fix, how I can change it. And then I also really like getting that input from my classmates because they have a completely different view of what we're making. And so I would get those extra ideas from them to build on it.
That's great. Well, it seems like you have a vision for what your future entails, and I know it will go in a myriad of different directions you didn't anticipate, but it seems like you have a good foundation. I appreciate you telling me about it.
Thank you.
Hello, Brian. What are you studying at DMACC?
Hey, I'm studying graphic design right now.
Graphic design.
Yeah.
How'd you get involved with that?
Well, I've been a doodler all my life, as early as, if you can remember this, dot matrix paper, drawing scenes, creating stories right in front of myself and my friends, and all through high school. Yeah.
My hairline tells you I remember dot matrix paper.
I'm glad someone remembers that.
It's so you started off doodling, and then when did you first start taking that to more of a digital form?
I would say shortly after high school. I worked for a screen printer for a little while, and I got to design a couple T-shirts, and that kind of held my attention for a long period of time. Being able to put something that everyone wants or has on their bodies, it's kind of cool to have your art walking around the world.
Did you ever think about getting into tattooing?
I did, although I have none on myself. I thought about it. Yeah.
I mean, T-shirts, tattooing, it's all the same, I think, right? But so you're working on that stuff, and then when was it that you thought, man, I should go to school for this?
It was a few years ago. I had a pause in my education, and it dawned on me that I really like to figure out what more I can grow from, what more can I add to my arsenal of illustration and those. And it is DMACC seemed like the right place to fill in that void that I was missing.
And how would you describe your style as a graphic artist?
Well, others would describe it more than I would. I honestly don't think about a style, but very illustrative. I like to throw it back, retro style. Some vintage characters is kind of where I find my comfort level.
So looking back at history inspires you?
Yes.
What period of history is most inspiring?
Honestly, 90s. Some of the, and then
You're
going
making
back.
me feel very old now. I was thinking, 1920s, 1910s, 1990s.
Yeah,
okay,
1990s.
Yes.
Yeah, but that was also when I started drawing. Too,
What was so? What is it about the 90s styling that really speaks to you?
Just kind of the bold graphics nature. There was a lot of mixture of things coming together in a weird way. Grunge, just kind of dirty, but that doesn't really suit me. It's kind of what spawns what my now style would be.
So as we're looking at what you put in for your capstone, I assume we'll see some 90s in there.
Probably a little bit further back. More 50s, 60s.
Tell me about what we're going to see in there.
Okay, so that's kind of going to the 30 years prior to when I was starting out in art. You'll see some rebranding that throws it back to like the 50s and 60s, and I kind of segued into some fun just illustration there for me.
Nice. So what makes something fun for you?
Catching an emotion. I mean, just something that'll light you up or make you think. That's kind of where it's at. It's either it makes you feel good or you think about it. Yeah.
And in the capstone
Mm-hmm.
of all your images, describe to me the process that went into making your favorite one.
Ooh, I would say looking to see what this was a rebrand for a local business and seeing what really would kind of illuminate or draw attention to a past era, and that the people today or younger generation today could connect to as well. Just fun stuff. There's a lot of animation online. There's great shows that kids will or capture their attention. So figure why not see if we can do it in the same way.
And what image is that for what small business?
This is for the Ankeny Diner.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just ate there.
Did you?
About a week and a half ago. Still pretty good.
All
That
right.
smell of chlorine as you walk in the door. It's pretty nice, isn't it? So it's but this is great. I mean, it seems like you have a pretty clear idea of where you want to go in the future.
Absolutely. And the T-shirts are what really draws my heart in. Again, I love wearing something that everybody has. So yeah, that's.
Well, if you ever get into tattooing, I will not be there. But thanks for being here today.
Well, thank you.
All right. Hello, Brandon. What are you studying here at DMACC?
The main thing I'm studying here is video production.
Okay, and what part of video production is most intriguing to you?
Most intriguing to me, well, like probably most people that come here, just the film side of it. I'm really into like storytelling and kind of this. I'm more kind of into the film bro side of it rather than like the production side of it. But really, for me, it's as long as I'm doing something on a set, I'm always pretty happy.
What are your favorite movies?
Favorite movies? Well, probably we'll list down a good three. We'll probably go with Eraserhead is probably my favorite. We got The Lighthouse by Robert Eggers. We've got Mad God's really good. We'll go with Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, and to top off the fifth one, I'm just gonna throw Ghostbusters in there.
Oh yeah, all right. Those are great films. So what did you learn, or what do you learn when you watch those films over and over again, which I assume you do? What lessons do you take from them as you apply them to your work here?
A lot of it's typically, well, composition's kind of the obvious one, like where they're framed, like what kind of sets they're using. Like for example, in Colorado Space, like you got a lot of squares. Their heads are always in something, which is probably my big thing. I always like to put the heads in some sort of shape. A lot of lighting's a big one. A lot of high contrast work, like for example, like Pi and stuff like that too, is another big one. I always like a lot of heavy shadows, a lot of heavy lights, a thing I take. And then probably the biggest one is sound. I like to take like it's very good. Eraserhead's a pretty big inspiration for a lot of my stuff. And you have like a lot of that slow drone, those kind of the heavy reverbs, big echoes and stuff like that. But like a lot of it's not like actual diegetic sound. It's just this nice atmosphere. Skin of Rink's also a good example of that too. Just nice, slow, and dense atmosphere.
Do you remember the moment in your life where you decided, I want to do video production?
Yes, I do. There's two keys. The two keys is one when I was like 13. Started using iMovie for the first time in my like tech class, and the big thing was learning how to cut and splice film was just like, oh, that's really fun. I enjoy that. I want to do that a lot, and then I started to realize, oh, this could be a job if I went into it. And then like it was I only want to make movies. But I just kind of want to do anything on sets as long as I'm editing, filming, anything, just something. You know what I mean, associated with it. And the other big one is me and my dad watch a lot of movies together. That's just mainly our main pastime. And I kind of came to that feeling is I want to make something that makes me feel the way that I feel watching this. You know what I mean? Like something that can make other feel, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I just want to create is the big thing.
So as you're creating your capstone, how are you deciding what is going to be that project for you?
Well, the way I'm deciding that is I want to encapsulate, as it's a capstone, so I want it to encapsulate everything I've done this far. So I want to incorporate and build upon other things that I've already done. So I want to even take like some other ideas I've had for projects that I've made and flesh them out more than I did maybe, or take visuals that I've been wanting to try out for a long time and then make them happen. You know what I mean? I just want to make whatever's in my head a thing. So because that's the whole thing with art is like it's something that wasn't there originally. It didn't exist until you wanted it to. It was only in your head, and then when you make it, it's real. So I don't think there's anything such thing as a bad movie or anything such as a bad project because it's something that it didn't exist and then it's there. It's an amazing thing. It's a great feeling, especially when it's with a team, when it's with a friend's family. It becomes something a lot more than just some project or some movie. It's just something again that wasn't there, that through hard work or even through easy work, it doesn't matter. It becomes real, and it's amazing.
I love your philosophy and all this. This is a great life philosophy. It seems that's not just coming to movies, but the rest of how you approach day to day. It's really interesting, and I'm wondering how that sort of positivity do we see that in your work?
Not really. A lot of my work's just like music videos, basically. Like it's a lot of just like again high contrast, highlighting. Just sure, like if I'm feeling a certain way or if I'm sad or if I'm happy, it'll go into it. Especially if like my editing process is pretty much based on improvisation. So like a lot of that you'll see is like whatever I'm feeling in that moment will go into there. I'll be like, oh, that, or if I'm filming something, or I'll just like get up. Like there's one night I couldn't sleep, just got up at 3 a.m. and started walking around town to gas stations and filming them. It's like whatever it is. It doesn't really matter what it is. And I don't think the product is what matters for me. It's just the process of doing it and having something. That's the big thing.
Well, your passion is palpable, Brandon, and thank you so much for sharing it with me.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking about it.
Hello, Jesse. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am studying graphic design.
Graphic design. Okay,
Yes.
so what is intriguing about graphic design to you?
A lot of it is like cause I always liked like looking through like magazines. You'll see like a certain like page in there, where it's like, wow, the design of this looks very well done, and like a lot of it you can add like your own, like add like art to it or something. Like I always like doing art and designing stuff like that. So yeah, both of those mixing together, I thought that was a good fit.
You bring up a magazine example. Is it an example in your head that you remember from when you were smaller to seeing in a magazine? You're like, I could do that, or what is that memory?
It was mostly like stuff. I mostly had all that when I was like very young, because like I used to get these like these magazines like Zoo Books back then, and then I would, after seeing all those, I would grab magazines that my mom and dad would get and like look through those and see if there was any pages where it's like, that looks very, very nice.
Is there one image in your memory that really stands out to you that was inspirational?
I think this was in one of the Zoo Books ones. There was one based on the tiger, and it's like it had like all the lettering, but like the background was like all like tiger print and all that. But at the same time, like you could see like a little like faint image of a tiger back there as well. So yeah, I just thought that was something that looked very interesting. Yeah.
Nice. And so, how does that inspirational work that you saw when you were younger, how does that bleed into you as a graphic design artist today?
Cause like that was one of the things that I really liked. So like, cause there was a project that I did where we were supposed to write like find something based on a certain celebrity and like put that onto a page layout. And I did one on Ryan Reynolds. So I had like I had the whole page setup and everything, a little art piece that was Ryan Reynolds made out of like typeface and stuff like that. And then in the background, I did like the Deadpool symbol.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that one I thought I really liked. That one was one of my better ones.
Nice. I love how something from your origin story still percolates through to
Oh, yeah.
today. And how much will we see of that sort of thing in your capstone, in your portfolio? What images would we see in there?
That one would probably be my the one that you'll see that the most. I think there was like 2 other ones where I did that, but yeah, usually when I think of like ones that I involved that into, it was mostly that one.
And then outside of that example, what else are your stylings like?
Cause a lot of it is like cause let's see, there was one where we were supposed to like do a kind of like a little website thing on InDesign where it's like you're reading through this little pamphlet thing online, and like if you like click on a box or something, a little animation will happen. Yeah, that one, that was really fun to do because like we're supposed to do like stuff like based on the mountains or like based on a national park. So I did Bighorn National Park. So if you look through there, a lot of bighorns. Like one I had like running down a mountain. Another one I had like doing little hops up a mountain and all that. That was very fun.
Nice. And what do you want to do after you leave DMACC?
That's the thing, because before this, I did animation as well. So, yeah, I feel like I want to do like a mixture of like both of those. Like maybe work for some place where I can like do animation, because like I want to do like video game animation, like animating the models and all that. And so I wanted to do that, and maybe if I could work on the like box art of the animations. I mean, not the animations, the video games as well. That I would really be into because I always like the looks of the box art as well.
Well, Brandon, you seem like you have a lot of options moving forward. I wish you the best of luck.
Yep, thank you.
Bryce, what do you study here at DMACC?
I study video production here at DMACC.
Video production. What area of video production is most intriguing to you?
It is the editing part of the ending part, but I'm also into the other stuff of video production, the process of filming with some friends and family.
Well, let's lean into the editing right now, and let's explore what is it about editing that you enjoy.
I enjoy doing the color grading sometimes. Right now I'm working on a project with some friends, and I have an idea of what I'm going to do with the color grading to make it a lot more warmer for the project to be a little bit more uplifting because it's a love story.
Very nice. So you like doing sort of the color correction. When it comes to editing, do you also enjoy doing the sound editing?
Not that much. I have a friend that will do that for me. So
it's always good to build a good team of editors. So, and then you say you also like the other aspects of it. It sounds like it's the team aspect that you really enjoy.
I really enjoy the team aspect of video production.
Why is that?
You get to have good friends. A lot of people get good friends doing this projects. I met a lot of good friends in the video production program here because of the project that they've done or I have done, and I've gotten closer to most of them, and I love that.
Tell me about the projects that you have done prior to today.
So I did a project with my friend Jocelyn. She did it was an okay project, but I enjoyed doing that. I got to know her a little bit better. Brendan, I love him. He's an amazing project person. I've been working on a project with my company right now. We are doing a charity work at in Kansas City. It's called Dream Factory. It's basically Make-A-Wish for them.
So Dream Factory is your company?
No, that's the company that we're gonna go help.
I see. And your company is a video production company?
Yes, we are just starting it.
Oh, very cool. Very nice. How many people are on the team?
Right now it's 4 of us. It's basically the name of our companies are actually our last names are JHTSH
Okay.
Productions.
Okay, very nice. And is that made up of any other DMACC students?
Yes, they're actually in this room. So.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's great. So now, as we look at your capstone moving forward, what is your capstone project? And yeah, just kind of lean into that.
I've talked a little bit about the capstone video a little bit. It is the love story of 2 teenagers. One of them just moved into their apartment, the next door, and it's in 1970s, we figured out the time period. It's 1978 when we figured out what we're gonna do. Basically, it's their love story in that time period. And at the beginning, you see the granddaughter ask the grandma, that's the girl, how did you meet Grandpa? And then at the ending, you see she put a flower on his gravestone.
See, but spoiler alert,
Yeah,
everybody
spoiler.
out there. Jeez. Yeah, but so, how far along in the process are you?
We are just starting recording. We are working on the little girl scenes this coming up week. Right
So as by the time this interview airs, we'll be able to be seeing it right now.
Yeah.
So that's great. What in that process of making that capstone was the most surprising to you?
Getting the actors. It was a really hard part. Me and my producer, she is also an actress. She's actually going to be an actress in it. She's playing Ivy in the story, but she helped me find the people of the actors and actresses that are in the film, and it was really, really hard because at the beginning of doing it, we were trying to figure out we had auditions, and only 2 people auditioned. It was a little girl and the person that was the main character and the main guy character, and I'm like stressed out about it, but it was very, very fun to figure out who's gonna. We just had a casting read through this past weekend.
Well, that's really exciting. And you wrote this?
My friend wrote it. I came up with the idea and all
Awesome.
that.
Story by Rice. Well, thank you for telling me your story, and I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rice. Hello, Jasmine. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying graphic design.
Graphic design. And why did you get onto that path?
So growing up, I really loved art and computers. So like in high school, I figured that would be a perfect combination of the two. And now I've grown to love graphic design.
So going back to high school, what classes was it that you were taking that piqued your interest?
So in high school, I took like a lot of painting and advanced painting and then drawing classes, and I was president of my art club for 3 years. So then all of that spiraled in, and I kind of took a graphic design class, but it got cut short due to COVID.
But then how it got cut short, and I'm wondering how much you must have loved it, or why did you decide then ultimately I'm going to go to DMACC and I'm going to study graphic design?
I really loved it because it really got cut short. I took maybe a quarter of a graphic design class in high school and pursued it as a career, and I really like it. For going to DMACC, my plans kind of changed due to COVID, but I decided to stay local. Originally, I wanted to move to Colorado, but with everything being uncertain at the time, I decided to head out to Des Moines instead of staying.
So I want to get this right. You took a quarter of a class of graphic design, and that was enough for you to be like,
yeah,
this is what I got to do.
Yep.
Wow. That's so. Do you remember the specific moment where you felt that?
Kind of. We had a color project for Photoshop where we would like make it grayscale and then cut out parts of the image and put that in color. And I remember thinking that like this was really fun, and like I felt like this could be something I could do as a career. And I remember talking to my friends and family at like stores and stuff and walking down like grocery aisles with them and being like, everything all around you is graphic design. Like I would love to do this for my life, because they were all like, why would you do graphic design? What is graphic design? And I'm like, it's everything. It's everywhere. Like posters, products, packaging, everything.
What do you feel like you most want a graphic design for?
I would love to do either websites or package design, personally.
Websites or package design? Is there, when you're going through the grocery store?
Yes.
And you
All the
see
time.
what's your favorite recently that you saw the graphic and you're like, ooh, someone knows what they're doing.
At Target, there was this, I can't remember the brand name, but there's this line of new hair products. And the whole display case caught my eye. I actually took a picture of it for future reference. I really enjoyed it, and I stared at it for a while. Some good product design is eye-catching, and it'll make you stop and look at it. And I had no intention of stopping in anything in the hair area, and I was in there for a while looking at the products, and that's how you know it's a good product design, and I want to be the one to do that.
I like how you have this nice mix of emotion for it, but also a practicality.
Yeah.
And now we look at your capstone, your portfolio. What stylings are we going to see in there?
I try to keep it open. I would like to do a variety, whatever I need to do for the client. I don't want to hone in on a certain style and box myself in. I like keeping it open. I try to do that intentionally. So in my portfolio, I have branding pieces I've done for Mr. B's, but then I also have a book that I'm working on illustrating and writing that's for toddlers. So I try to keep it a variety and any kind of style, so in the future I can do it for whatever I need.
In an ideal world, who would you want to be doing graphic design for? Or what? Who or what?
I'm really not sure. I don't know.
Are you hoping to go? It sounds like you want to go into that product design or
Yes.
books, was it that you said?
Yeah.
And when it comes to books, are you thinking more more of the anime or children's books or fantasy? What style of book?
Children's books, probably. Right now I'm working on illustrating and writing a toddler's board book for toddlers, kids. The board books that have 6 pages and are cardboard for very young kids. I'm working on illustrating and writing that myself by hand.
Oh, well, okay, geez. I just keep the Jasmine onion. We keep peeling away, but unfortunately we've run out of time. But it's been a pleasure to meet you, Jasmine. I look forward to what you do in the future.
Thank you.
Hello, Leon. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am studying video production.
And what side of video production is most intriguing to you?
I am a post-production guy, so primarily a video editor. So, your Premiere, your After Effects, your Photoshop, when needed, Lightroom, Audition. Also have a focus in audio. I'm an audio nerd.
What do you like about audio?
The different nuances, like when you get a nice pair of studio monitors or headphones, prefer studio monitors, you can really hear how different people sound good on different mics. And a lot of people assume, oh, you only need this really expensive mic. And everyone sounds good on it, but they might do that in studios, but it may not be the mic that fits their voice. And it's kind of like figuring out a puzzle and trying to figure out how to do the EQ. Sometimes, well, I'll not get into it too deep, but, just trying to make people sound good. I don't know. I just find it a lot of fun, and it's a lot of kind of overlooked often. So I think it's a fun avenue to go down and, just do what I can, train my ears. It's a process, but it's been enjoyable.
Video is only as good as its audio, so we need people like you out there, and your enthusiasm for it is very clear. So take me back to when you were younger, and when did you first figure out, oh, I'm really intrigued by video production?
Man, must have been maybe around 10, maybe a little bit older. What interested me, probably in about 2007, 16. Okay, so I was 11, were people making cool videos out of video games. They're called machinimas, and they would, use the characters as actors, and that's what kind of like opened up the floodgates. Because then I was like, I want to do that, and then I learned the basics of how they do that is video, and then I started making videos on my own for my, various YouTube channels, and figured out I enjoyed the whole process, primarily the editing, and it just kind of built up from there. I've been making videos and editing for like 14 years. Been using Premiere though since 2014.
What is your capstone project?
My capstone project. Not sure if I necessarily have, my holy grail. Some of my YouTube videos have taken like well over 100 hours to make and produce, but I've been doing a lot of editing for different YouTubers or Twitch streamers lately. That's a realm that people want editors for, because people want video and they don't necessarily want to spend the hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to learn how to do it themselves. So it's I don't know, it's fun just meeting different people, helping them out,
You said
making some money.
Some of your videos have taken over 100 hours to make.
Easy peasy.
What are you covering?
Well, without nerding out too much, it's like writing the script, and I'm a very slow script writer. I'm pretty good at it, but I hate writing scripts, I'll admit it. And then doing the voiceover, editing the voiceover, and then the recording the footage, which can, they're like, challenge videos. So me trying to do something that's really, really hard typically in like a video game. So I'm not going to go too deep into it, but, and then I had to fill out the 20-minute long video with a lot of flashy edits to keep people's attention. So a lot of After Effects and that sort of thing. But, I do a lot of, internet videos, but I've also worked for a company and done my fair share of corporate videos, training videos, commercials, that sort of thing.
Well, Leon, you clearly have a love for this, and it's always inspiring to see. So I wish you the best of luck out there.
Much appreciated.
Hello, Brendan. What are you studying here at DMACC?
Hi. Right now, I'm studying the animation program.
Animation. Okay, so where did you get that idea?
I got that idea mainly from, my free time, really. I played a lot of video games growing up and watched a lot of animation TV stuff, basically, and I really enjoyed that, and I wanted to work in the field.
Okay, tell me what video game inspired you the most and what animated film or television show was really important to you.
Okay, so for television show, I would say the one that inspired me the most is probably Treasure Planet. And for a video game, there's so many to choose from. Probably Devil May Cry is the main one for me that I really enjoy that series. So.
What are there between those two? Are there similarities in their stylings that speaks to you, or is it something else that's going on?
I think it's the fantastical elements that are brought to life through it. It's something that can't be recreated in live action, and the work of the artist, it really it helps bring it to life, and it's absurd. It's absurd in some instances, but it's also believable through the work of the artist and the timing and the animation. So
certainly some surrealism can get to truth the way that realism can't sometimes. When you were a child, do you or just younger, do you remember the moment where you said, someone made this. I want to make this.
I would say that's definitely Treasure Planet, because that was definitely from when I was younger. A particular favorite is scene of mine is when the planet's starting to get destroyed, and the main character, I believe his name is Finn, but he starts he has like a hoverboard, and he starts like flying through the destroyed planet, and it was just really beautiful, and it was a merging of 3D and 2D, and that really inspired me.
So you make that decision. Did you do much animation while you were in high school?
While I was in high school, no, I mainly focused on drawing and my 2D skills. That's mainly what I worked on during high school.
Okay. So you first started with pencil and paper?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whenever I had time during class.
Well, say too much. Your teachers are here. But so you're making that, and now you get into being at DMACC.
Mm-hmm.
How has your experience been here so far?
It's been great so far. I have learned so much while I've been here, and there's so many different things that go into animation with like visual effects, like compositing, and with the animation itself, timing, exaggeration, follow through. You know, there's tons of there's whole principles to it, and yeah, it's a lot of hard work, but I'm very proud of what I've done here so far.
So now it is time for your capstone, and tell me what is going to be in that portfolio of yours.
In my portfolio, I'm going to mainly focus on my 3D animation. That's what I'm most proud of, and some modeling skills here and there. And
what do you feel like is like if you were to pick one thing that you've created, what's your favorite?
From beginning to end, there's animation we had to do of a spaceship landing, and I worked on it a year before in my it goes like animation 1, animation 2. Those are two separate courses. So we worked on that in animation 1, and I got to go back to it for my current class, which is demo reel production, and I got to go through and correct the mistakes I made originally and polish it, and I'm really proud of the final product for that. So yeah.
Getting a chance to work on something that you had already worked on, that's feels to me like a novel concept. I don't remember that being part of my education. So that's a really cool thing. How did it feel to be given that assignment? Oh, well, you got to work on this again.
Yeah. I was pretty excited to work on it again. There's a lot of things that I didn't have knowledge of the first time I went through, and now that I do have that knowledge, I was very happy to work on it again and fix everything that I did. So,
well, Brendan, I'm really happy that you got to sit down and talk with me, and I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me.
Hello, Josh. What do you study at DMACC here?
So I'm studying the Animation and Rich Media program here at DMACC.
And why did you decide on that?
Before going to DMACC, I found that I really like to create 3D models in the program called Blender. So when I went to DMACC, I realized that I really liked doing that sort of work, and I also wanted to go into animation as well.
Okay, so that's quite the path. So 3D models is really what speaks to you, or is it something else?
Yeah, 3D models in particular is what speaks to me. I really like the process of creating and working on them, and just in tandem with animation, you can really bring those models to life.
So when you were growing up, did you always want to be in animation?
I always liked working on computers. I thought maybe computer graphics or graphic artwork primarily, but I realized that I also like the 3D aspect of it, and I decided to gear myself towards that.
And what would you, as you gear yourself up here at DMACC, where do you want that to take you?
I primarily want to work in the film or game industry. I really like the pieces of work that they've created over the years, and I want to be able to inspire people like they have for me and other people.
And what pieces of video games that has inspired you?
The most notable video game that stands out to me primarily is the Metroid Prime games. Those are phenomenal and are just very inspiring for me.
What is it about it? What about the artwork there that speaks to you?
It's a very, I wouldn't say grounded, but it focuses more on the player and being able to explore on your own. And the art direction kind of complements that. It doesn't show a lot in words, but rather through environments and animation.
And how do we see that reflected in your work today?
A lot of the projects and models that I like to work on kind of have an inspired art direction, kind of like metallic sort of characters and armor, animation that is more realistic, but also being able to be expressive.
And as we turn our attention towards the end of the semester, when you have your capstone, describe to me a few of your favorite animations that you've created that are in there.
I think the most notable project that I've worked on recently was actually the most recent piece in demo reel and production. Our project was to create, propose, schedule, and produce a project in the span of 3 weeks. And going into the project, I saw that a lot of companies are looking for people who are familiar with the 3D modeling program ZBrush, as well as Adobe Substance Painter. And you can use that program to create some really realistic materials and textures for your models.
So is that sort of, would you describe your style as hyper-realism, or how would you describe your style?
I'd say it's kind of inspired by realism, like focusing on like metals that are reflective, that take in the environment and lighting, but also different in the sense that, you know, it's like science fiction where it has its own take, and it uses the realism to complement it, but doesn't necessarily follow it.
So your art kind of exists in an alternate universe with its own set of laws of physics, say. So you're creating your own world.
Yeah, it's just like it's telling a story just with just looking at it.
And how happy does it make you to be able to do this work?
Going into it, I didn't really think I would be able to, but after being able to do it, it does make me pretty proud of what I've accomplished over the past couple of years.
And where do you see in the technology taking you?
I definitely want to go into that sort of path with 3D modeling and 3D animation. And so in the future, I'd like to be able to work on a position that can do one of those two.
Well, I hope that comes true for you, Josh. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Hello, Bailey.
Hi.
What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm currently studying animation in the Rich Media major here at DMACC.
And you're studying what is studying animation? What does that mean?
Oh boy, that can mean a whole lot of things. We mostly take ideas that people have, and we draw and we create and animate them for an animated movie or a cartoon, or even you can animate stuff these days even for like a big motion picture movie even.
And out of those categories, which one speaks to you? Which one calls to you?
I definitely think that the movie area is the one that I'm most geared towards right now. That's kind of where I got my love for animation from, and kind of where I want to go in the future.
And what film spoke to you in that way?
So my favorite movie when I was growing up was Back to the Future.
Ooh.
So yeah, an oldie. And
Jeez, an oldie? That's okay. Ouch.
I was always very intrigued by the mall scene, especially when just with all the fire effects, and just I was like, that's
at the
so
is it the Twin Peaks Mall, Twin Valley, something
yes,
like that?
Yeah.
And at the beginning when he takes off
yes,
in the fire.
And the fire, just that iconic moment. I was like, that is something that I want to do when I get older. And here I am, and yeah, it's just very exciting, and I'm learning something that I've always wanted to be learning, and something that I'm very passionate about. And yeah,
And how have you felt your experience at DMACC has gone so far?
there's been a lot of ups and downs. Overall, it's been a very positive experience for me. Before I majored in animation, I was previously a visual communications major. So I can take the stuff that I learned from being a visual communication student and also applying it to animation, which is really kind of a double-edged sword for me, and something that I really enjoy doing as well. So,
How close to your full potential do you feel like you are right now with animation?
well, this is just the beginning. Like I'm in my early 20s at the moment, so I think I'm at a very great point right now, and I feel like I've learned so much through my past year in visual communications, and then my 2 years as an animation major. So I think that I'm in a really good place for a start in the animation industry, and I still have a long ways to go, but I'm very eager to learn, and yeah, I'm very excited for where I'm headed. So.
Well, we can see where you're at now with your portfolio, with your capstone. What are we gonna see in that?
For my capstone, for my demo reel, you're going to see a lot of 2D animation because that's where I'm mostly passionate about, and a lot of compositing. I like compositing. I think it has the door open a lot for different styles, for different ways to communicate, and just kind of brings everything together. And I really do enjoy doing that, and think it has a lot of room to grow in the future. And I think I would fit really well into that specific area.
And when in your demo reel, what's your favorite piece of animation?
Ooh, I really enjoyed doing a character take reaction, which we took a character that we had created and then we gave them an over-exaggerated reaction to an object. So I animated a border collie, a dog, eating a very hot chili pepper, and then he just started crying, and yeah, just whenever you eat something hot, you're always gonna kind of have this like, oh my god, what just happened feeling. So yeah, that was a really good project and really fun project to work on, to really experiment and kind of see where animation can really take me, and what I've learned so far, and what the future holds.
Sure,
so.
yes. Animation can take you some places, but you can also take animation places as well. I hope that you do that. So thank you so much,
Yes,
Bailey.
thank you.
Hello, Zoe.
Hi.
What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm currently a graphic design student at DMACC.
Graphic design.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a guess, because I've now talked to a few graphic designers. You first started by being a drawer. Is this true?
Yes.
What did you
yes.
draw?
Oh, all sorts of things. I remember just being at my grandma's, always sketching on any paper that I could find. And yeah, I've always been really into art club when I was in high school as well. So.
What would you normally sketch? People?
Yeah, I
birds?
really like drawing eyes. I draw eyes like a lot on like any paper, homework even sometimes.
Just the letter I over and over again?
No, like
Just
yeah.
kidding. We got you. Okay. So so you draw you like, I mean, the eye is one of the most difficult parts of the human face to draw. So did you like it for the challenge?
Yeah, and just I used to watch a lot of YouTube tutorials, so I kind of got the hang of it, and then I just started drawing lots. So.
And so then when did you make the transition from paper to the digital screen?
My dad actually bought me an iPad a few years ago, and I started digitally drawing on there, which I think really helps in graphic design now that it's all on a computer. So I kind of get to put that on the screen.
So you're drawing on the iPad with the stylus.
Yes.
And
yeah.
then you transfer that over, or however you modify it from there. So then you have it, and what is it about that process of the digital process that is really interesting to you?
Well, I just like the whole process of it. Being able to draw something on with pencil and paper, and then bringing it to the screen, and then bringing it onto a computer, and then making a design out of it is just really fun to do. It's just a really nice process.
What would you say your style is?
Oh boy, I like very minimalist designs, I would say.
Okay, minimalist designs. So, just describe something that you remember seeing that you were like, "Oh, I like minimalist." Do you have something that comes to mind? You're like, "Oh, you were watching Mad Men one time. You saw some sleek design." Is there something that you remember when you were younger being like, "Oh, wow, that's possible"?
I would say some movie posters, like back in the olden days. They didn't have a lot of imagery. Sometimes they worked with a lot of type that I really liked. So I would say like old movie posters.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Anyone specifically that you can think of?
Not that I can think
Okay,
of.
that's
but
fair. I put you on the spot. I shouldn't
Yeah,
have done that.
it's okay.
So now I will put you on the spot again. With your capstone, with your portfolio, what do we see in there?
Well, for graphic design, we don't really have like one big final project. We kind of do a lot of smaller ones. But right now, in one of my classes, we're doing an expressions magazine. And I think that one is a really great one for my portfolio because I put type, and then I also had some like illustrations with the type, and it just shows a lot of the creativity in that.
And what colors do you prefer to use? What style? What group of colors do you like?
I kind of shy away from really, really bright colors. I like the more muted tones. My favorite color is actually like a dark green, so I kind of go with
Not like a
greens
this
and-
green.
right, a
Although
little
you
darker
can't
than
see
that.
that.
Yeah.
It's taken up, but she likes a darker green. than
Yeah.
that. And has dark green always been your favorite color?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like
yeah.
your whole life?
Mhm.
Why?
Probably just it reminds me of trees. And I just
Trees.
like being outside. Yeah.
Okay. So does
Yep.
your graphic design, do you do a lot of nature-inspired graphics?
Sometimes, and then also like with my portfolio and like my business card and stuff, it all has the dark green, and it all kind of like correlates together. So I kind of made that my brand at this point.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
So if I see some dark green out there, I'll think
Yeah.
of you. And so then, Zoe, what is your most favorite thing that you've designed up until this point?
It would have to be in my typography class. We did a redesign of the Grimm's fairy tale book cover, and I also love reading, so that kind of put two of my hobbies together, and I really loved creating the book cover for that.
A lot of trees in Grimm's fairy tale.
Yes.
Is there a lot of
And
dark
green.
green?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yep.
imagine so. And where do you want to go from here?
Well, I'm kind of freelancing right now, but I would love to create book covers one day for a lot of authors. I think that would be really fun.
Very nice. Well, I think you're doing something that I don't think I could do, and it always impresses me when people have these skills that don't even I can't even really imagine how you do it. So I appreciate you sitting down and enlightening me.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
What do you study here at DMACC?
I'm in the animation and rich media program as of now.
All right. So why?
It was a bit of a leap of faith. I've always wanted to do something creative, and I just heard some really good things from a friend of mine about the animation program, and I thought, why not?
How much experience with animating things did you have before you got here?
Not too much. I took a class here and there, but it was very primitive, nothing too complex, just learning some puppet tool stuff, and that was about it.
And so then what about that process piqued your interest enough to be like, you know what, I think I want to explore this more?
Learning about animation actually didn't pique my interest. It almost turned me away at first. I almost went to writing, but I was looking to do something creative. I'm always in my head a lot, and I need to find some way to do it for a living, just to get it out of my head, I guess you could say.
So this journey you're on with animation, it really is a experiment at this point. Would you say that?
Absolutely.
And how is the experiment going?
More than I could ever hope for, honestly. Yeah.
Well, why would you say that? We're getting deep here.
Yeah, a little bit. It's I've always been trying to be a creative person. I was when everyone else was outside at recess, I was indoors drawing, looking at books, or instead of just watching like a cartoon show, I'd pause the TV and try to draw the frame as best I could, or try to come up with my own stories and anything. Always nonstop. Even while I'm at work right now, I'm more lost in my head than I am actually working. Honestly.
So when you're designing your animation, in your head, are you projecting story onto it?
Absolutely. I try to tell a story through everything, even if it's through what a character wears or how a character stands. I like to try to show something with it and tell a story with it.
And why is story important?
Well,
it's a deep question. I'm not even sure I know the answer.
Well, I don't even know if I could answer. It's putting a part of myself out there and my own worldviews and who I am. And
so sure, like you're projecting your own ethos of the world onto the things you're creating.
Yeah, maybe not as high concept as that, but a little bit, yeah.
Well, I think it's cool. I think you clearly are somebody who is quite intellectual. Like you think deeply. I think you've alluded to that a couple times here. And so now, as we look out and you have to do this capstone, this end year project, what is it that you that's going to be in that?
I hope my best work. A lot of character pieces. I find I've always been drawn to people, and particularly trying to portray people. And even if it's an inanimate object, I try to add personality to it. So I hope to convey humanity in a little bit of everything I do.
What's your color palette preferences?
I don't really have a color palette preference. I do have two colors I'm drawn to, and it's bright pink and sky blue. Those two in particular.
What do you think?
I'm getting way too sentimental, probably, but there was this album I loved that had those colors on it, and I was always drawn to it ever since I listened to it.
What album cover?
It was the Now Now by the Gorillaz.
Sure.
It was very hypnotic to me, and I ended up putting it in everything I do.
And somebody in your position made that. You know, somebody who is an artist put that on the cover. It spoke to you, and now here you are continuing the artist journey. I think that's pretty dang cool.
And I hope to do that to someone else someday.
Yes. So where do you want to go from here?
The path isn't set, I don't think. I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to go. Maybe movies, maybe games, or maybe even independent, but I just hope to get my work out there and inspire someone else.
Well, that is a wonderful thing to say and want, and I appreciate getting to talk to you.
Thank you. Me
Thanks,
too.
Andrew.
Thank you.
Hello, Tim.
Hey.
What do you study at DMACC?
I'm a student enrolled in the animation program.
Animation. What? Why'd you decide to go down that path?
Well, I started at DMACC because it was cheap and it was nearby, and I had an interest in the animation program, so I thought that could. It had some skills that I thought I could benefit from learning.
What are those skills that would be beneficial for you?
Well, I had a bit of technical skills in using computers and 3D software, so I thought that would be a good career path for me to go down, learning more about composition and the fundamentals of creating art and animation.
So where did you get that initial experience? Was you working? Was that high school class or on your own?
Through high school and high school classes, I took a lot of coding, and I just had an interest in computers and technology.
Was there a piece of art, or even some form of art, like a cartoon or a commercial or a book cover or something that you remember looking at and being like, that's inspirational?
Well, I've always liked video games, and so I had a lot of interest in how to create video games and all the animation and art and technology that goes into it. I was interested in learning about how to create.
What's your favorite video game?
I like the Legend of Zelda series. It's sort of a good fantasy genre. It has a lot of lore and symbolism all around the environments and places that you visit. So it's a really fun environment and world to immerse yourself in.
Would I see Zelda's stylings reflected in your work today?
A little bit.
How would even if it's pretty far in an indirect way, how would we see it?
Well, I've started learning a bit more about how to create some environments and locations that you really feel you can be a part of, and you can enter into the world that you see on screen.
And so, is world building something that is intriguing to you?
That is a big part of my interest and my desire to create.
That's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
But you're up to it. You like it. Well,
Yeah.
I think. Is there any world building in your capstone, in your portfolio for your end of your project?
Well, I'm not done yet, but there is a piece I'm working on that I've got some ideas for.
What can you give me a little sneak peek?
Well, I can say I hope you like swords, particle effects, and lots of flashy effects.
I do. I'm a big fan of broadswords, so I hope we see some of those there. What else besides that world building is in your style? What what else is in your would we see if I'm looking at your portfolio? What other items would I see in there?
Well, I have an interest in the visual aspect of creating materials and lighting for a composition that will affect a certain tone or mood to the scene. So there's a lot of different variation between some of the pieces that I have. They all have a lot of work done to perfect a certain tone that I hope to convey with the piece.
And what do you hope after all of this? Where do you want to see your next step in your career?
I hope to pursue a career in creating video games and things like that. Hopefully more the art history and animation side, but I do have some experience with coding and technology experience, so.
Do you have a video game story already in mind?
Well, how much time do we have?
About 10 seconds. So is the answer no? I can't tell you?
Well, yes.
All right, that's good. All right, well, thank you so much for being here, and I really appreciate it. I wish you the best moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sophie. What do you study here at DMACC?
I study in animation and rich media.
And Sophie, if I do remember, means wisdom in Greek. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think I heard you saying before that you want to create something based around your name.
Well, actually, it's a autobiography about my autism and ADHD.
Oh, and what's the title of it?
Wisdom, My Life of Autism and ADHD.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's creative. It's a beautiful name. And so why did you want to get into animation?
Well, ever since when I was a child, whereas I learned how cartoons were made, it like really fascinated me.
And so do you remember what the cartoons were that you were watching that first fascinated you?
Definitely the old Disney cartoons.
Like Cinderella?
Yeah, and like Snow White, Dumbo.
Yeah, old classics, beautiful classics. And that technology was fascinating. So you see those and you figure out, oh, that's interesting how they make those cartoons. And At what point do you remember being like, this is what I want to do when I grow up?
Probably when I was like 10 and a half, maybe.
Oh, you've known a long time you wanted to do this.
Yes.
So how did in high school are you able to hone any of the animation skills before you got to DMACC?
Unfortunately not.
So did you just do it on your own?
I did kind of self-taught animation, but I learned most of it through DMACC.
Wonderful. So you're here at DMACC. How has your experience been?
Pretty good, actually.
Yeah. And have you pretty much just been solely focused on honing your animation skills?
Yes.
What other things inspire you besides those cartoons in your animations? What inspires you?
Manga.
What is that?
Manga.
Manga.
Mhm.
What is that?
They are Japanese graphic novels.
Oh, yes. Now I know what you're talking about. Yes. What do you think about that Japanese artistic style speaks to you?
I like it because it's like more realistic, but not too realistic. It's not like uncanny.
Okay. So a little bit it's connected to reality but not exactly reflective of it.
Yes.
And for your final project for that capstone, what are the items that we will see in that big old summary of the work that you've done so far?
Hand-drawn animation on Toon Boom.
Okay. And which one is your favorite?
My favorite is probably the one with the ball bounce that the ball turns into a cat.
All right, I'd like to see that right meow. And so you have your cat, the ball thing that turns into the cat.
Mm-hmm.
So do you often like to have humor in your artwork?
Yeah, I do.
And what's your color palette that you prefer to tend towards?
I like low conscious colors. Like colors are like not too bright. Something that's like more easy on my eyes.
And what are you hoping to do when you get out of DMACC with this animation knowledge? What do you want to see your next stage of life be?
I want to do hand-drawn animation, mainly rough animation. But if I didn't have a choice, I would choose either storyboarding or character designing.
So you still really like, even though you can do digital stuff, you really like pen or pencil on paper.
Well, I use a Wacom to do
Okay.
hand-drawn animation.
Nice. So that technology, glad it exists. It's a nice
Mhm.
step for sure. Well, I appreciate you so much sitting down and telling me your story, Sophie, and I look forward to seeing your work and hopefully get that autobiography done someday.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie.
You're welcome.
Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hello, Tilly. What are you studying at DMACC?
I'm studying animation.
And why?
Well, I've sort of had a lifelong love of animation. I fluctuated a bit when I was younger in terms of what I wanted to do. I always knew it was something to do with art, but in the past couple years, I have been pretty sure that animation is my calling, as cheesy as that sounds.
Why do you think it's your calling?
I don't know. It's just everything about it is so fascinating to me. I'm usually like turned away by highly technical discussions when it comes to art, but with animation and stuff, I found I've always like been interested to learn more, and I've always been like engaged and like energized by it. You know.
When did your animation story start?
Oh.
I'll take that question again. Oh,
Sorry.
Here, now flip this a little bit.
Like this.
It should move a little. Oh, maybe not. loosen that up a little bit.
This is what I
Yeah.
get for being tall.
How dare you?
Yeah.
All right. Is that good, guys? Okay. I'll
Sorry.
take it back from. There we go. Okay. I got it. Yep. Okay. Here we go. And where did your animation story? Sorry. Are we going? And where did your animation story start?
So when I was little, I had a 3DS, and on there they had a little free animation software called Inchworm. It was sort of like a weaker version of Flipnote, which is more well-known 3DS animation software. And I remember just like being like enraptured by it, using its like stop motion things, it like the stop motion camera on it to pose the little toys I got from McDonald's of Pokemon around and make it look like they were battling. And it sort of just blossomed out from there with more like hand-drawn animations of other games and cartoons I liked.
And what were those cartoons that you liked?
I was really into like Regular Show and Adventure Time. I think their art styles, well, in addition to them just being really good shows, their art styles were much more like attainable compared to like older stuff like Courage the Cowardly Dog always seemed like a lot of detail. So I used to do a lot of art around that, especially Finn is a very easy to draw character design, or at least for me it was.
So then you do that. Were you able to focus on animation very much in your high school years?
Not much. I had a very full schedule throughout most of my high school life. I really only had time to put an animation class in the final year. Unfortunately, that was spring of 2020, so I really only got to go to a couple of those classes.
And now we're here for the end of the semester. Walk me through what we'd see in your portfolio.
Well, it's sort of a mix of 2D and 3D. I generally try and make my stuff character focused, as that's like mostly what I'm interested in. Trying to like get stories across with like expressions and body language. Sort of a mix, also a mix of like real like human or humanoid characters as well as more anthropomorphized like objects and stuff. Yeah, I do have a few other like smaller things with effects and whatnot.
What is usually the tone of your work?
I don't know. I like to keep my stuff very like light and colorful. I do obviously have an interest in telling like more serious stories, but I always enjoy when those are done with a very like bright and vibrant art style. The Midnight Gospel is actually a big inspiration in some of my work. I really love that show.
Interesting. And so where do you want to go from here?
I'm hoping to just join an existing studio. Honestly, I'd be happy doing anything in the industry. I'm so like excited to do things. But the main thing I'm interested in is doing character animation, possibly even doing things like storyboarding, character design, that sort of thing.
Nice. Well, Tilly, I think it's really you clearly have a vision of what you want to do, and I think that's important and very cool. And I wish you the best of luck.
All right.
Thanks, Tilly.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Mackenzie. What do you
Hello.
study here at DMACC?
I study photography.
Photography. Okay. So, when did you get into photography? When did you decide, oh, I like this?
I mean, I actually started last spring because I had actually originally gone to Nebraska for forensics, and then I decided to switch to photography last spring.
Well, photography sounds more fun.
Yeah.
So you get what type of camera do you prefer to shoot on?
I just prefer to shoot on like a Canon. I just prefer to shoot on like a Canon I just prefer to shoot on a Canon DSL like mirrorless, like just like a digital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great cameras.
Thank you.
Nice, small, get it out there. And what's your preferred lens to go to when you're going to go do a shoot? I know that's open-ended, depends on what you're doing, but ideally, what lens would you like to use?
I mean, I will say it's just, just because it's hard, just because I like to do a lot. But, I would just say pretty much just like the I would just say, I would pretty much just say just like a standard, like not like too, like I like, not like not fixed, like not like not like not like not fixed, not too small, not too big, just kind of something that's just kind of works for that kind of works for everything.
Run and gun, as they say.
Yeah.
So I knew you just sort of started photography, but when you were younger, did you take lots of photos?
I've always liked to take photos. I've always liked photography. I never actually considered it as like I never actually considered it as like a pro. I never actually considered like joining like the program until I got like the forensics like out of my system, and I was like, okay, no, like I can't, because I was just like I have to do something that I can just kind of make like my own, which I obviously can't do that with forensics. So
no, that would be the opposite of what you're supposed to do. But in photography,
like you can be creative.
Yeah, you create it. So what's your favorite subject matter to go out and photograph?
I would say I love travel and nature photography, I love just going out and seeing stuff and just kind of capturing like candid, just like as is moments, like this is what it looks like now, and just this is kind of just like a piece of history, I guess.
Nice.
Like that.
And so if I were to look out and you were going to walk me through your portfolio and you're going to talk to me about a couple of your favorite photos, what would be your favorite photo currently that you've taken?
It's hard to pick one just because it's kind of just like I have a different one from each like city that I've been to. Like I have like several cool like skyscraper ones that like I'm really proud of. There's a few there's like several like ones where just like the shadows form like really like interesting shapes.
In what city were those taken in?
I've taken them in St. Paul. I've taken them in St. Paul, Minnesota. I've taken them in Chicago. I took some in Galena, Illinois. I took some in Kansas City.
And how come you haven't been taking skyscraper shots in Ankeny?
Well, there have been a few like in Des Moines, but it's just building wise, personally, it's just like the bigger cities, in my opinion, at least, have like cooler buildings that just have like cooler shapes. Like Des Moines is cool and all, but there's not a whole lot of skyscrapers.
Yes, it would be very hard to be Spider-Man if you were living in Des Moines.
Yeah.
So you have those skyscraper shots. What's something else that you're really proud of? What's a photo you're really proud of taking?
I actually went down. To see some caves this summer too, and I got a few shots that I'm really proud of those because there's one, because it's just like exposure wise, like they came out amazing, like the light, like
where was this cave at?
I'm not gonna say. I'm not very good at the pronunciation.
Was it
of
in Iowa?
Yeah,
okay.
It's in Iowa. Supposed to say I'm not very good at the pronunciation.
Is it Makokata Caves?
Yeah, that
there
one.
we go.
That
yes,
one.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I love that place. Sometimes when the mist rolls in, it looks like you're in the Shire.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
Because I got a few shots of basically just like a huge like cave like entryway, and there's one where it's just there's one where it's just like the light is just like coming off like the rocks, but they're all like leading, like they're out they're all like leading like to like the they're all like just like perfectly like off to like the front, and it looks really pretty. Or there's one where I got like the entrance where there's still like there's a small waterfall in that entrance, so I got like the path like looping around because it's kind of like a circle. I got like the water like trickling down. I still got like the sunlight, and I still got like the reflection. Like
it was all just really pretty.
Awesome. Well, I really enjoy seeing you light up talking about your photography, and I'm really excited to see where you take it. So thank you for sharing your story with me.
Thank you.
Hello, Joel. What are you studying here at DMACC?
So right now I'm studying video production. I'm almost done with it. I've been doing it for a couple years, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm happy that I'm almost done with the classes.
What appeals to you most about video production?
What appeals to me most about it is it kind of teaches us filmmaking, even though like the jobs that it's prepared me for like aren't exactly kind of filmmaking, more like editing, camera work. Like I was able to get a job at a news station through a friend of mine who was also in the video production program, but ultimately I like that mostly teaches us like how movies are made basically and how to do them ourselves.
Of all the roles that go into making a film, which there's a plethora of them. Which one do you like doing the most?
I don't think there's an easy answer to that one, because I do like the Foley work, the one where you create your own sound effects. But I've also done a lot with camera work and camera shots. Like that's my job right now at a news station. Like I'm just setting up shots on camera, and I also kind of like the editing side of it too, because I got a side gig of editing sports videos at the moment.
Nice. So, when was it that you decided you'd want to go into video production?
I'd say that was back in 2019, when originally I was looking for like a film major for college, and I didn't find like something called film major at DMACC. What I did find was video production, and I knew that I wanted to go to DMACC instead of like a more expensive college at the time. So I decided that that's the program I was going to go with.
Nice. And what's your best memory now that you're just about to leave here? What was your favorite memory of your time here at DMACC?
Well, that's kind of hard.
The ones that you can say on camera.
Well, that's hard to choose, because there's a lot that I have just from the video production classes alone. But there's also other classes that I've taken, like photography, editing, Photoshop, where I've all had fun memories of that. But I think the one that I kind of have to choose off the top of my head was when I was working on one of my first video production projects way back in VP1, and I had a couple friends helping me out with it. So I'd have to go with that one.
So working on a team is something that you enjoy doing?
Actually, not always, because I prefer doing stuff by myself. But if I have to go with a team, like I kind of prefer working with people that I know I can trust to get the job done.
And now, tell me about what your capstone project is.
So my capstone, originally I was gonna compile like all of the shorts that I've done ever since the start of DMACC, both during classes and like during summer vacation and all that. And I was gonna comprise it as like an hour-and-a-half long feature-length movie, which is already done. But then I decided to scale that back, and instead my capstone is more like just the trailer for it, which some people could see as a reel. And in addition to that, I'm also currently working on a sort of behind-the-scenes documentary on how I made those short films as well.
And what do you want to do once you get out of here? It sounds like you are already working a little bit in TV news.
Right, yeah. Ultimately, like, I'd love to make like feature-length films, like aside from the one that I did for my capstone. But I'd also like to make ones that you'd see in a theater or you'd see on a streaming service. But right now, I'm also kind of happy where I am right now with doing camera work and audio and a little bit of editing at the news stations. I like the people that I work with, and I like what I do there. But like I said, like kind of like my end goal would be to make like feature-length films.
Very nice. Well, Joel, I wish you the best of luck, and thanks for sitting down.
Thank you, Scott. You have a nice day.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Florence. What are you studying here at DMACC?
So here at DMACC, I am studying photography.
And what form of photography do you prefer to practice?
So I prefer to shoot portraits or just anything creative because I just like to show my work through like what I see. Like obviously like that's what everybody does, but when I take pictures, I want it to execute the way I would like. So that's why I like to do my creative work as well, but I want to focus more on portrait.
Nice. When you were younger, were you oftentimes taking lots of photos?
Yes, actually. So like in your childhood, like obviously you don't remember everything that you did, but like when I look back on those pictures that my mom or my family has, I was always taking pictures all the time. And like I found my love for photography just going on a photo shoot with my friend. Like, let's get cute. Let's go take pictures. And so like I like got some really good ones over and she's like, "You can really like do something with this." And I was like, "I really could."
What's your favorite photo you've taken so far?
So my favorite photos that I've taken so far is actually I did a photo shoot last night with a friend, and we went to like Hobby Lobby, got all the equipment, got all the stuff that like I wanted to do for it, and like they turned out really good. So
yeah, what do you went to Hobby Lobby to get props or what?
Yeah, so I wanted to shoot with these like fabrics. It was like tulle, if you ever that sheer type of fabric. And like I got that and some like silk and like this one really pretty sheer one that had flowers on it because I wanted to do like a flower theme shoot. And so like I went and got that and some flowers and like we set up the little studio in my apartment and we did it.
Nice. So when you get an idea for a shoot, can you walk me through your process?
So like when I get an idea for a shoot, I like to try to execute it like right away or even just like put it in my Pinterest board, like look for inspiration. So then I can always look back on that because like it's not going to be like the exact replica of what I saw on Pinterest or what's in my head. It's just like ideas that I can create with other ideas and to create one image.
Nice. And so how did the shoot go?
I think the shoot went really well. Like we got a couple and like I've been going through them all morning and just trying to like work on them and they look really good.
A lot of photography, of course, is post-production. How much do you enjoy that post-production process?
So I love when I take pictures and it's like I'm so excited to edit them. It's like, oh, I can't wait to see how these look and like go through and pick out the good and the bad. And like obviously my thing is like I love all the pictures. It's like, but like you can't keep everything. But
that is the hard part, right? Is you have all these and you just can't give them all away. Now your capstone project, what is it? What are we going to see in that capstone, that portfolio?
So I want to do like feature my portraits, but I also might want to do some commercial work. Like I used to not really like commercial work like that, but the more this year, like within like commercial too, it's like really helped me like it just because I like to set up everything and like get it to be like just how I want it to be.
So you've said now a couple times you really enjoy portrait work. What is it about the portrait work that speaks to you?
Like I just love making my pictures look elegant or like just the look of how just like someone's face is like because like everyone's face is just so beautiful and like I want to like show that and like show them like this is you, this is really you.
Well, that is, I could see you being on set and very easy for you to generate a smile with people with that sort of positivity. That's really wonderful. And so what do you want to do with photography as you leave DMACC?
So as I leave DMACC, I hope to have my own studio one day. Like I already have a name, Photography Studios. And like I want that to be like I want that to be my job, and if I could make it a full-time thing, I would love to do that in the future, but I have to work towards that.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate you sitting down, and I really wish you the best of luck getting out there. It can be a little competitive, but it seems like you have a clear vision of what you want to accomplish, and I wish you the best of luck. Thanks for sitting down with me.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Evan, what are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying video production.
And what job in video production of all of them do you like doing the most?
Probably I like the editing part of it mostly.
What is it about editing that appeals to you?
Having like a bunch of parts separate and then they just all come together into one video in the end.
So taking all these different pieces and then stitching them together into a cohesive story.
Yeah.
And when you're editing, how do you know when it's working?
I kind of get an idea in my head at first, and then I'll just kind of throw stuff around, and then I'll watch it back over, and if it looks pretty good, I'll usually have a feeling for it.
Trial and error is a major philosophy of editing.
Yeah.
What is your least favorite thing to do on video production?
Least favorite?
And don't worry, nobody's listening.
Oh yeah. Probably lighting, mostly.
What don't you like about that?
It's a lot of work.
It's complicated too, and everybody's skin's a little different, so it's a little hard to get it all right. I agree with you. That's why usually I just hire somebody to do the lighting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So when did you decide that you wanted to be in video production?
I did a lot of like filming and editing in high school. I filmed for my soccer team, and then I kind of got to like it. Did some YouTube stuff,
and so then so you're in high school, and then you're like, oh, I think I'd like to do this moving forward. How has your experience been at DMACC?
Really good. I got to work with a lot of people, make a lot of contacts, and use like actual gear. So that was nice.
Are you somebody who finds inspiration for your work in other movies or other TV shows?
Yeah, I'd say so.
And what are those TV shows or movies that you enjoy?
A lot of documentary stuff because I like the cinematography. Cinematography in that, and like
Any specific documentaries that really have spoken to you?
My favorite one's probably Blackfish, the one about the orca whales.
And what about Blackfish, when you were watching it, made you sort of think, oh, that's good. I want to do something like that.
Kind of just like they use a story and like bring so much emotion into like the real world stuff, just with like events that have happened in the past.
Sure. So infusing emotion into the story. And then when you have your capstone project, tell me about that. What is it?
I'm doing a documentary on student athletes and like their like career through like childhood to high school sports to college and how they deal with that, like the change, and then mental health, and then like balancing schoolwork and stuff.
So it seems like there's a theme in your work of sports. Are you a big sports fan?
Yeah.
What sports are you a fan of?
Soccer, football, and basketball a little bit.
And how has the capstone project gone for you?
Good so far. I did a shoot in Colorado with the Colorado Springs soccer team, and that went really well. And I have a couple more interviews to do still, and then it'll be all good.
Well, the mountains of Colorado Springs certainly will provide a nice backdrop for some of the things that you're shooting. And what do you want to do with video production once you get out of DMACC?
I want to do like freelance videography, mostly for sports is what I'd like to do, but I'll pretty much, do whatever I can get right now.
I think that's a good philosophy to have just coming out of DMACC here. Well, I wish you the best of luck as you get out there. It's a competitive world for sure, and you have a kind of a clear idea of you want to be in this industry, and so how are you feeling about your prospects before you head out here?
Pretty good. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of experience and definitely grown a lot since I started DMACC. So.
Well, good. Well, I wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hello, Abby.
Hi.
What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm currently studying photography at DMACC.
And what what type of photography are you into?
Well, so far with the program, it's really introduced me to a lot of different sides of photography. So I'm really enjoying all of it. So portrait, commercial, and architecture. I guess top two would definitely be portrait and architecture, though.
Before you got to DMACC, what were your favorite forms?
Actually, I like to take pictures of just nature, like bugs, animals. I started my photography journey kind of back in 6th grade. I was bored one summer and picked up a camera and just started shooting. And I was also involved with a program called 4-H, so I entered a lot of photography that way, and it kind of just became a passion of mine.
So you've wanted to do this for a long time.
For a while, yeah. So high school was probably the main point of when I wanted to actually learn and get a career in photography. And so that's why I'm here at DMACC studying photography. So
That's great. So what has been your favorite memory of your time here at DMACC?
Definitely the teachers. So David, Olivia, Richard are awesome professors, instructors, and all the people that I've met. Honestly, I've met a lot of fun people, creative people, all like-minded. So it's been an awesome opportunity.
Well,
for sure.
you'll be very successful if you know how to kiss butt that well. So well done. They're all listening now. As you set up an idea, you get an idea in your head. How do you take that idea and make it a reality on a photo shoot?
Yeah, of course. So a lot of the time I get inspiration from like Pinterest, Instagram, other people's shoots. Also, a lot of the students here have a lot of brilliant ideas. So we just kind of look at the lighting situations from the pictures that were shown and try to replicate it and whatnot. And yeah, it's kind of hit or miss sometimes, but really just all of our brains coming together and trying to figure it out. So
And what if you could pick one lens for the rest of your life?
Oh,
That's the only lens you could ever shoot with. What lens would you pick?
That's a difficult one.
I'm asking hard-hitting questions.
Right.
Here. I warned you.
Shoot. I'm trying to remember what lens I have right now. I think it's about like a 100 to 200 something lens. I
So
don't know
something that
exactly,
zoom- so
but
something that
can
zooms.
zoom in and out pretty well. So I don't have to always change from like macro to like a really long lens or whatnot. Something I can do everything with, pretty much.
Tell me the difference of your enjoyment between shooting, say, in natural light and
Yeah.
shooting with audio or with studio lighting.
Yeah, I really do love studio lights just because you can get different intensities and whatnot. You can also add gels for more effects. Natural light's also really pretty and soft though as well. So I'm kind of a fan of both for sure.
Sounds like you're just a fan of photography.
I'm just a
in
fan of
general.
photography, yeah, overall. So
So your capstone project,
Yeah.
your portfolio, what images are we going to see in there?
you're going to see some portfolio or portrait work, commercial work, and architecture work. Just kind of everything that I've learned at DMACC so far.
And what is your favorite photo that you've taken?
Ooh, I did a little shoot, or my first studio shoot, with my friend Kiara and her little daughter. She came in her wedding dress to kind of give to her husband as a gift, kind of. So that was a really fun one that we had to do. So
That's
yeah.
nice. So how much do you like doing a lot of setup for your shoots, or do you prefer just to find the environment and just shoot it as it is?
Again, I like both.
I should have known that was going to be the answer.
Because in the studio you can really get creative with different backdrops, props and whatnot. But I also do like just being out in like nature, just brick buildings, anything kind of vintage and cool and whatnot. So
Well, that's good. You are clearly an advocate for the art form,
Yeah.
as well as a participant. What do you want to do with photography as you leave DMACC?
for sure, I definitely want to do a lot of portrait work, whatnot. I love bringing confidence to people, and just love getting to know different people as well. So through photography, I feel like that'll, it can make anyone happy. It can make anyone confident, whatnot. But I also have been thinking about doing more like drone photography for like real estates and whatnot, because that seems to be really big these days. So trying to hop on the trends, I guess.
That's
for
not
sure.
a bad business
Yeah.
move. Ideally, would you like to have your own studio?
My own studio for sure. I guess my dream job as a kid would be like working for National Geographic or something like that. So definitely traveling. Yeah, just sharing my work, sharing anything, pretty much.
Well, you have such a bright positivity that I think that'll help light your path
Thank
moving
you.
forward, and I wish you the best of luck, Abby.
Of
Thank
course.
you so
Thank
much
you so much for having
your
me.
time to sit down and talk with me.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Hello, Brittany. What are you studying here at DMACC?
Hi, I study photography here at DMACC.
And when did you decide that you were going to be a photographer?
Well, I am a mom to a 4-year-old little girl, and when she was born, I picked up a camera, and it's been photography ever since.
So your daughter was your inspiration?
Yes.
And what was it, do you think, that made you want to start photographing her?
Well, so I just picked up a camera and started taking pictures from literally the day she was born. And I kind of just fell in love with it. I wanted to document every moment possible because they grow so fast. She literally just turned 4 this last Thursday, so.
And she was born like a week ago, so
Yeah.
it just happens real quick.
Yeah, so it's definitely just because of her. I just started picking up a camera, and then I've fallen in love with it ever since.
When was that moment where you were like, wow, okay, I just took that photo. I think I want to study this.
Actually, it would have been literally the photos I took of her in the hospital. The day she was, like 2 days after she was born, I just started taking pictures, and then I started just loving it. So I every day was taking more pictures, and then it went to monthly. I was taking their monthly photos, and then I just kept it going.
And so you obviously have taken a plethora of photos of your
Yes.
daughter. What other things or people or places have you really enjoyed photographing?
I really enjoy photographing portraits. So anybody, people. I've done a lot of shoots with different girls and models, and really enjoy that. I love doing infants. I've done a lot of photos of babies and toddlers and kid photography. It's just pretty much what I really like to do.
Walk me through the challenges of photographing small children.
Just gotta keep them focused. It's really, really hard, but once you get it, there's always gonna be those photos that the parents aren't gonna think are gonna be the best, but then once they see them after, they're like, oh, love them so much, because you're never gonna see your kid doing those weird faces most likely ever again. But
Do you have a go-to like a tactic to get the child to focus?
usually just making funny faces and sounds usually gets them to go and laugh and smile, and then you just got to keep the parents focused on you, so then you can get the kids focused. And
Can you look into this camera and give me the funny face that you give the kids? Go ahead.
Probably not.
No, okay. Well, now it is time. Your time here is almost done. You have your capstone, your portfolio. What images will we see in your portfolio?
Pretty much it's all gonna be portraits, and then infants and families. I'm really leaning towards like the motherhood photography and a lot of those. So
Of the images that are in your portfolio, what one are you most proud of, and why?
so I just had a nephew born a couple weeks ago, and I just took all his newborn photos. I think my favorite photo is one of the ones I took of him.
Nice. And so, I know I've asked this of other photography students here. What's your favorite lens to shoot with?
The 50 millimeter.
Okay, so you like to get in there close, have some nice depth of field.
Yes.
And now that the focus on that's a little harder, and you're photographing little kids.
Mhm.
How hard is that?
It's not as hard as it seems. I think I'm just so used to it. I just can do it.
And you have that funny face that you're gonna make into
Yeah.
that camera now. Go ahead.
Probably not.
No. Okay. Well, it was worth a second shot. But well, Brittany, thank you so much for sitting down and talking to you. You clearly really have a way with being able to focus a small child, which is a magic power, I think. And so I think you'll be successful in photography if you decide to go in continuing this path. And I hope you do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Benito, what have you decided to study here at DMACC?
I'm getting my photography degree, and I graduate this summer.
Okay, and so what led you down the path of photography?
So I was interested in photography at a young age, and my grandpa gave me my first camera, and my family and friends were like, wow, like, you know, you have a natural talent, and they really hyped me up. So I decided, you know, like, I progressed with it, and it was just what I love to do. So
Do you think they were right that you had a natural talent? And that's an uncomfortable question for you to answer, but no one's listening.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you don't have to brag. Wow, a real
No.
jerk over here.
Yeah,
No,
I just capture like I feel like the lighting, and I just love I love it.
what was that camera that your grandpa gave you?
He gave me a Canon
Okay.
T5i, which was really nice for my first camera.
Do you still have that camera?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, good. Do you use it, or is it on the wall somewhere?
I still
as a
use
museum
it.
Piece?
I'm saving up for a new one, but I still use it.
Well, that is a great gift from your grandpa.
I know.
And so, what is your favorite things, people, or places to photograph?
I like to do portraits a lot. I like to be outside, couples, families. I kind of like to do it all. I still haven't tried it all, but I'm up for it.
Good. What is the thing that you haven't tried yet that excites you the most to actually get your hands dirty with?
I mean, maternity pictures. Brittany talked about that, and I think that would be really cool.
Okay.
I haven't done one yet, a session, so.
Well, it's a very small amount of clientele that
Yeah,
you could have. So
yeah.
and you got to catch them in a specific window. That's
Mhm.
what I hear. at
Yeah,
least.
yeah.
And so now you're out there. Walk me through your process of coming up with a concept or an idea and how you actually get that into your camera.
Okay, so first, find a location and just scope the area out and place your model where you think will look best and take the photo, I guess.
Just have a I'm just gonna shoot the hell out of this
Yeah,
and hopefully
till it
get a
looks
couple good
good.
ones.
Yeah.
That is a philosophy that if I were a photographer, exactly what I would do. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but you just let me know.
I
if it
usually
can
have a
sort
lot
it
of
out.
photos on my camera,
Yeah.
but just go through them and it's good.
That's the beauty. Can you imagine doing photography before digital?
No.
Have you ever played around with shooting on old film cameras?
Not necessarily old ones, but I've had disposables.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, those are kind of similar, I guess, but yeah.
What is it about thinking about those two different things? What's your favorite part of being able to shoot digitally?
The photos are just clear and really good. Yeah.
Well, clear and really good, I assume, is what is in your portfolio. Walk me through a couple of the images that we'll see in
Yeah.
there.
One of my favorite images is my cousin Lucy. We put her in the water, and I put a stool underneath the water so she's standing on it, doing a little pose, a gymnastics pose, but it looks like she's standing on the water, and there's a sunset in the background. That's one of my favorites.
Nice.
But I have a lot of portraits and couples and family photos in there.
And what are you hoping to do after you leave DMACC?
Hopefully my business will grow. And
what is that business?
Giving photography.
Giving photography.
Yes, I just used my last name. So, but yeah, I'm hoping that I can target, I want to do couples, families, kind of just do it all until, yeah, forever. I don't know.
Hey, forever is a good goal.
Yeah.
That's a good goal. And what has been your favorite shoot that you've done while you're at DMACC?
While I'm at DMACC, I actually just recently did one of my favorites at the Botanical Garden in Des Moines, and so that was probably one of my favorites.
What did you shoot there?
One of my friends from class, her name's Alyssa, and they turned out really good.
Did it look like you were in a
It looked like we were somewhere
rainforest?
tropical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a great setting.
Yeah, I know.
It's wonderful.
It
to
kind of
have it
looked
in
like we were traveling, even though we weren't.
Well, I really I can see a theme with you photography students. You all kind of have this big old smile when you talk about photography, and
Mhm.
that's inspiring. I'm glad you've had a good experience here at DMACC, and good luck getting out there.
Thank you.
And I hope that you keep using that camera your grandpa gave you
Yes,
for the rest of your
yeah,
life.
yeah.
Well, thank you for sitting down with me.
Thank you.
Hello, Cole. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm in the video production program.
What do you like about video production?
I love being able to be creative and going out into different scenarios and figuring out what's the best way to get a cool shot, or how can you get around problems that you come across on set.
And when you've been here at DMACC, what is, if you think back to a problem that you had to solve in the moment, can you lay out that example for me?
I'd say forgetting sandbags. we've forgotten sandbags. So when you put some on a C-stand, you know, you want to drop a sandbag on it. So we ended up gaff taping it to like nearby stuff and just making points to make sure it doesn't fall over.
Making it super safe.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably safer that way than it was with the sandbag.
Oh, yeah.
And so when did you decide that video production was something you were interested in?
Probably back in high school. That's where I got my first video production credit. And from then on, just seeing how you can edit something and make it look completely different than how it looks in real life, I think that's when I was hooked.
What is your favorite role to take on a video production team?
Probably the videographer, director of photography, actually holding the camera and doing it.
And why is that?
Just finding the angles and camera settings, different lenses, figuring out how to get what you're wanting, and just messing around with it.
Right. The experimentation and the problem solving seems like to be a theme running through what you like about video production. And so as you're doing the video production, there's also those jobs you don't like. Which ones are you like, I'd really like to pass on doing that?
Probably more like the corporate stuff where it's just a standard interview and the same music that you see in every video behind it. But I'll see those as kind of a way to learn more. They're easier, so you can learn more about your camera on set. You have more time. It's just learning for a better project that you want to do.
Sure. I hope that at some point here we put over Cole's interview some of that really crappy music that he hates. So I'm wondering now, as you look forward, what do you want to be doing with video production?
I've really been getting into like live music, so like filming concerts, also music videos. I think are really fun. Just crazy camera movements, lights, and a lot of action and movement. I think it's super fun to film.
All set to corporate music, though?
Oh, no.
What is in your... I hope that corporate music's playing now in the edit, because you're going to hate it. But what is your capstone project?
My capstone, I'm working with a couple other students in my class. We're doing a documentary about street art around town.
And lean into that a little bit. What is that idea?
Interviewing different artists, some people that do like murals, or we're also interviewing some businesses that have graffiti art on their building.
Nice. And how is that process going?
Good. I think we have 1 or 2 more shoots, and then it's time to edit.
And what role are you taking on that?
We kind of all switch. I'm mainly on the camera, but also I've done like audio and lighting, and it's only 4 to 5 of us, so
I can relate. Yeah. That it's kind of where you are, yes. And even as you get out there, being able to work on a team and wear many hats is so important. Is wearing a lot of different hats on set something that you enjoy?
Yeah, because then you can kind of control, like if you're doing camera and lighting, you can kind of know how to light it, how you want it lit, instead of trying to tell someone and keep telling them, a little bit more over here, a little bit less. Then you just go do it yourself.
And what do you want to do with video production when you get done here at DMACC?
I'm moving down to Nashville beginning of August, end of July, and I'm going to try to do some like tour stuff with the band and music videos.
Oh, nice. So kind of in the field documenting of what's going on. And do you enjoy doing the interview process of the documentaries?
I do. That's different, I think, from corporate. Corporate, you can kind of get that, you're in this building and basic lighting, but those you can have a really cool background and just make it your own.
Well, I wish you the best of luck down in Nashville, and I hope you make it big.
Thank you.
Hello, Nick. What are you studying at DMACC?
I'm a photography student.
Photography. All right. Yeah. When did you decide in your life you're like, I like photography?
Say I was probably in 7th grade. I got an old Polaroid, the little strip Insta ones, And I don't know, I just started taking pictures of my friends, kind of fell in love with it. And always kind of had it in the back of my mind that something I wanted to do. Life went on, and, worked in factories and sold cars for a while, delivered pizzas, did tons of different jobs, but that always stayed in the back of my mind. And COVID happened, and the opportunity arose to come to school, and here I am.
So in that first Polaroid that you're using, do you remember any of the photos that you first took, and you're like, oh, that's good?
Took a picture of a basket of fruit. It was just a simple picture, but just there was like a depth to it that I just remember seeing, just kind of layers. And that's kind of, I guess, where I started to realize that there's a little bit more to photography than just, you can just take a picture.
And what camera do you like to shoot on now?
I shoot with a Canon 5D Mark IV.
Oh, nice. And while you're working the factory, delivering pizza, so on and so forth, does your mind constantly see photos that you could take?
Sometimes. I mean, I kind of put it on the back burner for quite a few years. Had kids, and worried more about living life in a different way than photography. And now I'm getting more back into it, and I see almost every time I turn around, it's like a little snapshot. So,
do you, of the two options, do you prefer photographing things as they are, or like to get and set them and place things?
A little bit of both, actually. I like a lot of, I do a lot of like art stuff where I do like photo manipulation, where I'll mix different things and do a lot of Photoshop, playing around with stuff. But I also like to do a lot of like commercial work where I will set things in very specific, places and set my lighting just right.
Nice. And so now it's time you're about done here. You have your portfolio, that capstone. What images do we see in that portfolio of yours?
We're going to have a lot of portrait work, commercial work, and probably a little bit of some of my like artwork.
What type of artwork?
More of that photo manipulation kind of Photoshop work.
Of the portraits, the commercial, your artwork, what's an image? Can you describe one of your favorites to me?
I did a food shoot with pancakes on forks with syrup dripping down. The blue background. That's one of my favorite shots that I've taken.
Wow, I'm trying to think how you... So you have the blue background. Yeah. Well, you know what? We have this green screen behind.
Yeah.
I bet it's on, or it's taking up the screen right now, so we get to see it there. But show it to me after. I'd like to see that. Now, what do you want to do with photography? You've already had a kind of a practical. You have had practical careers before this, and now you have this moment of being a practical photographer. What do you want to do with that moving forward?
Moving forward, I just want to do photography. Whether I'm working, freelance, doing my own, portrait studio type work, or whether it's working commercially through another company, if I've got a camera in my hand, I feel like I'll be happy.
Well, that is it sounds so simple, but
Yeah.
it's great. I'm glad that you got the opportunity to get back into it, and hopefully that Polaroid, you still have that around as well. And I wish you the best luck moving forward, Nick.
Well, thank you.
Hello, Jack. What do you study here at DMACC?
Hi. I study video production at DMACC. I've kind of gone back and forth on it. I started with video production, and then came back in 2020, did a couple of semesters of graphic design, and then I did some business, and then I've come back to finish up the Video Production Associates program.
Nice. What part of video production do you like the most?
My favorite part is probably just the creation aspect. I like creating something that people like. I like creating things that will entertain people. I've just always kind of been a performer for that sort of thing, so I've been very big on using video as my avenue for that.
So when you're saying you're a performer, have you been on the camera or in front of the camera on stage? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I've had a long experience with it. I started doing plays and musicals when I was, 6 or 7. At around age 9, I'd say, is when YouTube was starting to get to the point where I was noticing it, and a lot of people were just making fun stuff, and I thought to myself, well, I suppose I could do that. We've come a long way from Windows Movie Maker, but that's what I started out with when I was doing that.
That was not, you were 9 years old when you had that thought?
Yep. I saw
Wow.
it. It was entertaining, and I thought to myself, I could probably do something like that.
Do you remember the specific video that inspired you in that way?
There were a lot of them running around at the time, and it was during the earlier days of YouTube, so a lot of them were not exactly the high point of creative outlook, but just some of the, back when I was a kid, there was one called everybody was doing this cartoon character dies or something like that, and they did little effects in Microsoft Paint, and I was like, oh, I wonder if it's just in Paint, I could probably do that, and varying degrees of success on that, but I've constantly had to live in my shadow of one of those because it has the highest amount of views I've ever gotten, and I'm not saying what it is, but it has 190,000 views, and I'm never getting out from under that.
Well, you might be surprised. You never know. The viral environment is one that is a fool's errand sometimes. You just don't know what's going to take off and what not. But it sounds like you are not opposed to just churning out content as needed and see what happens.
Yeah, and I've been doing that. I work at a comic shop in Ames right now called Mayhem Comics, and part of the reason they hired me was to do a YouTube channel for them, and that has been, I've been doing it for about a year now, and it's been basically weekly content for that, and I've had a lot of enjoyment out of that. Got a lot faster at my editing, obviously, for a week turnout, and I think I've learned a lot from that. The channel for a local group has 850 subscribers now, so I'm pretty happy with that, given it was from quite literally the ground up.
Now, you have your capstone project. Tell me about it. What is it?
At this point, my capstone project probably will be a big showcase of the channel work I have done and just sort of the growth that's been able to work with doing promotionals and community content. And obviously, it's a comic shop, so we talk about hobbies. There's some gameplay aspects to it. And just being able to go, here's what I made, here's the views, here's how this has grown, here's how this has helped the store. And I think that'd be a great way to really showcase what proper video marketing can do for a place.
You have quite a bit of experience, it sounds like, and so I'm wondering if you could self-assess what's the number one thing you need to get better at?
I would say the number one thing I need to get better at is probably shooting from the hip a little less. You get the experience, you do it a little more, but I'm very much the type of person who likes doing one-man crew style things when maybe sometimes it'd be best I grab somebody else to do it with me. It's been working so far, but on some projects you can definitely feel the heat on that when you're the only one doing it. But it's enjoyable. I like it. It's a lot of fun for me. I really feel alive doing the one-man crew thing, but sometimes you need an extra set of hands.
Yeah, working on a team is an important part of video production, though sometimes the budget doesn't allow to have any sort of team at all. Well, it sounds like you have a somewhat of a clear path moving forward. What is it that you want to do after you get out of here?
I think the main thing I'd want to do is continue doing video marketing for businesses and really help them tell their story in what unique ways I can, because every business has a story that can be told, and the important thing is just to not make it be lost in the sea of everything.
Well, if you can find those answers, you're going to be super successful. So I wish you the best of luck out there with your channel and with your growing career.
Thank you.
Hello, Connor. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am actually in the video production program.
Video production. What areas of video production do you enjoy?
The whole aspect of learning with the cameras and lots of hands-on activities that we get to do within the program. That's for sure.
And specifically, lean into what are your 3 favorite things to do on a video production crew?
Obviously camera work. I love holding the camera and getting my own creative input with the shots and stuff like that. Not learning audio, which I still need to learn a little bit more, but learning audio, holding the mic, making sure that the levels are good on everyone who's on the set, and the editing process is a lot of fun too.
So, I like to do these retrospectives. How long have you been interested in video production?
I've been interested in video production since high school. It all started out when I started my own YouTube channel, which was more of just kind of like me recording videos of theme parks and stuff like that, and it evolved from there. From
videos of you and like riding roller coasters,
kind of like that, yes. Just like POVs of like stuff like that, or just like talking about theme parks in general, like what's happening new at theme parks. So kind of like a news kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I interrupted you as you were about to tell me you evolved from that into
into classes at my high school that actually had where we worked with other classmates to create some like little films or short films that they get to play at the every Wednesday for the whole school. So it was fun to do that too.
And so how did that experience in high school prepare you for your time here at DMACC?
It got me more comfortable with the camera and also working with a crew. And there was this other program it's class that at my high school, which was called Orbis, which allowed us to work with companies outside, like from outside of the school. If anyone knows Bluebeam, I worked with them to help create like some promotional videos or even Make-A-Wish Foundation, which was awesome.
Nice. And so how has your time gone here at DMACC?
It's been good. I thoroughly enjoy it so far. I mean, I also learned the photography with David Purdy and all that, and also learning with Miguel now with video production, and it's just a lot of fun.
And explain to me what your capstone project is.
My capstone is going to be about this. It's going to be a documentary about this elderly lady that collects a lot of Disney stuff. As like I said before, I'm interested in like theme parks and stuff like that. So she has like a huge collection of like vintage stuff she has, and I just want to capture her stories that she got from them and also the collection she has.
How did you find this person?
Funny enough, just from church. She was just from church, and yeah.
And she just talks about her Disney collection. You were like, I got to film this.
Exactly, yes. I had no idea it was like that. She was like that. So, and I don't, who would expect that from anyone like just like in Ankeny, Iowa? So I was like, this is important. I need to document this.
Yeah, that's a great that your mind, like as soon as you heard it, did your mind go, woo?
Kind of like that. I've known her for about 5 years now. Like I met her 5 years ago, but I haven't really had an opportunity to like create the film project, I guess you could say, that I had in my mind for about a couple of years. And I feel like right now is a great opportunity to do it and, capture her stories.
You've garnered all these skills while, doing your high school work and now being here at DMACC that you can now tell the story in the way that you're hoping to.
Exactly.
And well, sometimes stories just fall into your lap, right? You're like, well, I got to take this opportunity.
Exactly.
And how has it been working with a non-performer on camera?
Non-performer, yeah, it's been, you always got to make them feel comfortable when they're in front of the camera, of course. But usually, once you get to learn the techniques of having someone that's not a performer that is on camera. You just have to get them more comfortable. The more comfortable they are, the more acceptable they are to be on camera.
Well, wonderful, Connor, and I think you've given me acceptable answers, so I approve. But thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for sitting down with me.
Of course. Thank you.
Oh, Damien, what do you study here at DMACC?
I'm in the video production program.
What part of video production do you enjoy?
I really love camera operations, editing, just anything on site. Not much of a
Anything on
post
site?
production. Yep.
And so, when you were, at what point in your life did you think, I think I'll give video production a try?
So I spent 8 years in the music industry, making no money at all. Became friends with a videographer who started shooting all of our music videos. And I was like, wow, this guy's actually making money. Let's give this one a try. So I initially got into the program just because I wanted to be more self-sufficient within the music aspect of just creating everything on my end, and then I fell in love with it.
And what was that moment? Describe that moment of when you fell in love with it.
Where I realized that it's just as a creative outlet as music is, and I could express myself, and you find your own way, find your own attitude, find your own style.
Tell me about when you were in music. What was that? Why did you get into music first?
Cheesy as it sounds, music raised me in a lot of aspects. I just, as far back as I can remember, I loved music, and then hit 16 years old, started pushing it myself. Turned 18, started taking it seriously. Turned 24, started meeting the people in the video production and really stepping it up to the next level. And yeah.
So music raised you. I'm really interested for you to describe to me or explain to me how that musicality that runs throughout you affects your video production work.
Timing, telling a story behind what's actually being said. Like, music's a lot about energy and how you make somebody feel. Like, with a lot of the subliminals, like, we'll listen to lyricists, and like, for most people, that's at the forefront of what they hear, and like, oh, they're telling me a story, but there's all this behind the scenes stuff that's happening. And I kind of look at it as like, all the instrumentalists are creating like a perfect piece of paper, so the lyricists are the main point of what's happening in the song, and kind of bring everything to life, and you give them a blank slate to create on. The creation will be even better, and I view video and all that production as the same.
So who do you see on a video production set is that lyricist?
The lyricist is probably anyone who's on camera, like what you think the main focal point is that you're concentrating on, and then the instrumentalist or anyone behind the scenes or the set.
I may be overemphasizing music in your philosophy of video production, but I'm wondering, when you get to the edit bay, do you already have an ear for, oh, this is the music that I want?
In the like when I'm creating music, sometimes yes, sometimes I hear it in my head first, and sometimes you have to force yourself to sit down and just do it.
Sorry,
yeah.
I guess I mean when you're editing in video production, and there's no music yet, you just have the shots. Does the music come to you pretty quickly?
Not yet. I feel like that's something that just comes with time, practice, and experience, and like you'll start creating in your head. Right now, it's more of winging. It's the wrong term, but just taking what you have and creating the best that you can. And I'm trying to be more directed in what I capture.
Trial and error.
Yeah.
Right. So your capstone project, what is it?
We're working on a documentary about street graffiti and everyone's perspective on it, and how we're finding that the business owners to the commissioned artists to the underground graffiti artists all have the same point of view, even though none of them think they have the same point of view. Trying to cohesively bring it together.
And how has that production gone?
Well, we found out it's really hard to work like in the documentary aspect because it's hard to schedule some of these people. And you can't direct the content. The content just comes, and you kind of have to adjust what you're doing, what you're asking, and the approach that you take depending on what, like, as you keep adding layers to it and you talk to more people, it gets a little bit easier. But in the beginning, it's kind of a free-for-all, and you're just fingers crossed that it's going to work out.
And what do you want to do once you graduate from DMACC?
I'd love to continue to do documentary work. That would be like a dream come true. Freelance my own stuff, get hired out to tell somebody else's story, but anything touching a camera would make me happy at this point.
Scoring videos or film, is that something of interest to you?
I haven't dabbled in it a lot, but it's something I know I'm capable of. It's just need an opportunity to really sit down and do it.
Well, there aren't that many people out there doing it, so I hope that you at least explore it. Maybe it's not for you, but it seems like music is such a part of your identity that it might just seep out of you. So I'm really interested to see how your career develops. But I think it's cool that you had one path and you switched and you came here and you've had a good experience at DMACC, and I really appreciate you sitting down with me.
Yeah, definitely
Thanks,
appreciate
Damien.
your time. Yep.
Hello, Molly. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am a video production student here at DMACC. I'm also getting my liberal arts degree.
Okay, so you have video production and liberal arts. What are you studying in that general area of liberal arts?
My focus over there is to take a lot of the journalism and like marketing classes.
Ah, okay. This is what I was hoping for. So you have that area, and how is that influencing that journalism, marketing, influencing what you're doing in video production?
I mean, they genuinely go hand in hand. One of my goals in video production is to do kind of like investigative journalism sort of thing, as well as just like documentary work. So that really helps me on kind of the producing side of things and really digging in and finding all the information that I need ahead of time. Was kind of built through those journalism portions, as well as like learning how to write more professionally and talk to people as well, because that journalism involves a lot of interviewing and stuff like that, and that's the same sort of thing I'm carrying into video production.
What piqued your interest first, the journalism marketing area or video production?
Kind of a meld of both, honestly. I got into video production as I worked full time for about like 6 years in the sports industry, actually. I worked in a little bit of like graphic design, and I was a lacrosse coach. And through that, I started shooting recruiting videos and kind of just like fun end of the year videos for the teams that I coached. And I got a lot of compliments on that. And then people started, asking me to make those for money. And I got to a point in that career that I kind of topped out at 26. So I decided, okay, let's kind of reframe this, maybe go to school, get a degree somewhere. And the only thing that made sense and might make me happy was video production, journalism. Those kinds of things that I kind of dug into naturally.
So what part of video production itself is most intriguing to you?
The storytelling aspect, I think, you can hear a bunch of stories, but I think a lot of people kind of, when they hear something, they play a video in their mind, or at least I do. And being able to project that into the real world and kind of show the rest of the world what I see and the stories that I see and find interesting just naturally is just a really cool thing.
I love that storytelling is essentially your favorite part of video production. I don't think most people think of it that way. They think in a more practical purpose. And so I'm wondering, from a practical job, a director, cinematographer, editor, whatever, what's that practical job that you enjoy the most in video production?
Producing and directing, I think, which is not something I initially thought was going to be the case, because I don't think I want to do it for Hollywood, and that's what a lot of people think is like a Hollywood director producer. But again, more base level of just that like everyday storytelling can be done just like here in Des Moines.
You're preaching to the choir here. What's your capstone project?
Capstone project is I'm working on a graffiti documentary with a group of other students here. I'm helping produce and direct that. So I'm coming up with kind of reading between the lines and seeing where those stories connect and the story that we want to tell. And hopefully it bleeds together well and we come up with something that people want to see and change opinions or perspectives on things. So
what's the most challenging part of making that documentary?
Most challenging part is, I think, kind of directing it, honestly, because with it being a documentary where you're really just capturing real life, so there's only so much you can do to kind of build those questions to get the answers that you're hoping for and the perspective that you're hoping they'll share. But sometimes, again, you can't truly judge a book by the cover, and they'll have a different perspective than you think they do. Or we're kind of learning to see, too, that a lot of people have the same opinions in a lot of regards, and there's just little differences that kind of cause this war or judgment on one another.
And what has been your favorite part of putting this graffiti documentary together?
I don't know if I have a favorite, honestly. It's been, again, kind of building out that story and getting to talk to a bunch of different people that I normally probably wouldn't approach on the everyday and ask them kind of cool questions that go a little more in depth about themselves and what they enjoy.
Well, you clearly have like this contagious happiness when it comes to the subject matter, and I think that will bode well for you moving forward, Molly. And I appreciate you sitting down with me, and I wish you the best of luck moving
Yeah,
forward.
thank you so much.
What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying video production.
And you've heard this question probably 100 times. What's your favorite part of video production?
Ooh, big question, but my favorite part so far has just been the creativity that goes into it. Coming up with projects in a group aspect or on my own has been really fun. Capturing moments, especially like in a live setting, especially for like music or like just anything that's kind of put on live, I've really enjoyed as well. Just trying to capture that moment of time and place.
So when you're coming up with these creative ideas, you said sometimes with people and sometimes on your own. I want to focus on when you're on your own. Walk me through how your brain comes up with an idea.
Well, it's definitely different in different situations, but a lot of the time it's kind of hard to figure out what people want to watch. Like coming up with ideas, especially for like our capstone project, I had a couple ideas and I just tried to think of what would be the most interesting to people outside of the creative process of it to watch and take in.
Nice. And so have you always wanted to do video production?
No, it's not something I realized that I enjoyed until I actually started the program. I right out of high school, I just went into the workforce and had a crappy job that I hated. Did that for like 6 years before I hopped on the DMACC website actually and just looked at every different program that was offered. I'm like, hey, that could be cool. I'll give that a shot. And then started in the fall of 21 and just fell in love with it.
And how has your time at DMACC gone?
Very well, yeah. I've met some lifelong friends, made some good business relationships, personal relationships, met a lot of people that have helped me get better and also been able to, help each other grow, which has been really enjoyable.
What's the one place in video production you want to see the most growth from yourself?
Most growth from myself, I would say, is in narrative stuff is something I've really never tried my hand at. We had one script writing class here at DMACC, and I really enjoyed it, but taking that written out part from a screenplay or script and trying to adapt it into something that's visually pleasing is something that I'd want to tackle someday that I think would be really fun.
And what, I know this is hard for us Midwesterners to admit, but what's the thing you're best at video production?
Best at? Ooh. In the projects that I have done, I think something that I take pride in is just finding certain shots that are visually pleasing and also can contribute to a story. Doc stuff is like finding certain shots that, yeah, like I said, just make sense for the story and also just pleasing to look at, like the way it's framed, the way it's colored, all that stuff.
What's your capstone project?
My capstone project is a doc that I'm working on. I've been in production on it for about a year now. It's about my father. He's been a chef for close to 35 years, and he just stepped down from his job to start a food truck. So I've been capturing that process from the time we bought a broke down truck, we built it all the way out, and now he's trying to dive head into that being his career instead of the professional kitchen world.
Oh, that's fascinating. So what is it like to be, I mean, there's no way you can make a documentary about somebody doing this, experiencing the life that your father's experiencing without it being an intimate, honest, authentic, vulnerable situation. How are you making sure that your personal relationship with your father is either helping with that or not getting in the way?
To supplement that kind of stuff, I've had some fellow students and friends help out with, like, say, the interviewing part, like, to make it, because I know the answers he's going to give me because he knows that I know the answers already, so they'll be kind of half answers. But when I have somebody that he doesn't know kind of bringing new perspectives to him, it kind of got him to open up about going more depth on his answers, and then other parts of it just capturing the moment, like I said earlier, of building out the truck, selling food out of it, the struggles that he went through, like it broke down on the interstate, all kinds of stuff.
Well, that's good. Did you set that up? Because
no,
you should have.
I wish.
Yeah. Well, that's a really cool idea, and it seems very wise for you to bring in other people, because it is different when somebody's telling a story for the first time than if it's the 13th time. So,
Yep.
Austin, I wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
That's a really good idea, and I hope it all works out.
All right, appreciate
Thank you.
you.
Hello, Boston. What are you studying here at DMACC?
Well, I first started studying the video production when I was going for the diploma, and then I transferred into animation. After I completed that, now I'm here to finish up the video production courses as it's coming into a degree.
Oh, okay. So, let me unravel this. So you already have a degree in animation, and now you're here finishing up your degree in video production.
Yes.
And so, what is it about video production that you fell in love with?
It was about when I was in middle school. I started doing cartooning and drawing a lot to kind of cope with some social anxiety, and I just loved the whole aspect of storytelling. It was a thing I did with my siblings a lot. We just always loved watching our old movies, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Star Wars, all those kind of fantasy films, and then creating stories when I was in drama and theater. So when I got into DMACC, it was just a fun outlet for me I wanted to explore more storytelling aspects, and didn't realize when I was in animation how much I really enjoyed the pre-production side with storyboarding and coming up with the writing of the story and the characters. Kind of reminded me of when I was doing cartooning back in the day.
Okay, that's really interesting. So you are now in the video production. So you already have this animation skill. How is that infiltrating itself as you approach the finishing line of video production?
Well, when I was wrapping up animation, I was also meeting up with a couple friends from video, and we wanted to do a film together. So, and that was around the time of the pandemic. It gave me a lot of positive influence towards composition, timing, staging. Most of the principles of animation transfer over to when you're making a composition for video. So it really helped me kind of think about a lot of different aspects that I think a lot of people kind of miss or step over, like color, character, and just all the aspects of writing. It gave me just a better outlook, thinking forward instead of thinking on the day. So,
So what has your experience been like? You've been here longer than most students and getting your second degree. What has your experience at DMACC been like?
Oh, I love it. Every time I come back to DMACC, I enjoy the other students. I enjoy collaborating with the creative team, the teachers, of course, Chris Sinclair and Steve Schott and Al Miguel. It's been great. You know, everyone's always been so courteous. Everyone's got different ideas. Everyone's got a different way of being a creative outlet. It's kind of interesting just to get everyone's different creative perspectives.
What's your capstone project?
I'm working on. I'm editing the preview for the film I've been working on over the last couple of years. Just, show a little bit of that, and I'm also working on an animated piece with another student too.
Oh, so you got two going on. So yeah, break those two down for me a little bit.
So the first one is about 18, 20 minutes of the opening of the film. It kind of works as a great POC, so people can get an idea who the characters are and the story going forward, and gets them interested and want to know what's more following the first 18 minutes. And then the second piece I'm working on is a little animation about the Apollo mission to the moon, with a bit of a twist to it, about the astronauts. They go into the moon and then they morphs into this like demonic entity, and they enter the mouth and they go through this like Willy Wonka train boat ride kind of thing where it kind of spooks them. They see a little bit too much opening that Pandora's box. So it's a bit of a wonky piece, but it also it was fun to write down and kind of think about.
Well, it's a wonky piece if you got a Willy Wonka type of theme in there, so that makes sense. Well done. And what do you want to do with animation and video production as you leave DMACC? Although it sounds like you might just be coming back over and over and over again because you love it so much. But let's say you don't. What do you want to be doing?
Well, after I'm done with DMACC, I want to take the summer and the rest of the year to kind of expand upon my portfolio. I want to actually get back into doing animation, as I lost most of my programs after I ran out of money doing the film. And I want to just start getting more portfolio work for animation. And I want to utilize most of what I learned in animation to influence my video work, whether it's special effects, 3D work, any of that kind of stuff. Just kind of, I can have a lot of tools at my arsenal to use.
I see your hat. Is it BVM Productions? Yep. What does that stand for?
It stands for Beauty Via Media. It was the name of the company I came up with a couple of friends back when I started video production back in 2018. And then after that, we all disbanded. I kind of kept it along, and now And my brother gave me this hat, so it kind of makes me feel a little bit better.
Nice. Well, BVM Productions, I wish you the best of luck, Boston.
Absolutely. Thank you, man.
Hello, Deshaun. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm getting a video production associate's degree.
And what about video production is your favorite thing?
So just the general process of pre-production I've always really, really enjoyed. And then if it's a specific aspect of it, cinematography. I'm starting to lean more towards that.
So pre-production is not something a lot of people have listed as one of their favorite things. What is your favorite aspect of pre-production?
Just anything involving like setting up shots, going through shot lists, stuff like that. The storyboarding process is also really, really fun. Location work, sweetening sets, anything involving props, all that stuff.
Oh, wow. So with storyboards, are you a drawer?
No, I'm terrible at drawing.
So when you're doing the storyboarding process, do you work alongside somebody, or are you using a program? How do you storyboard?
I mean, I work alongside people if I want someone that's a little bit more technically skilled so that I can hammer out exactly what I want a shot to look like. But usually it's just about getting down the idea of where the camera placement is going to be and where my actors are going to be, what their marks are going to be, stuff like that. Just setting it all up and giving a visual to it so it's not just in my head.
When did you decide that you wanted to get into video production?
So, the movie Flushed Away?
I do not, but tell me about it.
It's about a rat that got flushed down the toilet and is living down there with other rats. That is the first movie I saw that made me realize that I liked storytelling. I know that sounds bizarre, but that's what it was.
What about that movie? What was it called again?
Flushed Away.
Flushed Away, great title. What about Flushed Away do you think inspired you?
It was just a lot of like zany looking characters, and I didn't watch a lot of animation growing up. The main two movies I can think of that I watched was that and Finding Nemo, but Flushed Away just made something click in my head where I was like, okay, so this is silly and goofy and fun, and I can do that.
Yeah, that's great. I haven't seen. I'll check that movie out. How has your time been at DMACC?
It's been really, really interesting. I've gone through a lot of different major stages of my life since I've been here. I started at DMACC first for Associate of Arts, and then COVID-19 happened and flipped my plans upside down like it did with most people. So I decided to reevaluate some things. I saw that DMACC had a video production program. I got excited because I was like, oh, this is something I've always wanted to get into, so I'm going to jump into that.
Good. And now you're coming towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
What is your capstone project?
I'm currently working on something titled The Cleaner, which is just about someone going to a crime scene and getting rid of any illegal substances there, making sure that whenever the cops come, there's nothing that they can see. I'm also working on 2 other projects right now as well. I'm going to be flying to Japan soon, and I plan on getting a lot of shots done there, editing those down, sort of summarizing the trip and the stuff I do there.
Where are you going in Japan?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Where are you going in Japan?
Gonna be going near Tokyo.
Nice. I just got back from Japan myself. So off camera, we'll talk for about an hour about how wonderful Japan is. But that portfolio, the capstone project, how do you feel it's going?
I think it's going really good. I'm going into the editing process right now. It's probably going to be done within the next week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'm sure we're seeing it on the screen right now as we're talking in the past, which I guess is the only way possible if we're not live. And what do you want to do with video production as you head out into the world?
So after I get my associate's degree here, I'm going to be transferring to Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. I plan on getting my bachelor's there. Then I'm just going to jump into the film industry as best I can. I'd eventually like to be one of the first black men to win an Academy Award for Best Director. That's been one of my main goals for a while.
Nice. Well, Atlanta is a great spot for movies for sure with their tax credit program. So it is wise to be there. And what are you most looking forward to in the next 5 years?
I want to make as much art as I can that lives for longer than me. That's what I'm looking forward to.
That's deep, and admirable. And I hope that you achieve that, Deshaun. I really do, and I wish you the best of luck out there.
Wish you the best of luck in your
All right,
endeavors as
stay
well,
in
man.
contact, okay? Hello, Yasmin. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying photography right now.
And what about photography made you be like, you know what I want to do with my life? I want to be a photographer.
I definitely didn't start out on this path. It was a bumpy road getting here. But I think now that I'm here, my main purpose is to capture moments for families right now.
And so, if you don't mind, I'd love to have you kind of walk through the bumpy road that it took you to get here.
Yeah, so I got my first camera when I was around 11 or 12, and it was always a hobby for me. But my career goals was always mortuary science. I worked at a funeral home growing up. My grandmother was a mortician, and I was kind of following her footsteps. And it was really pushed on me by my family as well. And so I came to DMACC as a mortuary science major. And I did that for about a semester, and I was like, yeah, I can't do that anymore.
And so then you decided photography.
Photography.
So you had the camera when you were younger. Like, at what moment did you think I want to be a photographer?
So as I was doing it as a hobby instead of a career, it always brought me happiness, it brought me purpose, it brought me joy. And I think I was in a headspace that I can't do it. And I was in a I can't headspace. And then I just kind of took the leap of courage and changed my major and was like, I'm going to do it.
Good. And how has it gone?
It's gone great. I'm loving it. I'm building a career right now in portfolio class. I'm doing my LinkedIn page, my portfolio, my headshots, my business card. Everything's going great right now.
And what is your favorite part of photography?
So I'm definitely leaning towards portrait work right now. I enjoy doing maternity shoots, engagement shoots, and I think if I could start with a family and go on with them, so if I could start with a couple and do their maternity shoots and their engagement shoots, and then next thing you know, I'm doing their family photos 10 years down the line, I think that's what I want to do with my life.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So once you find you as a photographer, you don't need another one.
Yes. Keep on building clients, building relationships with them. Yeah.
Nice. And so tell me about your portfolio. What images do we see in there?
So in my portfolio right now, I'm leaning toward having a mix of both kind of editorial and fashion work, which is what I enjoy doing. And then I have my like family shoots, my engagement shoots, my maternity shoots. And I'm going to kind of split my book in half, I think, right now is what I'm going to do. So I can have a little bit of both in there.
And so you're going to split it in half. So you'll have your, is it family shoots and then your editorial stuff?
Yes.
Lean into this a little bit. What's your favorite shot that you've taken in editorial and your favorite family shot?
Okay, so my favorite editorial, last semester I had Portrait 1, and we had a student's choice assignment. And this is my first time working in the studio by myself, and I had my client come in, and I did a shoot themed My Black is Blue, and I kind of was able to bring my vision to life, and it just turned out so beautiful and made me very happy. And then just maybe 3 weeks ago, I had an engagement shoot for my cousin, actually. And this is my first time shooting like for someone who's super close to me. And we just got some really beautiful, beautiful shots for him and his fiance. And that's my favorite engagement shoot to date.
How do you get people to be comfortable in front of the camera?
So I'm definitely an introvert. And I think getting someone to be comfortable, I have to pretend like I'm an extrovert. And I'm just making jokes. I'm laughing with them. I'm complimenting them. And I'm just pretending and faking it until I make it.
Nice. Well, you sat down and you said that you were nervous being in front of these cameras. So
yeah.
I think it's just fair play that you get turned around. And yeah, you seem really comfortable. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why people get comfortable with you in front of the camera. Do you find that the way that you are behind the camera is reflected in your clients?
I hope so, for sure, for sure.
Well, you have a clear passion for photography. I'm glad that you got out of that dying science, no pun intended.
Yeah.
And you're here now and you're able to hopefully help others tell their story and keep their stories on their walls as they age. And I appreciate you sitting down with me.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello, Marion. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am studying video production.
Why did you get into video production?
Originally, I got into video production for camera work. I thought I really wanted to be a camera person. And then I got pretty much past second semester and I went, I'm not really a camera person, but I like motion graphics. So motion graphics has kind of been something I want to focus on, and also script writing.
Okay, nice. So let's lean into both of those a little bit. What is it about script writing that you enjoy?
I really like writing. I like creating a story and characters in a world, and making interactions between characters.
Okay, and then the motion graphics. What about that? What do you like about that?
It's kind of funny. I like the tedious aspect of After Effects. It's like a lot of people don't like how it's so menial. Like, oh, this has to go this much to the left, but I actually really enjoy making things work together.
Okay, so now let's meld these two together. What similarities do you see between your graphic or your motion design and script writing? How do those things come together?
Probably the small little things that come together into one big thing with moving parts and.
Nice. So how has your time been at DMACC?
It's been really good.
What have you enjoyed most?
Motion graphics class.
Okay, the actual class.
Mhm.
That's nice. I wouldn't say the people either, as they all look at
the
us.
people are nice too. I've made some of the best friends I've ever had here. So.
That is really wonderful, and I'm wondering how long you've been interested in storytelling.
I mean, every 14-year-old's like, oh, I'm gonna write a book, and I tried, but it didn't go very far. I didn't like it.
Well, Marion, I don't think every 14-year-old says, I'm going to write a book, and then tries to write a book, whether you succeed or not. I think you have a propensity for storytelling that is a little uncanny. I think that's pretty cool.
It wasn't that much of a book. It's a 16-page Google Doc.
Just undercutting yourself. You were 14, you tried to write a book. I'm 40, I've never even attempted to write one page of a book. So it's impressive. And so you carry that forward and storytelling, and I know you're into D&D as well. Mm-hmm. And so it seems like storytelling is really into the fabric of your personality. How does that show itself in your capstone?
So my capstone is a queer love story between me and my partner. And it's called Despite Everything, and the theme of it was existing as yourself, existing in your identity, despite everyone trying to be like, oh, those are two cis girls. And it's like, no, we're not, but we're still going to keep living. We're not going to pay attention to that.
And how has turning the camera on yourself, how has that process gone?
I'm not turning the camera on myself. I'm not acting. I am not an actor. I don't like being inside of the camera.
But it is based on your story,
based on my
right?
story, yes.
And so seeing yourself, even if it's an actor, seeing yourself out there, or somebody attempting to play an experience that you have, how do you feel about that when you're on the other side of the camera?
It's interesting. I worry that I'm not creating the story I want to tell, or that it's not going to be conveyed because the actor doesn't know what I felt in that moment. But I've gotten used to the fact that it's not going to be the exact story, but it's going to be close enough, and that's what counts.
How do you communicate with an actor to try and get them to do what you want?
This will be my first experience.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I wish you the best. Actors can be the worst. So I wish you the best of luck as you do that. What do you want to do with video production? Your graphic design or your animated designs. Why am I forgetting the word now?
Motion graphics.
Thank you so much. That term, motion graphics. And what do you want to do with motion graphics and storytelling as you head out into the world?
I mean, I'd like to make the motion graphics be a client thing, like offering my services to clients, being like, hey, if you need motion graphics for a video, I can't promise video, but I can promise motion graphics.
Wonderful. Well, I wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
And it can be tough, but it seems that you have a wide variety of interest. And if story is your passion, I think you'll be successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Quincy. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying photography.
How long have you been interested in photography?
I've always liked it since I was a kid. Like I used to carry around like the little cameras, the little children's cameras, but I really started like thinking of it as more of like a career, something that I actually wanted to pursue when I was like 16, 17.
And do you remember the moment where you were 16 or 17 that you were like, I want to be a photographer?
Well, during COVID, during high school, we got moved everything online, and we ended up having to take photos on our phones because we didn't have access to like the school cameras because the school was shut down. So that like made me have to think a lot like outside of the box, how I'm going to take photos at my house that are still going to be good with my cell phone. And so that got me to like really get into it creatively. And I ended up doing some self-portraits that I really liked, and they turned out well. And it just like sparked my creative interest in the photography.
When you're not being forced to use your phone, what camera do you shoot with?
I shoot with the Nikon Z5.
Oh, you're a Nikon person. Give me some dirt on Canon. Why not Canon?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people shoot on Canon. Nikon has worked for me. I don't know why I chose it, to be honest, but I don't have a problem with it. So.
And what are your kind of preferred lenses do you usually shoot with?
I like a 24 to 120 zoom lens. I also shoot on fisheye a lot. Anything fun, different.
I'm sensing a theme and maybe why you picked Nikon to go against the grain a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like to stand out in that way. Do you feel like that wanting to be different or maybe a contrarian is shown throughout your photos that you take?
I would say so. I mean, photography for me is very much an art form. It's it is something that I want to make money off, of course, but in a creative way, not in a commercial sense. That doesn't bring me the same joy. So I really like to just create art with my photography.
And how do you go about doing that?
Well, usually I like to do a lot of portraits or concerts or street photography, anything that captures people and just people in their nature and in their essence. So find people that have a very assured sense of self, and they know who they are and what they're interested in, and just really capture that energy and try to bring it forward even more.
So do you prefer to shoot people, places, or things?
I would say people mostly, but I like to shoot people, places, and things, just like life,
And your capstone, your all your collection, I'm forgetting the word now. Portfolio.
Yes.
I got it.
Yes.
What images will we see in your portfolio?
Just lots of colors and lots of portraits. There is some concert stuff in there. There's regular portraits and some landscape too, but the landscape images usually have people in them as well.
What's your favorite of all those images in your portfolio?
My favorite would probably be the most one of the more recent shoots I did. It was at Hoyt Sherman in the theater, and it's just really cool. It's all the stage lights are on, and the girl that I shot, she just looks like she's a rock star. It's just super
nice.
fun.
That is one of my favorite places in the area. It's such a beautiful historic
it's
theater.
Super pretty.
And so what do you want to do with photography when you get out of here?
I want to just keep making it my business, I've kind of gotten into that. That's what we do a lot in portfolio photography, but I just want to finish my business stuff so I can actually get it up and running more, get more clients, and I want to be able to eventually make a full-time income off of creating stuff that I enjoy.
What's your company name?
Quincy Nielsen Photography.
Okay. I was going to ask you where you got the name, but I think I figured it out.
Simple.
Yeah, it's very easy to figure out. And what has been, thinking back, what has been your favorite moment of your time here at DMACC?
I guess just being able to create and collaborate with other people who have other ideas.
Well, Quincy, I wish you the best of luck out there. I know there are a lot of photographers in the world, and we need photographers who look at the world differently, and it sounds like that's something you're committed to. So
Yes.
I think you're going to find some success out there.
Thank you.
Hello, Sophie. What do you study here at DMACC?
I'm studying graphic design.
How long have you been interested in graphic design?
So I've been interested in design all my life. I just recently found out that I could pursue it as a career, so I decided to enroll in DMACC. After the pandemic, I realized I needed to change my careers and follow something I was passionate about, so I decided to go for something I've always loved, which was art, and I feel like I've really found my calling.
Okay, so you've always been inspired by art. Do you remember when you were younger what form of art really like piqued that interest?
Painting, probably. I remember painting always in kindergarten and preschool. My mom would hang up frames of that she still has to this day, hanging in her house, and it has always been a form of escape and peace and joy for me, and just a way to express myself. And so throughout high school, I was always taking art classes, and I really found a great joy in that. And I'm really happy to be able to bring that into a career now.
What painters were inspirational to you?
Van Gogh is my favorite, so
And you say Van Gogh too. I mean, this is an art person right here.
I could go on a whole tangent.
Yo,
about
please
his
do.
name. But he has been my biggest inspiration. So Starry Night and pretty much all of my high school work, I try to veer away from that just because I can't continue to do Starry Night forever, as much as I love it and think it brings so much joy. I just did some sunflowers for Van Gogh for our bloom flowers. So that was fun just to be able to bring references in that I enjoy.
You say Van Gogh, I say Van Gogh. I'm going to trust the art student here. Have you had a chance to get to Arles, France, where he painted so much?
No, I would love to go
you
to
gotta
France.
go.
Yes.
Okay, so anyway, we're talking about Sophie's career, not a travel plan. So Van Gogh was one of your inspirations, and it sounds like his work really has permeated itself into what you're doing currently at DMACC.
Yes, absolutely. I really enjoy Van Gogh not only as a painter but as an artist and expressionist as himself for his mental health and taking priorities in that as well. I think that was really important to just think about and keep in the back of mind of how he was trying to express himself through his work.
So you use his work, say, I know we're leaning into that, but just as an example, so you're using his work and then using it as a trampoline into your own work. How would we say that you have diverted from your inspiration of Van Gogh?
So he's more inspiring to me as a way to express myself, but I would say my style does not replicate his in the form of like the impressionist paintbrush style. I would say I'm still learning what my style is currently. I would like to say it's pop, kind of techno, with a little bit of history behind it. But I do have a lot of painterly style. Like when I am with a paintbrush, that would definitely be my painting style. But when I come to my design work, I'm thinking more of a modern way of expressing myself, and that goes back into purely what Van Gogh felt and like how he was able to express himself in colors. I would like to do that in my work as well.
And so in your work, even though you say it is still evolving and you're finding your style and your voice, what images will we be seeing in your portfolio?
So you'll probably be finding some recent work that I've done in Procreate that was some digital paintings of flowers. We just did a personal branding animation, so I'm really happy with how that turned out. I did some pieces for UX design, and so that's a application design where we try to locate handicap accessibility routes throughout the campus and to find a good user interface in order to help it be easier to navigate.
Well, Sophie, you seem to have an enthusiasm for this, and I think that should serve you well as you move forward, and I really appreciate you sitting down and talking with me.
Thank you. I enjoyed it too.
Thanks. Hello, Victoria. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying graphic design.
And how long have you been interested in graphic design?
Not till like the year I started, so 2020.
Okay, 2020. So if you weren't doing graphic design before, what led you into making the decision?
So, well, actually, I guess it was 2021. But at the end of 2020, for New Year's resolution, I wanted to figure out what I wanted to do with my life by the time I was 20. So I started looking into like potential options that I would want to do. And one was interior design, one was architecture, and then the last was graphic design. And I ended up choosing that one.
And what made you choose graphic design over those other two?
Honestly, like the digital stuff, I prefer doing digital art rather than physical.
All right. So have you always been interested in art since you were a small child?
Honestly, no. I had a very mean elementary art teacher, and she kind of pushed me away from the subject completely.
What were you interested in when you had the mean art teacher?
Well, I really just doodled SpongeBob a lot, honestly. And that was like my go-to.
Nice. So you kind of doodle in SpongeBob, work it through. You get to DMACC. What has your experience at DMACC been like?
It's been good. I really like the Ankeny campus a lot. That's why I chose the Ankeny campus. I've had some really good teachers that have got me to get out of my shell a little bit. And even my advisor, he was really nice to me the entire time.
And now that you've been doing graphic design for a while, what has been your favorite aspect of it? Is it the actual getting onto the computer? Is it coming up with the ideas? What do you think it really when you get that done in a graphic design? How do you know, like, oh yeah, this makes me happy?
Probably when like you see the overall result and like just everyone's work and like their process through it. I really like seeing everyone's work, including my own.
Nice. And so your work now, we talk about your portfolio. What images are we going to see in your portfolio?
Probably my Grimm's fairy tale book, because that one we put a lot of work into. There's an album cover I did that has a there's an album cover I did where we were given like what to put in it, and we had to like do different genres based off the same image and the same words.
Okay, and so which of the images that you did is your favorite one that you've done at the time you've been here at DMACC?
Probably the rock album cover one, because that one was my most successful one, and I put it into a mock-up and it looks really nice.
Describe it to me. I know we're not seeing it right now, but I think it's flashing up onto the screen. So what are we seeing?
Well, there's a girl and a guy, but the girl is in white and the guy is in black, and it's got like a sparkle overlay on it, and like the words adjust based off the color that it's by.
And how did you come up with that idea?
I was just playing around with the Photoshop effects, and I found a result that I really liked, and it looked pretty nice.
Do you find that trial and error is your main approach to figuring out the end product?
Partially, yeah. And then I really do listen to the feedback that I get from my teachers and my classmates, and I take what they say and I put it into my work, and then
That's usually pretty hard for an artist. Do you ever find it hard to accept other people's feedback?
Not really. I know they mean like good by it. Like it's just constructive feedback. I don't take offense to it at all.
Well, that will help you be successful moving forward. And what is it that you want to do moving forward?
Right now, I've been working at this job for 4 years. It's at the movie theater, and I really like working for them. So I was gonna try and continue on and like see if they have any graphic design opportunities up in their corporate.
Wonderful. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Victoria.
Thank you.
Hello, Caitlin. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am studying graphic design.
Graphic design. Okay, so what is it about graphic design that speaks to you?
I love art. I have a passion for art, and I have found it so interesting to learn all the new software because I went into graphic design and I honestly don't think I had a full concept of what it was. I just knew that I loved art. I did a lot of DIY as a kid, so I was like, perfect for me. But yeah, I'd say my favorite thing about it is like the growth that I've learned, like all the software and things like that.
When you were younger, what type of art spoke to you?
Well, I never like played with toys as a kid. Like I always just like picked up coloring books and like that kind of thing. And then I got a hot glue gun and then like the game changed for me. So I started hot gluing like everything. Like all like wall art and stuff like that I always did.
So it's really your own art that you just experimenting is how you came up with stuff?
Yeah, and I would like Pinterest was like a huge thing then, and I always like got inspiration off of there, and then I would just make my own stuff off of that.
Okay, so then in high school, how has that hot glue gun found its way into your high school life?
So I did take a lot of art classes in high school. I did a lot of painting and like still life work. So it was more, I kind of graduated from the hot glue gun in high school, and I did a lot of painting and I did chalk art. And so I just kind of did that, and then that's kind of how I got into graphic design.
And then there's so many options that they have here at DMACC. Why did you end up deciding to go with graphic design?
I know that it was like the most hands-on compared to anything else. Like I know that, like I did look into interior design and fashion design, and I decided graphic design because I wanted the more hands-on work, and I liked what you could do with that in the future.
So what have you been doing with it since you've been here at DMACC?
I've been doing a lot of like Illustrator and InDesign work, I would say. I'm more of like an editorial girl. And so just like experimenting with like layouts and learning how to draw digitally instead of hands-on, I guess.
For people who are watching this that don't know what editorial graphic design is, can you explain it for us?
So that's more like layout work and like magazines and books and that kind of thing. And I like guidelines and rules, so like editorial is like perfect for that. So it's just like setting text and applying images that go around it well. And I find that the most interesting.
Nice. And so what do we see? What graphic design images are we going to see in your portfolio?
So I would say like my favorite class that I took here is Communication Design 3. And that's when we got into like real life work, like what we would be doing in the outside world. And that was taking like companies that like needed a revamp of their logo and their design and redoing that and then putting that into like real life things. So like magazines and things like that. And I found that the most exciting. So like in my portfolio, you'll find revamps of companies and different logos I've done. And we even did a package design project where we actually printed a real life box and made your own brand and did it that way.
So it sounds like you really enjoyed that process of the revamping.
Yeah. I found it interesting just to see like what it used to look like and what you creatively changed it to.
Nice. What do you want to be doing with graphic design after you get out of DMACC?
I'm not a freelance girl, definitely not. Again, I like rules and guidelines, so I'd definitely want to do like a established company that has a brand of their own so I can study the brand and grow with the company that way. So any type of big company I'd like to work for.
So are you hoping to stay in the local area or try and move out somewhere?
No, I am totally trying to get out of here. I'm not an Iowa girl. I want to go somewhere warm, and I have family pretty much everywhere, so I'm hopefully trying to get to the coast.
All right, fair enough. So looking back, how would you review your time here at DMACC?
I would say I had a really great experience. I honestly am so glad I chose DMACC over a university. I feel like I've gotten really close with my instructors and my peers, and I can really get that one-on-one support that a lot of people with big universities might not get. I'm really thankful that I came here, and I'm really thankful for the time I've had.
And that's a promo, folks, right there. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with me. It's been interesting to hear your story, and I wish you the best of luck to finding warmer weather and a hot glue gun that you can make more art with.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Jocelyn. What do you study at DMACC?
I study graphic design.
And why?
I've always liked art.
And what type of art inspired you when you were younger?
Mostly Van Gogh. I like the Starry Night, the flowy.
Nice. And what art inspires you today, besides your own art?
I like poster designs. If you look on Instagram, they have like grainy, old, kind of characterized, inspirational posters.
Like, poster designs. So not like movie poster designs, just
Movie posters are cool too, yeah.
so posters that have like, say, motivation is a whale that never gives up, something like that.
It's more about the design than the quote, but sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, you know what you're doing. You're sharp. So why ultimately did you decide, you know what, DMACC is the place that I want to come to school?
Close to home, and it's just I've heard great things about it.
And what has been your favorite part of doing your graphic design here?
I like to see how other people interpret different things. So when we give everyone the same assignment, they interpret it differently, which is really cool to see.
How does other people's interpretation of the same thing that you're looking at influence your tries, your takes at the art?
I think it expands what's out there, so I get new ideas, new inspiration.
And can you give me an example of a time where you were doing something, you saw somebody else is doing it, you didn't copy them, but it was just like, whoa, okay, now I'm going to do this.
So my instructor, for example, he does illustrations, but he won't outline them in black because he thinks it's too boring and people do it all the time. So he'll take like a darker version of that color and do it that way. And so it gives a new feel to the art.
And is that something then you've started to incorporate in one way or the other into what you do?
Yeah, it varies, but for the most part.
Nice. And so as you're creating a graphic or designing a graphic, if I may say so, what's your process like?
Find inspiration, conceptualize the idea, and then sketch it out and just work on it until you think it's good enough.
Should you actually do it on pen and paper or pencil and paper before you go to the computer?
Sometimes, depends on what it is, how complex it might be.
Is that something that getting your hands, getting the graphite on your fingers, is that something you still really enjoy?
Yeah, I think you can replicate it with iPads, but it's not the same. So
as you probably, do you think you'll ultimately keep that same sort of process as you grow as an artist, not shying away from the old analog systems?
Until I find something that works better for me, yeah.
What images are we going to see in your portfolio?
I have a lot of collage works. I have some hand paintings in there, abstract work, posters, album covers, that kind of thing.
So collage work, is that on the computer or is that again in our regular world?
That one's on the computer. I use Photoshop for that.
Okay, so then you can collage that stuff. What are two of your favorite images that you know will be in your portfolio?
One I really like is a book cover I redid for The Fault in Our Stars. I made that in Photoshop. That'll be in there. And then another one is going to be a project I had in Photoshop as well. It's a collage. It's more like a poster design.
And what is the collage made up of?
Just different images that inspired me from a certain song.
Oh, a song.
Yeah.
What was the song that inspired you?
I'm an Ariana Grande fan, and it's No Tears Left to Cry. So I just kind of looked at the music video and pulled similar images and collaged them together.
Collaged them together. Yeah. I like how that's a verb as well as an actual art form. Yeah, it's great. It's great. So what do you want to be doing with graphic design when you leave DMACC?
Anything really. I'm open. I like anything with art. It's what I want to do.
So are you hoping to be a freelancer, go out on your own, or are you hoping to get a job at an established business?
The goal is to get a job at an established business.
Nice. And why do you think that appeals to you?
I like working with different people, not just freelancing. It's also easier instead of trying to find people that will like my work and go out and do that for myself. I can hopefully apply for a firm and they'll bring in the work to me and work as a team.
It sounds like working on a team is something that you enjoy.
Yeah.
What is it about working on a team that you like?
Different ideas, different perspectives.
Well, I am excited for you to get out there, and graphic design is certainly seemingly an up and coming area of art. So I think you've chosen wisely, and I wish you the best out there, Jesselyn.
Thank you.
Hello, Victoria. What do you study at DMACC?
Hello, I study graphic design.
Okay, graphic design. I know these questions are coming. Why did you pick graphic design?
I switched majors a few times and ended up deciding on graphic design because I do love design, no matter what it is.
What were your majors before you landed on graphic design?
I was fashion design at Iowa State, but I didn't really like that too much, and then I just switched over to graphic design.
Graphic design. And so how has it been going?
It's been going really well. Overall, I really like the program. I've learned a lot. Yeah.
What do you think is the thing that blew your mind the most when you learned about graphic design?
I'm not sure, but I really like Illustrator.
Using the program. Those things are so powerful. They do things that you're like, I didn't even know that was possible, but I'm going to use this.
Exactly.
What's your favorite tool built into Illustrator?
The pen tool?
The pen tool. What does that do? Explain to the people who are watching.
Basically, you just draw whatever you want, and it'll correct it for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you were smaller, what type of art inspired you?
I was really into fashion design when I was younger. That's pretty much what inspired me to get into design in general. I would always draw Barbie dolls and just illustrations like that.
Who are your favorite fashion designers?
I don't have a specific one, but I do love this brand called Natural Life.
What is it about their style that you find appealing?
It's super boho hippie.
And so that's for fashion design. Do you feel like your time in fashion design and what you like finds its way into your graphic design?
Oh, definitely.
How would we see that?
I incorporate a lot of detail in it. It's basically, I don't know.
Boho, what did you call it?
Bohemian.
Well, you used a term. It was like a couple words together.
Boho/hippie.
Boho/hippie. Would you say your graphic design echoes that sort of styling?
It would depend on the project, but overall, I do really like floral in general.
What do you think is the best thing that you do when it comes to graphic design?
I would say Illustrator. That's a program I really like the most.
So you got pretty good at that. And then what is in your portfolio?
The Grimm's Fairy Tale book. We've spent a lot of time doing that. A lot of illustrations as well. I do know how to code as well, so there's HTML, CSS in my portfolio as well. I have my own website.
So I know we're flashing things onto the screen right now in post-production. Pick two of your favorite images and describe them to me.
There's an image that I created of Miley Cyrus for a project in a class, and I made her out of a bunch of little lyrics of hers, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. So
I outlined her out of her
own
lyrics. Yeah.
Oh, does she know about this? We need her to know about this. This sounds really cool. I'm sure it's on the screen right now. You have to show me afterwards. And then what's another one that you really like?
Another one, I do really like the Grimm's Fairy Tale book cover that I designed. I put Little Red Riding Hood on the book cover.
Nice.
In my own take.
In your own style.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you want to do when you get out of DMACC with graphic design?
I'm wanting to freelance overall, but I'm probably going to end up working for a business and grow my skills and do the freelance designing on the side at first. But I do want to work from home or just be independent within my own work.
Nice, nice. Well, I hope you achieve the things that you want to achieve, and the boho hippie style, I'm sure, is going to stick around for a while, especially if you're doing your artwork. So I appreciate talking to you, Victoria, and I wish you the best out there.
Thank you.
Hello, Galen. What do you study at DMACC?
I study photography.
Okay, photography. I like talking to photography people. Now, when was the moment when you realized, ooh, I like taking photos?
Well, I got a camera to help with my YouTube channel when I was little, and I was taking videos of
How
my
little?
friends, probably like 5th or 6th grade.
Okay.
And then we all went to different schools, so I was like, well, I might as well start taking photos with it. So that's when that whole photography thing started.
And do you remember the first photo you took and you thought, I'm good at this?
I took some of my buddies' like senior photos, just kind of like testing it out. And then I was like, oh, I could see a future in this.
What made you decide that you wanted to actually become a professional photographer?
Well, I've always wanted to work for myself. So then I was like, I have a hobby in taking photos, and I want to start my own business. Why not be my own be a photographer and do that for my job?
Sure. So what type of camera do you shoot with?
I shoot Canon right now.
And what are your favorite set of lenses that you like to break out and shoot most of
I
your
just
things?
like the 50 mil, like 1.8 is it's a nifty 50. It's cheap, so I can afford it right now, and it gets that nice blurry background.
Yeah. So what do you prefer to shoot and why? People, places, or things?
I prefer places. I really like to go out and travel. That's what I want to do eventually, just be like a travel photographer. So I definitely like landscapes, and I also like wildlife a lot. So if I can incorporate both of those.
Have you done much traveling?
I went to Colorado and Arizona last summer.
Did you take many photos while you're there?
I did. I took a ton.
What, and any of those turn out really well?
Yeah, there was one in Colorado where we took this train through like the canyons, and I was able to like lean outside of it and take a long shot of like the whole train and the mountains and stuff. It's probably one of my favorite photos.
Nice. So have you been able to travel overseas and take photos yet?
I haven't been overseas yet.
Oh, you're going to love doing that.
Yeah.
I wish that for you as quickly as possible. Maybe after you get your second lens, I know, but then you can go over there. So what images are we going to see in your portfolio?
I'm going to see like a mix of wildlife and portraits mainly. I have a few landscapes, but nothing that I feel like is crazy yet. So I'm just going to do a bunch of that. Some architecture stuff as well, because I do that for some classes that came out pretty good.
What are your favorites in your portfolio?
There's a portrait that I submitted to the state fair. My girlfriend drinking like a Coke can that they accepted. So that's probably one of my favorites. And then I went to the like state law library at the Capitol and took some pretty good interior photos of that.
It's a beautiful place.
It is.
Beautiful. So give me another image that will show up on the screen, as I'm sure just saw those two right now on the screen for people. What's another photo that you were like, I really love that photo?
I took a picture of this bird. I have no idea what type of bird it was, but it was in Colorado, and it was just like staring straight at the lens. And so, I don't know, it's one of my favorite ones.
Nice. Sometimes you just can't plan that stuff.
Yeah.
Can't do it. You're not supposed to, when you're doing video or photography, you're not supposed to work with children, fire, or animals. And you worked with an animal, and they looked right at your lens.
Yeah.
You must have a superpower. So that's great. What do you want to do with photography once you go out on your own? You said you want to do, how are you hoping to build your business?
Right now, I'm starting to look into like digital marketing stuff. I've reached out to a few businesses and had some clients, dabbling in some video stuff too. It's a little more difficult, but yeah, doing some like commercial work for sure.
Okay. And hopefully taking photos of places and things, maybe some more birds.
Yeah,
that you can get to look
hopefully.
right down the barrel of your lens. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I really appreciate you sitting down and talking with
Yeah,
me.
thank you. It's nice meeting you.
Hello, Emma. What do you study at DMACC?
Graphic design.
Graphic design. Okay, you know I'm going to ask this question. Why did you get into graphic design?
So my junior year of high school, I was always really into drawing and photography and all that. So I thought graphic design might be a good fit for me. So I thought I'd give it a shot.
So let's break those up. Tell me about what style of drawings you were making.
I just pencil drawings. I love just to like I did a portrait of my sister, and yeah, I just love doing that. So
And then photography. What were you taking photos of?
I just took a photography class in high school, so really just like wildlife and anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have those two kind of foundational artworks or art philosophies, and now you carry them over to graphic design. Why ultimately did you pick graphic design over drawing or photography?
I took a couple classes in high school to see if I would like enjoy drawing like on the computer and stuff like that, and I ended up liking it. So
And what's your favorite computer program to work in?
InDesign.
Yeah, InDesign. Okay. Well, we haven't heard that one yet today, so that's good. Now, thinking back, what do you think your inspirations were artistically wise, whether in music, movies, painting, sculptures? What inspired you in an artistic sense?
I really just started drawing like everything that like I would like pull up pictures on my phone and just start drawing stuff on there. So really anything I was
So you just
interested in.
it kind of did the drawing come from a sense of wanting to pass the time?
Yeah.
And so did you? What type of emotions came up while you were passing the time drawing?
I don't know. I just felt like it was my like own like my me time, I guess. So like it just felt
Nice.
peaceful.
Nice. So how has your experience been at DMACC?
Good. I love it here.
Yeah.
I love like the encouragement and like the advice I get from all my instructors on my work. So yeah, it really helps.
How do you think you've grown the most through your time here at DMACC?
I would say a lot of my work is like minimalist, and so like they push me to like, I don't know, do more stuff outside.
Be a mediumalist?
Yeah, yeah, I suppose so.
So you've grown that way. What areas do you think you are in need of the most growth?
Well, web design for sure. I'm not totally comfortable with that, but like all illustration stuff is where I'm most comfortable.
Nice. So what images are we going to see in your portfolio?
I did last semester. I did a packaging design that I really enjoyed doing, and then I also did a Grimm's fairy tale book cover that I really liked. So
Good. Could you those two things are probably on the screen right now, even though we can't see them. But describe for me what, if I could see them, what they're like.
so the Grimm's fairy tale book cover, I put a raven on it, and it has like a shadow. I don't know, I really liked it. It was minimal. And then the packaging, I like the light colors and the simplicity of the design I had. So
What color palette do you normally tend towards?
I don't like to go too crazy, like not bright colors. I like neutral, I guess.
Minimum colors.
Yeah.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah.
I'm sensing a theme. So and how long does it usually take you once you have an idea to starting at it? How much contemplation do you put into it?
So getting an idea is like the
hardest part of it all. But once I get an idea and like I get really into it, then yeah, I just go at it, and it shouldn't take me that long.
How much is sketching still a part of your designing?
I sketch all the time before I start any projects.
So first paper, then
Yeah.
computer.
Yep.
Very
Mhm.
nice, very nice. And then what do you want to do with graphic design after you graduate?
Still undecided. So once I get like out in the real world, I feel like I'll have more of an idea. But at my job right now, I work at a restaurant, and I'm starting to do like their social media, and so I've really enjoyed doing that.
Okay, very nice. So social media wise, doing the graphics for that or doing text
Yeah,
for them?
so I've been taking the pictures, and then like I'll put them into the software and edit and put in like the logo and stuff like that and make
Very
them.
nice. Well, I'm glad that you've chosen this path and that you've been learning so much. And I know you have so much more to learn. But I think you'll get out there, you'll learn quickly, and be successful. So wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Nicole. What do you study at DMACC?
Hi, I study graphic design.
Graphic design. Okay. What about graphic design appeals to you?
I would say it's like the mix of art and technology. I feel like that's what got me very interested in doing graphic design. I come from like a family of artists. My grandpa was a painter during the Civil War, the Salvadorian Civil War, and my dad has always liked to draw.
Okay, so that makes sense where the love of art came from.
Yes.
It's a family heritage. What about the love of technology? Where does that stem from?
I would say since I grew up in El Salvador, we didn't have much access to technology, and then once I got here, I just like started enjoying it.
So it was really an appreciation of like, oh, I have access to this now,
Mhm.
and so I'm going to totally appreciate it and learn everything I can about it.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
And so when you were younger, explain to me the style, the artist style that your grandfather had.
It was pretty much more like a realistic. He would like just see people in public, and then he would like start painting, or like he would keep that image in his head, and then he would just like paint off of that image that he got.
And then how did your father work?
My dad is actually an anesthesiologist back in El Salvador. He didn't really do something art related just because it's not something that pays well back in my country. But he like every time that I would have like a homework assignment that involved something with art, he would be the one helping me out.
Nice. So it seems if your dad is an anesthesiologist, so you have both sides of the brain working here, both left and right brain. And so you're deciding, gosh, what am I going to do? Why ultimately did you decide DMACC and graphic design?
Yeah, so I started as a pre-med major in Grandview, but I just quickly realized that that was not something for me. And then I came to DMACC basically like not knowing what I wanted to do. And so I just started graphic design, and the more I learned about it, the more I enjoyed it. Yeah.
So what would you say your graphic design style is?
I wouldn't say I have a style just yet because I feel like I have to explore a little bit more. But so far, I just enjoy something more of on the minimalist side.
How has your grandfather's paintings influenced your graphic design?
I would say with my grandfather, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how like he has influenced.
That's a deeper
me.
question for you and your therapist, and you can figure that out later.
Yeah.
But we'll figure out now what are the images that are in your portfolio?
I have some rebranding. I did a rebranding for Boson, the florist here in Iowa, and I really enjoyed that one. I also have movie posters. So I did 2 movie posters for Alice in Wonderland, and I really enjoyed those because it was like more on the minimalist side.
See, and was this Alice in Wonderland the cartoon or the Johnny Depp version?
The Johnny Depp
Okay,
version.
so we imagine that. I know we're seeing them on camera right now as we talk. And then what are some other images that you really enjoy or your favorites in your portfolio?
I have two more of rebranding. We had to take a company that already existed and turn it into something else. So my two companies that I did was Amazon, and I turned it into a fast food, like with hamburgers and all of that stuff. And then I had McDonald's, and I turned it into a park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. And what do you want to be doing with graphic design once you graduate?
I would like to do freelancing and have my own business. I have a couple of friends back in El Salvador, and we have already started working with some businesses here in the area. So I would like to keep going with that.
Do you have a business name already?
Yeah, it's Crearte.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. If you need help, she just said something I don't know how to say, but it seems impressive. So I really appreciate you sitting down and talking with me, and I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Juan. What do you study here at DMACC?
I study graphic design.
Graphic design. Okay. So why?
As a kid, I just really liked to, color in books, and I like to, sketch little things. And I started growing up, I started to draw more. I didn't take too many art classes in high school, so I think that's a little setback of mine. But I mean, I still, draw on my free time.
So you were just drawing as a hobby?
Yep.
Back then? And
hobby.
what were you normally drawing?
I like to draw animals, landscapes. I'm not much of a people drawer. Yep.
And so were you pencil, highlighters? What were you using?
Yeah, just pencil, shading, all that stuff, yep.
And where did you get that idea from?
Man, I don't know. That's a good question. No, but yeah, like I said, when I started growing up, we didn't have, too much. So all my parents could give me, just a little notebook and a little pencil, and that just, kept me busy.
One, that is a very interesting origin story.
Yeah.
Here you go. Okay. And then,
yeah,
a career is born. And so you're doing that as a small child even. And then where did the switch from doing paper and pencil paper and pencil to digital come in?
I think that was when I started growing up, when I was in middle school. I started to get around more technology. My parents were able to get me electronics, video games, tablets, all that stuff. So, their native language is Spanish, obviously. So that's a little bit, English is a bit more difficult. So I had to help out with technology. And so that's where I started, learn a bit more about that. And I wanted to incorporate my own artistic skills with technology. So that's where I'm.
So helping your parents kind of sparked this joy of digital art.
Yep, correct.
Well, again, your origin story continues to get more interesting one. And so then why DMACC?
Probably the most affordable option, and it is. So there's that. And then I just wanted something quick, to gain experience. And like right now, I am doing little side projects on the side. So like
what
little
type
freelance.
What type of side projects?
Since I work at a restaurant, my manager actually, we kind of go hand in hand in helping other restaurants make their menus, logos, all that stuff. So
okay, so editorial graphic design is something you're interested in.
Mm-hmm.
What other forms of graphic design?
I like illustration, so Adobe Illustrator, taking my own sketches into Illustrator and then making something cool.
Nice. And what images will we see in your portfolio?
You're gonna see one of my freelance things that I did, which was brochure. I did a bunch of things for this guy. I did brochures, service menus, all that stuff for 515 Mobile Detailing. They're a local detailing company, so I did their work, and yeah.
Cool. So we have those. What else is in your portfolio?
You're also gonna see some packaging design. So I don't know if you've heard of Premier Protein, a protein brand. Yeah. So we were.
Can't you tell? I take it every day.
There you go. No, but we were told to redesign a package, and Premier Protein's package is pretty lame, so I went ahead and redesigned.
But sponsor this video. And so you're making those, and then give me a third option. What is really your favorite image that you've created? It's hard to pick favorites. I know.
It's pretty hard. I think the 515 mobile
Yeah.
detailing is probably my favorite work that I've done.
Well,
so far,
even from a practical thing, a sense, I mean, you're actually helping out a business
Exactly, yep.
freshen up their brand, which is going to lead to them being more successful.
Yeah.
So you got to feel good about that. Is helping other people part of your ethos and even the ethos of your art?
Yeah. I mean, that's how my dad raised me. Just be a kind human, help everyone out. So.
Well, I can see that even in your origin story that we talked about. I mean, you are where you are today because of your propensity to want to help others, and that's incredible. And if that is the core driving your art, I think you're going to be successful. If karma exists at all, you're going to be successful. So, Juan, thank you so much for sitting down with me and go kick some butt out there.
Thank you.
Hello, Reagan. What do you study at DMACC?
I do graphic design.
Graphic design. Okay. So you've heard probably all these questions already, but tell me how you got started in being an artist.
So I've always been very creative. My sister was the athletic one. She was always like outgoing. I was more reserved and like quiet. So I doodled on everything. So
So doodling is where it all got started.
Yeah.
What would you normally doodle?
usually it was like eyes or like fish, just because I get bored. I got in trouble on one of my math quizzes because I kept doodling fish, and my teacher had to tell me to stop.
How 2 + 2 = 4 koi. So you're drawing. It's correct. So you're drawing all that stuff, and at what point did you decide? Yeah, I'm actually pretty good at this.
Well, my parents were always very like, "You're good at this. You should go into something like this." And I was like, "I don't know," but I was like, "I don't know what else to do, so I guess I'll go for it." And that's how I kind of ended up in graphic design.
So, all right, through the process of elimination, we get here. And why do you ultimately decide DMACC?
My sister went here. Affordable, just something really quick I can get through and see if I actually like it.
And how have you liked it?
I really like it. I like the teachers and the people and yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. And how much growth have you seen in yourself as an artist since you started studying graphic design here?
Well, I never really did like stuff like on like the computer, like with technology before. So there's stuff I definitely learned and just got better over time with.
Give me an example of something that you learned and now you feel like you're pretty proficient at.
Usually it's like the pen tool. I had struggled with that for a long time. I got better at it. I learned to like trace over things if I like needed something quickly or like silhouette or something. That was pretty much it.
Nice. And so what would you say the color palette that you usually tend towards in your graphic design?
Usually it's a lot of blues and like pinks, kind of, or like a watermelon kind of color palette.
And why do you think you're pulled towards that watermelon color palette?
I like green. It's my favorite color. I like pink. Those two go to hand in hand and just kind of carries on after that.
Nice. And so as you design this, the color palette that you really like, what about your style? How would you describe your style to somebody?
Usually it's very minimalistic. I've heard it's very abstract sometimes.
Okay, so abstract watermelon colors. I've got it. So now let's put some images on the screen of your portfolio. Hopefully you have some options in watermelon color palette. And so give me and walk me through your 3 favorite images that we'll see in your portfolio.
I did some movie posters just like in a very like artistic kind of style. So like they're like a screen grab of like from a movie, and I just took those into Photoshop and like played around with some of like the effects and stuff to make it more like artsy.
What movie scenes?
There was one from Moulin Rouge, because that's one of my mom's favorite movies. There was one from Star Wars, 'cause that's one of my dad's favorite movies.
What scene from Star Wars did you turn into a poster?
It was just like someone like holding like a lightsaber. So, yep.
Nice. And so then you just played around with those. What else besides movie posters are in your portfolio?
I do a lot of like just like magazine covers and like editorial spreads, just like playing with like covers or like type. What's
your favorite magazine cover that's in your portfolio?
I did one with for a fake like sports magazine with like a skateboard on it, and I played like texture and stuff I really liked.
Nice. Sounds like you like to just kind of mess around until something in your brain clicks and is like, that's it. That's what I like. Is that sort of your process?
Sometimes, yeah.
So you have an idea, and then how do you execute that idea?
Well, I actually have a thing called aphantasia where I don't see mental pictures, so it's just an idea. So then I put it like on like just kind of put it together and see like what ideas like would come up with like if it was like an actual thing.
Oh, we should have got to this earlier. So yeah, that's really interesting. Then it's a different way to compose art than most people. So yeah, lean into that a little bit more. Do you start by sketching or typing? How do you get started?
Usually it's like sketching, like I'll just try to like doodle like an idea to get like a start on it, and then it usually evolves like when I put like on the computer, or, like with technology and that kind of stuff.
Wow, that is fascinating. I hope that gives you a unique perspective that will make your art stand out from everyone else. And yeah, I really hope that happens. So thank you so much for sitting down with me, and I really wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Addison. What do you study at DMACC?
Graphic design.
Graphic design.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, tell me how you got started in graphic design.
So, as a kid, I was always kind of labeled like the art kid. I always loved to draw. I drew all the time. In school projects, I was always the one making the posters. And my dad's actually an instructional designer, which is a little more on the more like business side of that than just arts and crafts, basically. So he started working remotely, and I got to see a bit of what he did, and that kind of intrigued me more towards graphic design specifically.
So what were you drawing when you were younger?
Oh, I drew a little bit of everything. I like to draw like fantasy creatures, a lot of people, animals, landscapes. I've always been a little like all over the place. I just draw whatever.
Why do you think you were at a young age drawing fantasy?
I really like to read. I read a lot of fiction, so I think that was a lot of my inspiration. My two older siblings also introduced me to a lot of different art forms, whether it be like fantasy movies or books or games and stuff like that. So we kind of bonded over that.
So when did you first find out about there's this thing called graphic design?
Yeah. So I was in high school. They were encouraging us to kind of look at, take the aptitude test, look at what might be a good fit for us. And I liked arts and crafts and stuff, but I didn't want to be like a fine artist necessarily. And I looked, and graphic design had a lot more of a job market. It's a growing business, and yeah, just finding that mixture of technology and design.
And how has your experience been here at DMACC?
I've really liked it. It's a lot more like hands-on and work-related than I even expected it to be. I like that it's more experience-based rather than just sitting and listening to lectures. You really get to work on improving your skills.
And how have you grown the most with your time here?
This is going to sound a little silly, but just overall confidence in my work. I'm not the most confident person in my design work, and as I've gone and developed those skills, I think it's a lot easier for me to show off my work now and be like, yeah, this is what I do, and I like it.
Well, I want to tell you something. You're going to show off your work right now on screen. Cut to it. What are we seeing now from your portfolio?
Right now, a little bit of everything. I do some editorial, some illustration. I actually like to lean towards more illustrative work because of my drawing background, and some rebranding, kind of branding in general, creating faces for whether it be like streamers or different businesses, companies.
And what are your favorites in your portfolio?
I really like this travel campaign I did about Nepal. I've never been to Nepal. I would love to go because my favorite animal is the red panda, and that's like the only country they're native to, like in the wild, and I'd love to see them in their natural habitat.
Is the red panda the one that's more close related to a raccoon than is a bear?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool. So you're highlighting the red panda in your portfolio and Nepal in general.
Well, in that one piece.
Nice. So, and well, what do you want to do with graphic design after you graduate?
So honestly, there's so many branches. I'm open to any of them. I've thought about maybe going a little bit into like web design, but I do like designing more brand stuff, logos, and just bringing that cohesion, that face that makes people recognize the brand. Illustrative work. Honestly, I just like all of it.
That's great. That's
do
great.
anything.
Well, hey, that's how you answer an interview question right there. So, well, I wish you the best of luck as you graduate and you get out there to start your career.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Jaden. What do you study at DMACC?
I study graphic design.
Graphic design. Seems like a popular major here.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's so popular?
Well, it's in really high demand right now, and there are more artists than ever. So it seems like the most fun thing to do with what your talent is.
And what would you say your talent is?
Well,
Graphic design?
I've been told it's art. So
Art. Okay, fair enough. So when did you first get told that?
growing up, I was always really artistic, and my parents were always really on me about like, oh, you're really good at this, keep going for it. And especially my mom. My mom's always been like my biggest supporter for my design work. So.
And what was like the first things you were sketching or drawing, doodling? What was the first sort of art form you were practicing?
Probably animals and like
drawing animals.
Yeah.
Like with crayons.
Probably.
Or
I mean,
okay.
They weren't really the best, but I was drawing. So.
I recently saw a dad took his daughter's drawings of animals and then made them realistic. It's very creepy, but you should search it afterwards. It's very interesting. But so back to you, which is why we're here. Jaden, you're getting a lot of support from your family. Mm-hmm. When did you figure out that there's this job out there called a graphic designer?
Well, I always wanted to be like a teacher or like an art teacher, but then realized that teaching like probably was not what I wanted to go for. Didn't really know a lot about graphic design until high school was getting on me about what I wanted to do for college, and I looked into it and I saw that it was in really high demand as well, so I thought that I would just go for it.
Nice. And how has your time gone here at DMACC?
It's gone really well. I almost feel kind of sad to leave because I've met so many great people and I just love the program. It's really easy and really fun.
How have you grown the most as an artist since you got here?
I don't know. Pretty much seeing all of my first designs from when I got here compared to now is I can really see a big difference. I'm not really sure.
What is it that when you look at them and you assess them, now that you have this critical eye, what is the biggest difference between the art you walked in here with and the art you're leaving with?
Definitely more expertise in things and also being more confident in what I'm doing. I just know a lot more about how to use different tools.
Well, let's prove it right now. Show on the screen some of Jaden's portfolio. What are we seeing from your portfolio now?
Probably some drawings that I've done, most recently probably, in my digital artistry class.
So are you still drawing just pencil and paper?
Yeah, I do a lot of sketching and stuff like that.
And part of that's in your portfolio?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So we're seeing that. And what are you drawing these days?
Probably like flowers or stuff like that for, classes and stuff like that.
And then what are we seeing graphic design wise from a digital perspective?
Again, most recently stuff like labels and rebranding, stuff like that, and posters as well.
Nice. What posters were you working on?
I think definitely movie posters from earlier in the semester for the movie Encanto when it came out. Really popular at the time. So, nice. And I love it. So.
And what do you want to do with graphic design when you get out of here?
In reality, I just want to design. I want to have fun doing what I'm doing. And just.
Would you prefer to work on your own or on a team?
I want to work with a team. Never been really good about working on my own, but I think it'd be a lot of fun to work with other people in a group.
Nice. And where do you see in 5 years, where do you think your artwork is going to evolve into?
Hopefully into a really good job for me. Yeah.
That's a good practical answer
Yeah,
for sure.
but I hope I continue to learn and improve and just overall get a lot more experience.
Nice. And as you are trying to garner that experience, is there one single lesson that speaks volumes to you that you've learned here at DMACC?
That you have to be confident in yourself. Like, even though it's really hard and you're surrounded by all these people who are really good at what they're doing as well, you have to have like your own style and you have to like confidence in yourself.
Well, Jaden, you should have confidence in yourself, and I can hear it. Like when you talk about your art, you just pop. So I wish you the best of luck out there. I know it's competitive, but I think you can do it, and I look forward to seeing what you do.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jaden. Era, what are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm studying graphic design.
Okay, why?
I've always been interested in art, and so it felt like a logical step to go into graphic design because of the demand for work that there is, and it felt like the right option for me.
And so let's break that down a little bit. So you start being an artist, I assume, as a child.
Yes.
How did you know that you had a propensity for art?
I just drew a lot. I sketched, I drew landscapes, I would draw people, and it was always enjoyable. So I knew that was something I wanted to pursue with my life.
Is there somebody in your life that you were emulating at that time?
Not necessarily. I know my oldest brother was a little bit into art as well, and I tried to follow him a little bit. But then when he stopped, I just continued it anyway.
Nice. And do you remember like what you were feeling like when you were drawing? Was there like this joy that was coming out of you? Or was it an escape? How did you feel when you were drawing?
I would say it was more of a joy. It was something that I enjoyed doing rather than like an escapism, trying to escape from reality. It was just, I enjoyed putting my hand and the paper to putting the pencil to the paper and just sketching out my thoughts, sketching out ideas.
When did you know for sure that you were good? You were good at this?
Probably in high school, more around when I was like 16, 17 is when I started furthering it.
How did you know?
I guess through the words that my parents, my brothers did. They would support me. They'd tell me it was good. I would see it and I would recognize that it was decent.
Yeah, that's important for sure. So you're in high school, and then at what point do you remember when you first heard graphic designer, that's a job?
I don't remember the exact moment. I do remember there was one time where I encountered someone who was doing graphic design while they were actually doing the work itself. And I saw their workflow and it looked fun. It looked like a good thing that would be entertaining. It would be a good source of income. So
have you found that graphic design being fun is actually true?
For the most part. It has become pretty stressful on some occasions. But
what's the most stressful part?
Stressful part? Ooh. That to be probably
And don't worry, your teachers aren't watching.
Yeah, it's okay. Probably the expectations along with just starting out. Sometimes it's really hard for me to just begin, but once I do that, I can kind of snowball, and then it just goes from there.
And what's the best part?
The best part, the ending for sure. Seeing the finished product, being able to see how it all came about, I think that's really, really fun.
And how did the images we're seeing now up on the screen from your portfolio come about? What are your favorites here?
My favorite ones are, one of them was a redesign of Cafe DM. It's a coffee shop. I really enjoyed that, making it more minimalist. There was also another one where we had to design a website through HTML and CSS. That was a really fun project as well, where I had to build several different pages for that. Yeah.
Very nice. So what are your... So as we say, if you want to highlight one of those images, talk about which image you'd like to highlight, and we'll bring it up on screen. And explain to me what we're seeing.
So right now we're going to be seeing the entire website itself through its 5 different pages. There's one for contact. There's one for the About Us section. There's going to be one for the whole menu, the events, and also the home page. And
Where do you want to take graphic design when you graduate?
I would love to join a team of experts where I can learn from, but also build upon as well within the team. I love the community that happens within those teams, and I would love to be part of that.
Nice. And so, do you have any perspectives already about where you might be going with your career?
Not specifically. I would like to go more into UI UX design within the graphic design industry, but I don't have exact preferences, and I'd love to go anywhere and learn more.
Where do you hope you're going to be in 5 years?
5 years from now, hopefully a prominent designer who is making designs for nationally. That'd be pretty exciting.
That's really great. Well, it is a competitive world, as you know. There's a lot of demand and a lot of competition, and I think you've chosen wisely. And I wish you the best out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Aaron. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I'm in video production.
Video production. Okay, what aspect of video production do you enjoy?
I just like a lot of it. I really found my passion for editing recently, but I've always loved like messing with cameras my whole life.
When did you first start messing around with cameras?
So my parents had this old like VHS camcorder, and I would mess with that when I was like a tiny little kid, and then eventually they got me like a GoPro for Christmas, and I carried that everywhere, and I've just always loved, I don't know what it is, just capturing the moment. Like it was like almost a compulsive thing. I just capture every moment, just bring it everywhere.
Are there any moments specifically that you really like to capture?
I guess it was always just messing around with like neighborhood kids when I was a little kid, just like whatever we did. I had kind of a crazy neighborhood, so.
Give me some examples. What were you capturing? Like people jumping off of buildings and things?
We weren't that crazy, but we would just explore this like old, like polluted like creek near our house and just find like old like shopping carts in it, and like I don't know, we would just document that, and it was a lot of fun just like exploring this area.
Wow.
It was
Okay.
like vlogging before I knew what vlogging was.
Nice. So at what point did you realize, oh, people do what I'm doing, but they get paid to do it?
It was kind of when I discovered YouTube, like when I got a phone for the first time, like access to the internet. I was like, oh yeah, people do this. And I will admit, I used to like a lot of cringy people, and I would try to copy them, like Logan Paul and people like that. But then I saw Casey Neistat, and I was like, there's a more artistic way to do this, and I was like amazed by that.
Oh, that's great. So then at what point did you decide that's the career that I want to do?
I kind of always wanted to do it as a career, but I was like, obviously my parents want me to do it more practically. They're like, YouTube isn't really like a good, I don't know, and like you can't enter that easily. So it's kind of like I'm open to however I can make money and still be able to do that on the side.
Very nice. So how do you think you have grown as a filmmaker, as a video producer, while you've been at DMACC?
It's kind of same as what other people are saying, like a lot of like getting more confident with your work and being able to show it to people rather than just kind of posting it and not telling anyone. It's like you also just get like more of a collaborative aspect to it, learning from what other people do.
What has been your favorite memory of your time here at DMACC?
There's a lot. It's just always like crazy in here during class. It's like when Brandon brought in like a piano and we started playing it in class, like an organ. It's just always a lot of fun.
Nice. And your portfolio. Let's talk about your capstone project. What is it? What did you decide to do?
I'm helping other people's capstones, so I decided to just kind of go around, like wherever I'm needed. I'm helping out with Jocelyn's. I'm helping out with Brandon's. Just kind of whoever needs somebody.
And remind us what projects they're working on.
So they're doing both films. So Brandon's doing kind of like a surrealist film, and then Jocelyn's doing like a hitman film, like kind of like an action type thing. And yeah, we're.
What roles are you taking on the production side on those projects?
I'm helping out with just like behind the scenes stuff. So Brandon is like filming behind the scenes of Jocelyn's, and I'm helping him with that. And yeah, and then Brandon I'm kind of helping him make the score for that.
And what are you hoping you're going to be doing in video production once you graduate?
Not entirely sure. Like I said, just however I can kind of make money. I would like to do maybe freelance, if I can get my foot in the door, and however I can make money and still be able to do like YouTube, which I'm passionate about on the side.
What what is your YouTube channel covering?
It's kind of all over the place. Right now I'm trying like kind of like H3 style like reaction videos, but I also do like, I want to do like travel videos or just whatever.
Nice. And where do you see yourself? Where do you hope to see yourself in 5 years?
I just hope to be able to make money doing something that I care about personally, I guess. So whether that be a YouTube production or just any sort of production that I'm like passionate about.
Well, you keep on keeping on. It's tough out there for sure, but yeah, I'm glad that you decided to go into this, and I wish you the best of luck out there, Aaron.
Thank you.
Hello, Christian. What are you studying at DMACC?
I'm in the professional photography program.
Oh, photography. All right. So, why did you decide to go into that?
Well, I mean, I've always really liked photography ever since I was little, just going on trips and stuff. And I just figured like it'd be good for me to go into something like that since I've always been passionate about it.
Do you remember the first photos that you took?
I do. So it was a trip when we went to London, England, and I just took a bunch of photos on my camera. And I just thought it was pretty cool. So.
Was it just like the sights around London that you were taking of?
Yeah, like Big Ben and just. Like,
do you remember? Like, do you still have one? Do you have one printed out somewhere, or you have an image in your mind of your favorite that you took in London?
Yeah. So we were on a tour bus, and I kind of just like put my camera up towards like out the window, and it's just like a big like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of just like it's like overshot.
Nice. And how old were you when you did this?
Probably 12.
Oh, okay. So you were young.
Yeah.
And at what point then did you figure out that there are actually people who do this for a living?
I think it was when I got to college, honestly. So I first started out. I originally went to Iowa Central and started the photography program there. But then, like, I always have been interested in shooting sports, and I've been shooting that since high school. And I shot an Iowa State game, and then like someone from the athletics department like reached out to me, and they asked if I wanted to join them. So then I've been working with Iowa State since last September, and then kind of just like doing all that, I've just kind of like been learning more and just figured out that you can actually make money from it.
Oh, nice. So you were at Iowa Central, you came here, but on the side you're freelancing with the Iowa State cycle football program.
Correct.
And what lessons does shooting live sports teach you about photography?
You have to be patient, very patient, because if you don't get a shot, you can't like knock yourself down. You just have to kind of move on with it and just like stay calm and just collected and everything.
What's the coolest shot that you've gotten?
Probably of my friend Brees Hall. So he was walking out of the tunnel. He was looking at me directly. I just think it was a pretty cool shot. So.
Nice. Well, I'm sure that's in your portfolio, and we'll get to that in a second. But what have you learned the most while you've been here at DMACC?
That's a hard question. I think just like lighting and just like real world experience, honestly. Just like it's better to go out and experience things and like shoot than like shoot in the studio, because you learn so much more out in the real world. So.
And then looking at your portfolio, will your Brees Hall photo be in your portfolio?
Yes.
Okay, we're seeing it on screen right now. I predict that. And then tell me about a few of the other photos that we'll see in your portfolio.
Well, I shoot all the sports for Iowa State. So I do football, basketball, volleyball, softball. So you'll probably just see like a bunch of sports there, and like mostly basketball because that's like my main sport. So you'll probably see a lot of basketball.
Why do you? What is your favorite sport to shoot if you could choose?
Probably have to be basketball, because it's just like it's easier to shoot than football because everything's going on, like just a lot of stuff's going on. So
in a smaller space, so you can get on top of it all.
Yeah.
And I guess they don't have masks on, so that helps seeing that human expression. And then, what do you want to be doing with photography once you graduate?
Well, I'm hoping I can, like, after I graduate, I hope to go to the NFL or the NBA. So.
Oh, okay. And do you feel like you have a road to the NBA?
I'd say more NFL, just because like I know a couple NFL players, so I feel like it'd be easier to get there. But same with NBA too. I mean,
Sure. Well, I think if you get in the NFL, I bet there's some sort of connection you can make, hopefully, to get to the NBA as well. And of all, besides the Brees Hall photo, well, let's just look at basketball. What's your favorite basketball photo that you've ever taken?
Last year when we beat Iowa, one of the guys was kind of like crying because he never beat Iowa before. So it was just like a really emotional photo, and I just have like a connection with that. So
nice. Well, Christian, I wish you the best of luck. Sports photography is something that is very interesting to me, so I'm glad I got to talk to you, and good luck out there.
Awesome.
Hope to see you in the NBA sometime.
Thank you.
Hello, Elizabeth. What do you study here at DMACC?
I am a photography major.
Photography, okay. Well, when I like to talk to photographers, I like to figure out where they got their inspiration from originally. Do you remember?
Yes, so family vacations, I was always taking photos on my phone, and so one year for Christmas, my parents bought me a little dinky camera, and I don't know, from there it just kind of took off. I've always loved capturing everything.
What type of dinky camera?
It was like a small starter camera. It was a Canon. I think it was like a EOS series, and then my dad had one that he used, and I kind of just took it.
Nice, nice. And so what were you originally taking photos of?
So I started taking photos with my younger brother in the backyard. He played wiffle ball in the backyard. I always took pictures of him doing that, and then I got a close friend of mine to model for me once, and I just enjoyed it so much.
So what? And then it sounds like taking photos of other people was where you really got started at first.
Yes.
Has that maintained itself till today?
Yes, I still love portrait photography, and I take photos for my old high school, for sports and everything, since my younger brother now plays. So I'm at every football game, basketball game, everything, taking photos and portraits and seniors, and I just love it.
Besides taking portraits and sports photography, what other areas of the genre interest you?
So I've done a few families, and I enjoy doing families, and I've done a wedding, and it was a lot of fun. I actually have another wedding next year so it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, there's a career in wedding photography if you want to give up all your weekends.
Yes.
So that's certainly out there for you, Elizabeth. So at what point did you decide, I think that I want to be a professional photographer?
I remember this moment vividly because it was my junior year of high school, and I got asked to do my cousin's senior pictures, and from that moment I was just like, I really enjoy this, and I want to make a career out of it. And I have a really close family friend who's also in the photography business, and she really encouraged me into getting into it because she was like, you have really good talent, like go to school, do this, and I was like, okay, yeah.
And when was the first time somebody actually gave you money?
That would have been my junior year.
That was?
Yep.
Was it for the seniors?
For the seniors, yeah.
Wow, okay, so you were like, I can be a professional photographer. Wait a second, I am a professional photographer. That's wonderful. And so then looking at your portfolio, what types of images are we going to see on the screen now?
A lot of portrait work, and since I started at DMACC, I got into studio work, which I'm really enjoying, so I'm going to try to include some of that. Maybe a little bit of commercial work. I've kind of leaned into that a little bit once I got here, but I'm trying to stay more towards portraits.
So what's your favorite portrait that you've taken?
Ooh, that would have to be, I can't decide between two of them. It'll either be
Describe both of them to me.
Ooh.
We'll put them both on screen.
So there's a silhouette photo that I took my first semester that I really, really love with my friend on point for ballet. And then this last semester we did a photo shoot with gels, and I really enjoy the way that those turned out. So
nice. And then outside of your portraits, what are your favorite photos you've taken?
Probably there are a few like home run photos that I've gotten from baseball and a couple of dunk photos from high school basketball. So.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
So neither of those would I ever accused of being me. But I think, so you like the sports and the portrait. Where do you want to see yourself grow the most when it comes to your skills as a photographer?
I would love to continue growing as a portrait photographer. End goal would be studio, down home, small town, just so that there was that option for people. I love growing as a portrait photographer and being involved in people's lives like that.
How do you get people to be comfortable and authentic on camera?
So for comfortability, it's really just like talking to them, making sure that they understand that you are there to help them. You are there to make them look good, because that's everyone's main concern when they are behind a camera or in front of a camera, is looking good. And so you talk to them, you make them like make sure that they know that they are looking good and keeping that comfortability. And then, yeah, it's just that.
And play it by ear.
Yep.
Everybody's a little different. Well, you have a bubbly personality that I think will help with that. I think that's why you're seeing success. You have seen success up until this point. And Elizabeth, I wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Hello, Alyssa. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I study photography currently.
Okay, photography. So, why?
Well, that's a great question. So in high school, I was actually the yearbook editor. So I started doing sports photography, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Maybe I should do this in college. Try it out.
Okay, so it started your yearbook editor. So you didn't really take many photos before high school?
A little bit with my friends. Nothing really like just funsies, but once high school hit, I basically started kind of doing it professionally.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if one of the reasons why you started taking photos for the yearbook was either because no one else was doing it, or because the people who were doing it were not very good at it.
Well, I kind of needed a class, so I joined newspaper as like an intro, and then they had an open position for yearbook editor once I started, and I was like, well, kind of like this. I think I'm sort of good at it, so.
When was that? Yeah, that's good. Having confidence is good. I'm wondering when that moment of confidence first hit you and you thought, I'm not good at this.
I would probably say I got the cover of my senior newspaper, and I was able to photograph that. So
What was
having
that cover of?
It was a sports picture. It was a boys basketball game, and it was the tip-off. It's the first second of the game, and I got the money shot.
Oh, nice. And so you put it on the cover, and here we are today.
Yeah.
So when was that? I guess as you said, you're pretty much a professional photographer in high school. Why did you decide to continue down that path?
Well, it was kind of a fun hobby, and I kind of liked it. And I knew I wanted to go to college, but I didn't know what for. And so I did originally come here as a liberal arts open major, but I knew that just wasn't for me. I didn't like it. So I was like, I'll try photography, and once I entered the program, it just was the best fit for me.
And what type of camera do you like to shoot off?
Oh, a Canon R6, the best.
Okay.
I'm a little
Wow.
biased. It's my favorite.
Watch out for the Nikon people throwing things at you. And what lens do you prefer to usually shoot with?
Oh, I like the 50. I like portrait photography now, so that just is the best for portraits in my opinion.
And so your portrait photography, is there an age group that you like to take portraits of the most?
I would probably say seniors in high school, because I was once in their position, so I like being able to help them, make them feel confident and beautiful. So.
Well, there's definitely a business in that. They seem to be training out new senior classes every year, I've noticed.
Yeah.
So the work keeps replenishing itself. And now looking at your portfolio, what images will we see in your portfolio?
Oh gosh, so my favorite image I'm definitely going to put in is this year I'm the photo editor of the student newspaper. So I got the cover, and it was the fashion show last year, and so I got the first money shot, and it's this guy walking down the runway, stunting his stuff, and it's just the perfect shot. The lighting's beautiful, and it's the perfect photo.
So we have that one, and then what are some of your other favorites?
I would probably say there's a shot that is all pink based. Obviously, that's my favorite color.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, if you can't tell. But there's pink gel, she's wearing a pink dress, and then there's pink bubble gum. It's just all pink. It's perfect and really pretty. So that's definitely going to be in my portfolio.
Are there any images in your portfolio that don't involve other humans?
Oh gosh. I would probably say no. I really like interacting with people. I'm a pretty social person. So I probably won't have any commercial stuff, even though I have done that in the past, but definitely it's probably going to be pretty heavily people-based.
So how do you communicate to your subjects, to your clients, what you want out of them when you're taking their photos?
I would say first you need to get them comfortable and basically become their best friend during that photo shoot.
Because once they're comfortable with you, they're going to be more willing to pose how you want them to pose and just be able to get that perfect shot.
Nice. And have you ever had an instance where you just couldn't quite get the person to do what you wanted? And how did you solve that problem?
Oh gosh, I would say probably guys, they're a little more tense and they're just there to get it done. So once you get them to relax and I would say make them look kind of bigger and more buff, and you show them the photos and they like it, and then they'll be like, oh, she knows what she's doing.
Nice, nice. Well, I wish you the best of luck. There's a lot of photographers out there, but you clearly have been doing this for a while, and you have a practical approach to getting the money shot, which is a way to get some cash right here. So I wish you the best of luck out there.
Perfect, thank you.
Hello, Kaya. What are you studying here at DMACC?
I am a photography major.
Okay, photography. Why did you decide that photography was something you wanted to go after?
I've been doing it for the last 6 years. Once I started high school, I really knew that's what I wanted to do with my life, and yeah.
So let's go back to high school. Once you started, what were the first photos that you remember taking?
I remember my very first photo. It was of a push pin, actually, because it was just in my house, just laying around for some reason. And so I thought, oh, I can pull out my camera and just take a photo and see what would come out of doing a push pin. I had no really any idea in regards of like what it was going to look like, or if it's actually going to turn out like how I was like picturing in my mind. But yeah,
So it started with a photo of a push pin, and then you're going through high school, and are you taking a lot of photos while you're in high school?
Yeah, when I went to high school, there was actually a class that was partially photography. So I'm like, why not to really for sure that it's what I want to do for the rest of my life, and it just blossomed from there.
Nice. So then why did you ultimately decide on DMACC?
It's kind of a few different things. It's that it was close, and I've heard about it through siblings and other friends I had that were older than I am, so it was just word of mouth, basically.
Sure. And then how has your time been here at DMACC?
It's been kind of interesting. It's a lot different than what I was kind of expecting at first, but it's been really good. I've been enjoying doing it and thriving more than what I thought.
What do you think you've learned the most while you've been here studying photography?
Probably for me will be lighting a lot, because I didn't have that before doing photography. It's really learning more about lighting and more posing people. So I didn't have that resource in high school and everything. So, and then with my job that I had, I didn't really have a whole lot of that experience before now.
Nice, nice. And so then your portfolio, as you're getting close to graduating, what images are we going to see in that portfolio?
It'll probably be a lot of commercial and kids mostly. I will have more like animals, pets, and landscapes, but mostly probably portrait and commercial work.
And so with shooting kids, that's difficult. How do you get kids to behave when you take their photo?
I try to really interact with them a lot and get them to like feel like they're actually a part of something and part of the shoot, and feel like they're worth being there.
Nice, nice. And then how do you approach a commercial shoot?
I kind of will go like, I'll have some like idea, but also keep in the back of my mind that it might not turn out right off the bat. So I'm like, I kind of keep kind of an open mind as well of photos, and that it might not turn out like I thought.
And what do you want to do with your photography degree?
I hope to be a freelancer eventually. It's my end goal. It's working mostly for myself. Majority of the time, maybe be with someone, assisting someone, or have someone help me and assist with me, but mostly doing work myself.
That's really awesome. Well, it's really cool to see that you've taken a moment in your life where you just randomly found a push pin, and now you're building an entire career out of it. That's an incredible story. So I wish you the best of luck out there. I look forward to seeing as you develop as a photographer. And thank you so much for sitting down and talking with me.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Welcome, Caitlin.
Hi.
What are you studying here at DMACC?
Photography.
Photography. All right, let's get to this origin story.
Yes.
What was the first photo you took?
Well, it started as like a hobby for me when I was like a kid. So like between the age of like 12 and 13, I just had like this little like cheap digital camera, and I would just take photos of everything. None of them were good, but I did take photos of a lot of things.
Nice. So, how did you know they weren't good?
Because I grew up and looked back at them, and a lot of them were really blurry.
So, but at the moment you were fascinated by it?
Yes, I loved every
You thought
single
you
one
were
of
the
those photos.
best. You were Ann Leibovitz when you
Yes.
were 12.
Absolutely.
And then you grew out of it and you're like, oh no.
Oh man.
I
I
could
had to
take
delete all of them.
Yeah, these all look like I take photos of Bigfoot. Everything's blurry.
Yes.
And so you have that, and then when's that pivot point where you legitimately started taking good photos?
So my grandma got me, like, it was still a digital camera, but it was like a better digital camera. And so I started taking pictures of like my little brother's baseball games and stuff, and I really enjoyed it a lot. And I got some pretty good shots out of those. Not all of them were perfect because again, it was a little digital camera. But I just really enjoyed it a lot. And my family always like encouraged me, and they're like, "That's really good, and you should do more." And so when I graduated high school, my grandma and my aunt gave me money to go buy a professional camera, and so that's when I kind of started like taking pictures of my friends and doing some senior photos for my siblings.
And what camera was that?
I got a Canon.
And you still have that camera?
I do. I still have that.
Think
camera.
you'll keep that camera forever?
I probably
Sentimental
will.
value
Yes.
and whatnot? What lens is your favorite to shoot with?
So I don't own one, but the 75 to 200, that's probably my favorite. Yeah.
So does that lead me to think that you like shooting still sports or wildlife?
So I do a bit of everything except for product.
Okay.
So like nature, landscape, sports, seniors, family.
What's your favorite?
My favorite? Probably little kids. I know it's like really hard to do little kids, and it is. It really, really is. But when you get the good shot, it's just so rewarding to like have that.
How do you get the kids to smile?
I always make a game,
Yeah?
or if they're a little bit older, I tell a joke.
What's the joke?
I'd never tell a good joke. That's why they think it's funny.
Okay, so you tell a bad joke?
I tell a joke that's
You're
not
trying
funny.
you're trying to tell a joke that's funny, but you're bad at it, or
Yeah.
you're purposely telling bad jokes?
Yes.
Both to both. Okay,
Yes.
very nice. Well, looking at your portfolio, what photos are we going to see in there?
Probably mostly people. Maybe I have some landscape and some nature that I like, but like I kind of want to make most of my portfolio just people.
Okay, and when you take, is it mostly in studio that you're taking photos?
No. I don't have a studio like at home, and I have taken some here at DMACC, but most of it will probably be like outside or like at people's homes.
Is there a framing that you lean towards that we would see repetitive in your stylings?
I don't really specifically.
You just you're still experimenting with a whole bunch of different things and
Yes, this started out as a hobby for me.
Right, and
I just
now-
wanted to get good at my hobby.
and now you're going to be a professional. Is that what you ultimately want to do?
I think it'd be nice to own a studio one day, but it's not really like in the plans for me right now.
Cool. And so then, where do you see yourself with your photography? Say, in 2 years.
2 years? Ooh,
Deep question.
I know.
what you say isn't binding, so you know you can change if you want. But right now, as we sit here, do you hope you're getting paid to take photos?
Yeah, I would say probably as like a little side gig.
Oh, nice. What do you want your main gig to be?
So I want to be in radiology.
Oh, another form of taking pictures.
Yes, I
Look at
always
that.
tell people, I'm like, I could take pictures of people inside and out.
Oh, that's a great line.
Yes.
There's got to be a business name. You could bring it. Hey, your kid broke a leg. Come to my business.
Yes.
Oh, now you're done with the X-ray. Come into my portrait studio.
There you
We're
go.
all boom right here. So that you can run with that idea. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
It's I'm glad this hobby of yours is bringing you so much joy,
Yeah.
and good luck with radiology as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Winter.
Hi.
What are you studying at DMACC?
Photography.
Okay, photography. I always like to start with the origin story when it comes to you photographers. Where did you take your first photo?
I was in high school. I'm pretty sure it was just like one of the hallways in my school. My teacher gave me a camera, one of the ones that they just had on deck, and I just like we went around the school, took some pictures.
And what did that feel like that day?
I don't. It was a really fun experience. I really enjoyed it. I think I've always been interested in the arts and stuff like that. So, to me, it was just like finding another medium to work with.
Nice. So what other arts were you working with?
I paint, I draw, all sorts of stuff. If I can get my hands on it, I'll do it.
Nice. What painters really inspire you?
I don't know. I really liked like surrealism kind of work and stuff all through high school. I still really enjoy stuff like that. So, just like all the classics.
Salvador Dali
Yeah.
actions. Nice. And so, and then what was your drawing like?
I guess it was just kind of like whatever I felt like doing at the time. I think that I don't stick to one style, and even with my photography, I don't necessarily stick to one style of things. It's whatever I feel like trying to do and get done.
So the surrealism of that painting, does that find its way into your photography?
As of right now, not a whole lot. I would like it to more. I think that that's like one of my biggest goals is to have that personal style kind of find its way into my photography a little bit more.
Oh, nice. How would you feel like you could incorporate it?
I think focusing more on right now. I kind of focus on it as purely business, like kind of whoever I'm taking a picture for. I think if I could focus it more on a personal thing as an art form for myself, like selling like prints and stuff like that, I think I could work that into
Instead
it.
of for other people, for yourself.
Yeah.
And really unlock that surrealism.
Yeah.
That'd be really interesting for sure. How have you enjoyed your time here at DMACC?
I really enjoyed it. I had a great time so far.
Good. What are some of your favorite memories?
I think when I had started as a graphic design major, and when I switched to the photography program, made some pretty good friends in the beginning there. So I think just kind of starting out all those memories of like meeting new people, meeting people who were interested in the same things that I did, and even in graphic design, kind of the same thing, just meeting like-minded people.
And what images will we see in your portfolio?
I think it'll probably be a good mix of things. I like doing product photography when it comes to schoolwork and stuff like that, so probably a decent amount of product photography and some people as well, just a good mix.
Nice. Okay, so, well, we definitely have some of those images up on screen right now. What do you think we're looking at? Or, you know what? You say what we're looking at, and then I have to put it up. Which ones would you like to highlight?
I think some of my photography that I really enjoyed, I did some product photography of like an eyeshadow palette that I really enjoyed, and I really liked the editing that I did on it, and just the whole process of lighting and getting that shot set up.
And give me another example.
I did some shoes. They were my sister's shoes. They were kind of fun and out there, and I really enjoyed doing those as well.
Shoes?
Yeah.
So what type of shoes?
The shoes that I took that were hers, they are like these big platforms. They've got a giant skull on the front of them with a zipper mouth kind of thing. They were very like out there and weird, but
Surreal.
I loved taking a picture of them.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And then, what are you hoping to do with your photography as you graduate?
I'm hoping to be able to, kind of like I said before, work on doing it more for me than for other people. I think I'd like to be able to sell prints of my work. Again, just like taking more artistic inspiration and making it something that's my own.
Yes. Are you hoping to do work for yourself in an own studio, or are you wanting to move on to working on a team, maybe in an established business?
I think either or. I've contemplated both ideas. I think in the beginning, I kind of like to do everything, not everything, but a lot of it myself. I'd like to work on things alone.
Well,
opposed to teamwork.
Certainly. I do hope you can find a way to start fitting in some of that surrealism into your artwork. I think that'd be really cool and could set you apart from other people as well. But I know there's also, you got to make some money. So
Yeah.
I wish you the best of luck out there, Winter, and thanks for sitting down and talking.
Thank you.
Oh, Kaylee, what are you studying here at DMACC?
I am studying graphic design.
Graphic design, okay. So graphic design seems like an up-and-coming, not up, it's been here for a long time, but it's something that's in high demand. How much did that, the job perspective, the potential to get a job, play into you wanting to become a graphic designer?
Well, it kind of played into.
It's okay if you didn't care at all. You just love graphic design.
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
You just love it.
Yes.
So that's cool. What do you love about it?
Like I love all the different things you could do with it, and the multiple, like all the designs that you can do, and like all the companies that you could work for.
Sure. And I think you said you were in photography, or before you also did photography. When did you start taking photos?
I actually started in high school.
In high school? What, do you remember what your first camera was?
It was actually my mother's. It was a Canon T3.
Okay. I think that's when I first got started on. And so you're taking photos, and then at some point along the line, you found out that graphic design was a job that you could actually study in school. Do you remember when that happened? What was that process like for you when you're like, I can do this?
It was more of like,
where you were out there being like, you starting to draw, or you got onto a computer and you started messing around in like Microsoft Paint or something, and you thought,
Well, it actually started whenever I was little.
Yeah.
I loved doing arts and crafts when I was little, and I'm not very good at drawing, but once I found out about graphic design, it was more like, it was better to do that than something that I'm not very good at.
That's wise. That's smart. Yes. And so you come to DMACC. How has your experience at DMACC been working your way to becoming a graphic designer?
It has helped me improve my skills a lot, and
well, that's good. That's what you want out of the education, right? So now we have it. You're about to graduate. You're putting together your portfolio. What are your favorite images that we'll see in your portfolio?
Oh, that's hard.
Give me one that is you are a little biased towards.
Probably my high school graduation invite that I made.
Oh, okay. Tell me about that.
So I made that all by hand. I even made the background all by hand. I started by being an illustrator and like making paint strokes, and then applied that in design, and then I just put everything together. And then
How long did that take you?
probably only like 3 hours.
Oh, okay. So you must be good at this, because I was thinking this probably took her 3 years to do. At least that's how long it would take me. It took you 3 hours to do, and it turned out a nice, intricate project that I hope we're seeing on the screen right now. That's really cool. And then give me one more example of something that you're proud of.
Probably my business cards.
Okay, what do those look like?
Well, I have my initials on them, and the front is like the color is black and green, like two different shades of green.
Okay.
And then I have my information on the back, but on the front it says graphic design and photography.
Nice. A rectangle, square, rectangle?
Yeah.
Very nice. Well, I think that you are somebody who is not in it for the money, which I think is a nice place for you to be, and that tells you that you're in it for the right reasons. So I wish you the best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Hello, Alyssa.
Hi.
What are you studying at DMACC?
Graphic design and photography.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have plenty of time to talk about all this. Photography. Talk to me about when you first started taking photos.
I grew up just taking photos of my siblings. Not sure exactly what age, but I just like taking photos of our toys, just like action figures, my brothers, things like that.
Nice. And then I assume graphic design came into your life later?
Yeah, so I decided on going for graphic design because one of my friends was telling me about it. He really enjoyed it. I like being creative growing up, so I thought I should just shoot.
Did you draw very much when you were a kid?
A little bit, but not too much.
So I assume graphic design came later?
Yes, it did.
And where do you think that came from?
Well, one of my friends, he was telling me about it when he first started college, and I like being creative, so I just thought I should shoot my shot. So.
Yeah, and so were you much of a drawer when you were younger?
A little bit. I didn't get too much into drawing, but I liked using the software, Adobe, so I thought it was really cool.
Nice. And so you're doing photography, and at what point do you remember when your friend had mentioned to you? How old were you when your friend mentioned graphic design?
I believe I was about to graduate high school, so around 17.
Oh, okay. And then you're like, I'm gonna go to DMACC and do both?
Yeah, and I actually started photography a little bit later. I'm just getting my certificate, so I like taking photos because I like interacting with people and just having a good time with friends. So
How do photography and graphic design influence themselves in your mind?
That's a great question.
Thank you. For you personally, how does it affect? Like, what have you learned in photography that affects your graphic design work and vice versa?
Yeah, so if I'm designing something for a client and I'm also needing to shoot for them, I can use that to the best of my ability to give them a good fit for what they need.
Very nice, very nice. So what is the thing that you've learned the most with your time here at DMACC?
I think time management, being able to get things done efficiently, and also being creative with what I am given. So the projects that we've done, they've been really, really stretching, but we're able to grow in our skills.
How has your confidence grown your time here on campus?
Immensely. It's grown immensely, but yeah.
Immensely is a good word. That's good. Now let's talk about your portfolio. What images are we going to see? Are we seeing a mix of photography and graphic design here?
Yeah, we'll see some rebranding of a couple companies that are out here currently. Barks Root Beer. I did rebrand of them so that they can appeal to a new audience and get new buyers. And then also landscape photography, some portfolio photography. So yeah.
Which ones do you want to highlight? Because if you say it, they have to put it on screen.
I'm actually going to put some photos that I'm taking for a trip that I'm going to Arizona, so that will be in there.
Oh, you haven't taken those photos yet?
Not yet.
Pretend like there's, make one up right now and see if you can find that photo.
I'm going to get some photos of sunsets, cactus.
Cacti?
Yeah, cacti in the photos, so.
Okay, we're seeing that photo now. It's like
Yeah.
you dreamt it up.
Yeah.
Now you have to take the photo. Do you realize it?
I am locked in. So
You are.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, I hope all the cactuses don't die before you get there. It would be
Hopefully
awkward.
not.
No, that
That'd be pretty sad.
That would be sad.
Yeah.
So now, what do you want to do with your? What are you going to lean into for your professional career? Your photography or the graphic design work?
I'm currently working at my parents' home care company, and I'll just do graphic design work for them and photos for them. So I'm doing that currently right now.
Use
so.
both. So
Yeah.
just keep doing what you're doing, but with now some more education.
Mhm.
That's nice. All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck in Arizona finding those cacti and sunset photos.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You need to find them now.
Yeah.
But anyway, it sounds like you have a clear path moving forward, and I hope that all your hopes and dreams come true. Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Hello, Bree.
Hi.
What are you studying here at DMACC?
Graphic design.
Graphic design, okay. There's a lot of jobs in the world for graphic designers.
Yes.
How much does that factor into why you chose to go into it?
Honestly, I just thought it was really cool. I actually didn't originally go into graphic design. I actually graduated the ICI program here, the culinary program here, in 2020. And I worked in that field for a bit and realized it's underpaid and underappreciated. So I switched over to graphic design because I liked it was, it was a very visual kind of hands-on thing, which I'm a very much visual hands-on learner, so.
You said graphic design is it's cool. What's cool about it?
The way people make business cards, make ads, brochures, just how the layout is. I think it's really cool how everything is made, like some ads, social media.
So you came to it relatively later. I'm wondering what your artistic proficiency was when you were younger. Were you much of an artist?
Not really. That's so long ago.
A food artist, maybe? Because you go into the culinary program.
Yeah, well, I'm pushing 30 now, but I watched my dad do culinary art stuff, and that really got me into that, and I enjoyed it. I don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the program. It was a great 2-year program, and that's the type of art that I like to do. It's just like I said, after I graduated, I realized it wasn't a field I really wanted to go into, and so I saw graphic design was another form of art, using programs and the computer, and I figured, why not give it a shot?
How has culinary arts that you've been exposed to now, if your father's you've been exposed to it for a long period of your life, maybe your entire life, how has it influenced your approach to graphic design?
Well, it makes you kind of want to work with food companies, food advertising companies, because I know the ins and outs of a lot of food places. I mean, I've been in the food business since I was 16, so I feel like, because a lot of advertising agencies, they do it for food, and I feel like my culinary arts degree would factor into those, knowing what companies are looking for style-wise.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's too many graphic designers who also have culinary arts degree out there. I mean, that really can make you stand out.
Also, yeah, I mean, I could be a cook, I could bring food, so.
2 for 1. 2 for 1.
Yeah, I make a lot of good food, so.
And your portfolio, what are we going to see in your graphic design portfolio?
Some illustrative stuff, but mostly brochures and kind of layout designs, flyers, stuff like that. I've actually just started working on my illustration skills, so it's mostly layout design is what you'll see right now.
Okay.
But in Procreate, you'll see my illustrations. So.
What are some of your favorites? That will be in your portfolio.
The Napa Valley brochure we got to make, and I think InDesign 2. The Stop War poster, mine's in rainbow colors. It's one of my favorites. So.
Nice. And so, what do you want to do? I mean, now you have your culinary arts degree. You're on the cusp of having your graphic design degree. What are you wanting to do now?
Honestly, after I graduate, just like I said, I'm pushing 30. I want to work in the field. I want to work in a career. Just want a career, something that I can enjoy doing. So.
Are you hoping to freelance or work with an established company?
I think with an established company first, and then work my way up to freelance.
Nice. And you've talked about food companies, working for them. Any other industries that pique your interest?
I haven't done a lot of research, but signage shops. I actually interned at
Image 360 in Urbandale right now. Sign shops are actually pretty cool. I think working for them would be great.
Nice. And looking now, you've been at DMACC for longer than some. What would you say?
2018.
Yeah. How has your time been here?
I mean, it's been good. The programs here were great. Like I said, the culinary, the graphic design. I mean, everything. The programs here they're awesome. It's a good school. So.
Nice. Well, I really, it's just cool to see somebody who has kind of an eclectic resume like you have, and it's very different. So I hope that bodes well for you, and you can be like, hey, this is how I'm different. And so, Bree, I wish you the best of luck out there, and thank you for sitting down and answering the questions in the way that you did.
Thank you.
Hello, Maria.
Hi.
What are you studying at DMACC?
I'm studying photography.
Okay, photography. Okay. What was the first camera you really got to take photos on that you thought, I'm good?
Ooh, my dad gave me his like old camera, and so my friend is like a person who really likes to take pictures of herself, and so I asked her, hey, like, can I have a photo shoot with you? And she's like, oh yeah, and so we were out downtown just taking pictures, and then I came home and I started editing it, and my dad's a photographer, so I asked him for like some feedback, and he told me, oh, like, these are really good, like you should pursue something more into this, and that's how I was like, okay, yeah, and that's how we started doing that.
All right, so it runs a little bit in the family.
Yes.
Oh, what has your dad taught you about photography?
He uses a lot of flash, so he's taught me a lot with like flash work, and that really helped me with my career.
Okay, flash work, nice. And so how are you different as a photographer than your father?
I like to use a little bit more flash and a natural light. So my dad is really in the Hispanic community, and so he's well known in that. And I've seen that they use a lot of flash. They use like minimal editing they want to use, and as in the American photographers, I've seen that they will use more natural light and like less equipment and all that. And so I wanted to use both, and I've been learning both ways as well.
Oh, nice. So when did you decide that I think my dad is right, I should pursue this as a career?
I want to say like 2 years ago when I started to get clients, and I was like, okay, so they actually like my work, and I'm gonna pursue it more, and he was right.
Nice. And then how has your experience at DMACC been?
It's been good. I've been learning a lot. I'm more into like people, but as well as DMACC has taught me like more as product and like I'm in a commercial right now, so I'm learning more about that with in the studio and props and all that stuff, which has helped me.
Nice. And now it is time to almost graduate, so you put together this portfolio. What are a few of your favorite images that will be in your portfolio?
There's this one with a girl in a quinceañera dress, and it's like one of my favorites. It's a beautiful long red dress, and I like the background with all the landscape, and the sky I changed the sky, which looks amazing. So.
Nice. What are a couple of other examples?
There's another example of my best friend, the same one that I used in the previous, and it really, I liked how I first started with her and how the example in my portfolio is now. So that's like one of my favorites as well.
Nice. And you're on the cusp of going out into the world and trying to find photography jobs. What do you hope for?
I plan to at least have my own business, have a successful business, having my own studio, and I hope it's like successful, that I will have a team, a small team, and I would like to do that.
Do you already have a business name in mind?
It's just my name, Maria Fernando Photography.
Well, that has a nice ring to it. And it's alliteration at the end there. So, and ultimately, what do you think is the area of growth that you need the most as you head out into the quote-unquote real world?
I think it's more like handling business and getting my work out there and stuff.
So not so much the photography itself, but the marketing
Yeah.
and the business acumen that goes along with it. Well, you will get a crash course in that very quickly as you run out there, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you, Maria, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Good luck out there.
Thank you for joining us. I think you've seen enough evidence to know that DMACC is churning out really talented students. So if you need somebody to work for you, reach out.